Day 2 of Blast Premier London started off in style. We had NiP going up against MIBR, and from what we saw from MIBR, many expected them to come out heavy hitting. Now they did start off on train. It was a solid game, and there was a few weaknesses that we saw from NiP across the board. But moving on to the next two maps, we managed to see NiP have a huge amount of success. They pulled out Vertigo, which we weren't sure how they would play on. We'd heard they'd been doing well in practice on it, and my oh my, they delivered against an MIBR who pushed Liquid to their limits on this map. Moving into the third and final map, Inferno, MIBR have been struggling over and over again, and they're struggling to beat out some of the top teams in the world, and they suffered once again. That sees them eliminated from this Premier, but they will be back at the showdown. NiP march on, and then our second game of the day sees FaZe going up against Liquid. Liquid, the clear favourites, the fan favourites, the #2 team in the world. They had a phenomenal 2019, but again, after a break, the rust starts to set in. We saw FaZe come out swinging in many ways. Dust 2 was close, exactly the same scoreline as what these two teams faced off against each other before, but then the big shot came. Inferno, which they had never won throughout all of 2019 against Liquid, they came in style. They destroyed Liquid, put their feet on their necks, and made sure they did not let off the gas, which meant that they charged their way through to the grand finals, waiting to face either NiP or Liquid again. We'll have to see how it goes as we move on in to day 3.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Blast Premier Spring Series, the final day here of Group A on this fine Sunday. I'm Samuel, your host, and with me at my side, Thorin and Sponge. Gents, it's been an exciting 2 days already, but now, we're going to get into one hell of a mess to kick the day off.
Yes. Is everyone ready for the FaZe Ball? Because the thing is, whoever plays FaZe in the final has already played them in this tournament.
Yeah.
So, and when I say FaZe Ball, that's not some sort of new sponsorship, some like bro science, like macronutrients.
Yeah.
Like, get ripped, Brett. It's like, nah, we'll just play video games here, boys. Calm down.
They're working at it, though. They're getting to the gym. They're looking jacked, the boys. They're at the gym all the time. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for the Counter-Strike.
Probably why they kicked Guardian. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did, actually.
I do that sometimes.
Yeah. But look, this game right here today, the
turtle
first
boys.
one that we have opening up, they're playing right now to qualify for the finals, right?
Yes.
So whoever wins this matchup right here is through to the final, not only of the group, but the final for the Spring Series, which is going to be going down later in the year. And
Big money for that.
Predictions from yesterday,
That
where
was yesterday.
I got lucky. I definitely
You're
got
just going to
lucky.
be straight up.
No, well, see, I based it on the fact that Liquid didn't have practice against the top-tier opponents because they were in North America, right? And if for that to come true, you're really hedging right there. I'm having to pick, something that I really don't have too much information on, really.
Now, that was yesterday,
Yeah.
Sponge, but by that logic, you would use that again against NiP today, no? Because NiP have been practicing against the EU boys.
Yeah, Liquid are a different team, I think. The Ninjas in Pajamas,
okay.
Look, they've just started Nork. He's just come on into the scene. This is his first kind of, he's dipping his toes into Tier 1 Counter-Strike right now. Threats come in. And what we saw from them against MIBR, it was the wins. It wasn't hugely convincing wins, and we haven't put a lot of stock in the Brazilians up until this point as well. So that's why I think this
Except
one
for Jason.
Yeah,
he actually wants everyone to know that he's ride or die with that exact lineup. So I think that was his words.
that was
right?
his exact words, I think. Yeah.
Next major, maybe? I can't remember if he said that
I think
or not.
Anders last year thought
The
MIBR
best part
were
is that
gonna win a
Jason's
major.
sitting backstage right now, just freaking out. But hey, some guys are about to freak out on the server.
Yeah,
Liquid.
look, these guys yesterday, they're going to be pretty disappointed with the way that they performed. I think some tweets came out, with that sentiment right there. Sure. But I'm going to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt that there is ring rust. I think it's a real thing. You coming in, you're going to play Counter-Strike where mistakes of the past are going to crop on up. And I think this team today, with the wake-up call of losing yesterday to FaZe in that fashion, are going to come out in hopefully a much cleaner way against the Ninjas in Pajamas. They get that warm-up. Hopefully they can get it done in a quick 2-0. And then going up against FaZe, hopefully get that revenge, because I've gone with Liquid winning both the games today in my predictions.
So I actually said on Twitter right after the match yesterday, I think I've seen every LAN game that this lineup has played. I think that's the worst they've ever played, that Inferno game. Like, not only was it their map, it's not even a good map in theory for the opponent. You get no fragging power from almost anyone in that particular game. You look lost. You get locked out of even the rounds. You're not even getting plant scenarios on the T side. I think that was the worst I've ever seen them play. So the notion they're going to have a bunch of those maps day after day.
It's unlikely, isn't
just
it?
seems very unlikely. I feel like that is the wake-up call. We see something of the real Team Liquid today.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm really interested to get into this interview because we actually have time to catch up with the Liege going into this match, so we'll hear what he has to say now.
Practice. It's obviously a bit of a struggle in NA right now of what's going on with different rosters and teams. Do you guys consider spending more time this year in EU?
We're not going to be doing like too much extra in EU because I think that we still have a lot of travel time this year. Like compared to last year we did about like 200 days on the road, and I think this year it's going to be pretty similar. Even though I've seen people tell me otherwise. I mean, I've seen the schedule and it's not like that. So we need to make sure that we're still going to be mentally in it for the whole year. Make sure that we spend time at home and don't burn ourselves out.
And how is the mentality, just of this being the first event, you coming off the break and kind of the performance you guys have shown? What's going on with the team right now?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be like a little bit like of a learning curve to get people back into it because it has been like a bit of a break, and our first event back, I'm not expecting everyone to be in the complete like LAN mentality because it does take a little bit to get everyone completely focused on CS. For me, like coming back into it, yeah, I like that feeling before where you're on break and, just in practice, getting things ready. But as soon as the year starts rolling, it starts rolling, and you guys got to get used to it.
Well, thank you very much, Leeds. Best of luck going into that game.
Yeah, look, with that one right there, to do with the schedule this year, I've seen the schedule too. In my mind, it looks like it's going to be a lot less because we're having longer periods of leagues, right? So as a team, you're only going to be playing for a couple of days within those leagues, and then you're going to have to come back at a later date. If a league's scheduled for, let's say, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, like this league here, it's 3 weeks, you're not playing all 3 weeks. You're playing 1 week, and then you have time off, right? So it's not time off that you go home and do nothing. It's time off where you go and practice and hopefully retool for the next event coming up. It does get a little bit hectic there. Valve have kind of just thrown some mess in there with the new system for their majors as well, but that's a conversation for another time.
No, we don't quite have enough to jump into.
No, that could take me all day.
Yeah, we could have a fun one with that. But another one that we're going to be looking at here. This is the lineup for NiP. Fresh member added to the roster. Knock also having some standout performances from him. Got to actually talk with him briefly today at the hotel, and I mean he is definitely zoned in. He's feeling much more confident. He's like, great, we got a win under our belt. Now we're going to be looking like, okay, we can get the job done.
Yeah, I have to say, it might seem really ominous when a player joins a team that, they'll all lie and say, like, NiP was their dream boyhood team to join or whatever. There's always going to spin it that way. or just insert Fnatic if they'd have joined Fnatic instead.
Exactly.
But when they do that, when he sounded so dour when he said it, and when he sounded like he didn't believe what he was saying, he's just Swedish, you have to understand, and he hasn't had media training yet. Like, I actually don't think in the game he really showed signs that he was like, couldn't get in the match, he was too nervous, etc. I think they all underperformed against FaZe initially. He had a good opening map in the series yesterday against MIBR, and generally he's looked all right. It's clearly a project entirely within the squad, as we said. It's not just one player change. There's role changes. I think stylistically they're changing. They're even changing the maps they're playing. They're playing Vertigo now. So I feel as though he's not like my focal point in terms of the barometer of where the team is. I think I've still given him time to work his way in. There's a lot of other questions to be answered in the NiP lineup first.
Exactly, and we've been discussing this player, Rez, quite a bit so far on the desk over these past 2 days in terms of his performance, but we had time for a quick interview with him before going into the match.
Now, you threw out Vertigo, which you guys weren't really showing us last year. You've played it against MIBR. You managed to take the win. Do you think Liquid will expect it? And do you think you've had to make any adjustments in preparation for that?
Yeah, I think so. Like Vertigo is probably one of our best maps right now, and we are practice it a lot. So they should be scared of us from it. So I think we can expect it on this matchup.
And from what you saw from Liquid, who certainly haven't looked as strong as what they have done in the past, does this give you guys more confidence that you will be able to take the win here?
I think they are looking solid from my point of view. They are still a really good team, and they are a top contender for sure. But I think we have what it takes to beat them. We just need to do a little mistakes as possible, and we're going to win this for sure.
I like it, man. A big smile at the end. Good luck going into the game.
All right, Sponge. Well, Sponge, before we get into that, big thanks to our sponsor, Betway, who are providing the odds, of course, for these matches today and throughout the group stage and main events. So there you have it. You can look at them right now. NiP.
Yeah, Betway's a bit more realistic than Rez, but obviously in an interview you don't want to come out and say, yeah, we're not going to win. But
Let's be
realistic.
I saw the eyebrow arching up a little bit during the interview real quick there.
If NiP win a map here, that's huge, right?
Yeah.
Everything that we learn about them now is also what they're learning about themselves. If they genuinely believe in their heart of hearts that they can come out here and win this game, that's fantastic, and that's the winning mentality that you need to have.
Always.
But if we look at Counter-Strike as we know it, they should not be winning here today. If they put up a good fight, if we see some good things from Popsky and Nork, the future of this team, hopefully, that's great. I can can start putting a bit of stock in this Swedish lineup. But there's no way in the world I'm going to, be betting for these guys to be taking this map.
How much of it would it be Liquid letting it down if they were to win?
That was still against
NiP
FaZe, though.
stepping
That's
up?
the problem. It wasn't like they did it against the team of NiP Sky. And the whole thing is, it's not like FaZe is just the FaZe of old. I've seen a lot of development from FaZe. I've seen some very exciting potential. So I take that into the overall equation of what happened in that match as well. And Team Liquid was discovering that just like I was on stage. So it's not like they've prepped against that squad. So I feel as though for NiP, you're definitely the David in this scenario.
It's so rough for Liquid as well. We get that time and time again in these interviews that this is where when you have that time off, you are using that time to practice, like you said, Sponge. You are putting time and the work in. But if you don't have the quality opponents to practice against the way that you can in Europe, this is something that always is going to run into Liquid when they start off the year after a break. No wonder they fall behind if they aren't getting the same quality practice.
Look, I understand that they want to be at home and spend as much time there as possible. They had a very, very, long year last year, and they were one of the best teams for a big chunk of time. But towards the end of the year, the amount of tournaments, it already fizzled out. They made some decisions to skip certain tournaments. Coming into this one, look at other teams. EG are coming over now to boot camp before they come here for their group. We've got 100 Thieves who have been boot camping in Europe. These are all teams who realize that the quality of practice within the North American region is not up to that standard. If you want to kick the year off on the right foot, come play with the big boys, and then you can show us the right type of Counter-Strike. I think for Liquid, this is a teething tournament, and now as they move forward, they'll be able to roll into the year. That's why the game, if they win this one against FaZe later, it's going to be a real tough one, because I think that was a wake-up call for them to get stuck into it.
Well, before they go up against FaZe later, Sponge, they have to go through NiP now. So we're going to find out if they are capable of it. Liquid versus NiP. It's going to be happening, and James will be the one to kick it off.
Thank you, Semler. That is right. It is time to go. It is time to get our teams ready for our opening game of the day. And starting to bring them on, a team that may have suffered a harsh defeat yesterday, looking to turn things around. It's Team Liquid! I think you can do better than that, crowd, because Team Liquid need all your support this time around. Yesterday was tough, but they've got to scrape away the rust. They need to deal all the damage onto NiP and gain some confidence to potentially face a FaZe clan again in the final matchup. Waiting to face them right now is the Ninjas. They have been trying to fight through with this new lineup, trying things out. Let's see what they can do this time around. It's Ninjas in pajamas! NiP, once again, they have a good crowd of support around them, but now they're going against their biggest challenge. They've got to be fighting off against Team Liquid here for a potential chance for that rematch against FaZe. Now, Twist comes center stage. I like how you're laughing already, because you can probably guess where this one's going. So, Twist, are you actually the better version of Twist? Because at the moment, you've got a 1.0 rating, and he's only on 1.94.
I guess it's his turn.
Really? Okay. Twist. At least you, though, you were in the top 20, right? So clearly you must be better in overall.
Well, yeah. I mean, statistics don't lie.
So there we go, see? This is going to be an interesting one between you. Now, when it comes down to this, though, he's had a good tournament so far. You guys have slowed things down a little bit more. What's going to really happen on the server, though? Is it going to be 2-0s for you, or is it going to be 2-1, 2-0 for them? How does he think it's going to go? How do you think it's going to go? Starting with you, Russ.
Either way, we're going to win.
Either way, they're going to win. Twist, do you believe it? You were very confident with me earlier.
Yeah, we're gonna win.
I love it. They both think they're going to win. They've got the crowd on their side. You guys are going to have to bring the pain. Shake hands, get to your positions, and let's get into this game.
There we go. Got the cheering going.
I'm glad they both think they're going to win. Otherwise, we might not have had to have played this match. So it's good that both of them believe in themselves.
It's usually how it works.
Yeah, isn't that unusual?
If you're a professional and you don't believe that you can win, I mean, what are you, a professional?
Well, you like a paycheck now?
I mean, that's a... Hey, well, hey, careful. We saw what happened earlier.
Oh,
We're
the answer
talking
to
about
that's
that.
obvious. You're a Virtus Pro player from 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
You get cars as well then if you're one of those guys. Get yourself a BMW.
Well, one of them did. I believe that might have caused
a little bit of a rift in the team.
The others were all on scooters. Bialy didn't like that Vespa. What can I say?
All right, gents, let's get into it. The map pick
Now,
and ban.
listen, the pick ban part, not as interesting. We
No
know that
train.
train's going to come, but it's the pick of the guys from NiP that's interesting, because they could pick Vertigo. We know Team Liquid generally doesn't play it. They just scrim it a bit, but they could also pick Overpass, a map that definitely Team Liquid's been going away from. So I feel as though after how the Overpass against FaZe went, maybe the Vertigo pick, there we go.
I like it. Yeah, if it's a map that look, if you're going to be a newer team and this is the newest map, you want to pick that up because if that can be a strength and people have to ban that against you, then you can open up different ways in the map pool for you to get on through.
I think this is a Mirage pick, maybe. Let's see. Inferno or Mirage. It's got to be one of the two.
Okay.
There we go.
See, if they lost confidence in their Inferno from yesterday, I feel that that's not ideal, right? You shouldn't be losing a huge amount. When we watched the Inferno yesterday from NiP, I wasn't impressed at all. You know, they were just playing 2-3.
Yeah.
They were very passive on sites. MIBR were able to walk up onto that A bomb site and just trade out efficiently. So Mirage coming in here, that's opening the door. If these individuals that we're talking about, the Plopskis and the Norks of the world, if they can step up out of somewhere.
What in the world? Like, I think they would have banned Overpass if he'd left.
Yeah,
So
they did yesterday.
If we want, it can be Nuke, but if not, Team Liquid, based on what you just said, they should let it be Inferno.
Yeah, and they will. So that look, if it
I
does
think you
make
could
it
have
to a
forced
third-
Nuke if you went up there.
Yeah. Definitely so, because I don't think that Liquid have their confidence back on Overpass yet, right? Because Liquid last year were a very good Overpass team for periods, but then when they got counter-stratted, when people really looked into their demos, they started to lose some maps. So for that to come on through Inferno, that's Liquid have a bit of a crutch in this one. If they do
I feel
drop
like they're
Vertigo,
liking this one.
Yeah, they got to be happy with this. So like you said, they're no slouches on Vertigo. It's
Certainly.
a map that they're happy to play, and they have brawlers. They do like in that environment. But the way that we saw them play Vertigo on the opening day, they actually didn't play mid a lot, and that opened the door for MIBR to come through and have a lot of these late flanks. They were doing this interesting play over towards B where they'd lock down the B push and then they'd boost in the site so NAF could actually see over towards middle with the AWP. I'm going to be curious to see if they go for that game plan again because it wasn't great. It actually came back to hurt them.
Well, I was actually asking them before, do you even scrim Vertigo? Like, do you play that? And they said they do scrim it occasionally, but the problem is people in NA, referring back to the NA practice thing, they play fast and they all just go to the ramp and you take the aim duels over
And we
again. It's
got that as
nothing
well.
like what MIBR did, where they split the sites, they were trying to go late round executes, and what was the answer to that we saw from some of the other teams? You take the brawl to them. Don't wait for the setup. Don't wait for the late execute where you have to read which site. You just take the fight to them and out-aim them. So I want to see if they're going to apply that in this game, because clearly, with 2 Vertigo picks in this tournament, Threat absolutely has these guys trained. He thinks this is their best map pick.
Exactly right. That's the one that stands out. There's actually going to be quite a bit of information to go off of here. And Threat, he's the kind of coach that we've been looking at in terms of he will analyze the info and tell Lekro exactly what needs to happen. I mean, Sponge, what do you think of Threat's take on Vertigo? Seeing it twice now.
Yeah, well, for somebody who hasn't been coaching for the last 2 years to come on in and now pick that up and go forward with it, it's great because he can have a lot of new, fresh ideas looking at the map like it is new. That's a positive thing there. But for a baseline to pick this up and work on the fundamentals, I think it's a very good start for them. And I like the pick because it's obviously something they're confident in, right? That's what you want to go towards here. You want to have these kids on a stage where maybe the confidence in their fragging ability isn't high, but if you can go into map and you know it's well rehearsed, you know you've done a lot of dry runs on it, and everybody's feeling a little bit more comfortable, that can maybe take away some of the lack of confidence you're feeling going up against a star-studded roster like Liquid. So if they can be well regimented and have their fundamentals on this map, they can actually push this to be an exciting game against Liquid.
And I actually think if you look at Liquid, even when they were at their best, they were never that great at mid-round adaptations. It was more like this player plays very well. Maybe we tweak 1 or 2 small things between the rounds. So if you can get a good read on them, if you've got a good approach overall, they're not a team that's instantly going to dial into it and lock you out with the counter. So I think in terms of a pick for this particular series against an opponent I think you're completely outmatched against, I think Vertigo is probably a pretty good pick to start with.
We did see a lot of different faces come out of Liquid on their CT side when they were trying to deal with MIBR earlier, right? They were doing they had a 2 mid setup, a 2 B setup, and then Stewie was solo A. They were doing 3 guys aggressively over towards A with nobody playing middle. They were doing more of the default 1 B, 1 mid. So they have it all, right? They know how to approach the map. When it comes to this, it's just in what order do you call these types of rounds? Because if you get behind the 8 ball, I like to put it like this, if you make the wrong call and then you're trying to catch up, and Threat now, if he can, stay 1 step ahead of what they're going to be calling into this, you can get flustered. And then once again, we've already seen them. It was double overtime for Liquid against MIBR on this map, right? So there is a world where this is, I don't want to say an NiP win. I think it's going to be a 2-0, but it can be a close first map.
So what do you think exactly? Who's taking the first map?
I'm going to go Liquid still. I just think there's way too much firepower.
Liquid 2-0. Like, I will say, this is the map that NiP has a chance on. There are reasons you could put there. I will say the worrying sign for Team Liquid was their CT side is where they failed so often on this map. Yeah, but they have bangers in terms of players. Normally, it shouldn't be that way around, but that suggests you don't have all the synergies down. You don't necessarily have the rotation with a guy who's got the greatest read for it. So I'm certainly interested to see what NiP can bring, but I'm also expecting some world-class Team Liquid play.
Well, on that, gentlemen, we're going to hand it over to the casters. Anders and Moses will bring the match.
Mippa!
Yeah. We're ready.
You got it.
Jason?
He is the worst. He is the absolute worst. Yes, NiP and Team Liquid, this is going to be good.
I think it's going to be really interesting because Liquid did not look like I think most people were expecting yesterday. But then again, and NiP was they've been trending upwards. So I'm happy about that. I want to see them play better again today.
Well, I think the NiP that we saw on the first day was completely different from the NiP that ended yesterday, which is why they're even in this position.
Yes.
So if they come in with some of the confidence they were able to pick up in that best of 3 yesterday, the analysts are right. This can get spicy. This can be very dangerous for Team Liquid, who looked flat.
They did look a little bit flat, and it's hard for me to believe that that's going to happen 2 days in a row. I won't lie, it just doesn't seem like their style at all. But we're going to find out right now, ladies and gentlemen. Team Liquid and NiP here at Blast Premier in London, and we're going to head right into the game on Vertigo. Start of the best of 3, so this will be a lot of fun. Liquid going to be starting on the CT side and NiP on the T side, and they do have some utility here on the Swedish side to try and break open a bomb site.
Yeah, 2 sets of flashes, smokes, nades. Slowly working their way up the ramp. It's Stewie to spot first, and he's got his immediate piece of intel, and rotation's going to start shifting on the map for the Liquid defense.
Shifting back, it looks like just at the wrong time, doesn't it? Because now they're going to be retaking it. I'm excited the audience is on either side of this. We're flanked by half the NiP fans and half the Liquid fans in this one.
I don't know if this will be a retake anymore, Anders. They have 4 players here, and Twist can be there very quickly. They might just fight for this one, boosting up in the back of the bomb site. Oh, they double boost over Alige with an immediate headshot.
That's a trick and a half, isn't it? That is absolutely something they came prepared with, and it worked, and they almost take down Lecro in the middle of that bomb plant, but not quite going to happen. And now it's a 4-on-5 for the retake, and NiP are pretty much out of grenades. They are entirely out of grenades, so this might be a bit rough. They're ready for this retake. Look, that blocks out at least 2 players. Now the smoke is up, and they're going to be defusing very quickly while playing a bodyguard in front. Naf doesn't care if he's going to go down. They just want the defuse. There it is. Oh my god, that is so well coordinated for Liquid.
Yeah, that was actually very super cool pistol round. Not only just the boost, which was a clever idea, but also, I mean, the Molotov over towards that one choke point to block it off and the defuse while that's going on. They actually might have mistimed it a little bit, but it still worked out perfect. Alige has a stunning pistol round. And yeah, that says it all.
That's sending a message right there, isn't it? Saying we're really well prepared. You can have that A-bomb side in the pistol round, we don't care. We're going to get it back.
Well, also the reads to get their players in that position. Remember, they had 4 bodies there when that hit, and that was not a defense called out of spawn. So they read what was coming, they had the information, and they just planned it perfectly.
So far, it seems like Liquid are, still leading in the odds, and I guess that's not really that surprising. We've seen that go both up and down for NiP over the course of a best of 3, so it'll be fun to see how that goes on. We do have a couple of Creeks and a Scout on the NiP side, so they're still pretty dangerous in this round.
A very strong buy, especially considering this map and some of the duels that you're able to find. Those 2 Creeks have got to be intimidating, and actually everything, all their firepower at this part of the map, at this A-bomb site, starting to creep up the ramp, and again it's Stewie 2K with first contact, but this time he's got a crossfire.
Does have a little bit of that. Ooh, Twist going to be able to win the fight right off the bat, so I think Alige is ready to throw a grenade for him, and that just never really happened.
He needed the grenade. The flashbang is only effective. It allows that trap to spring, but when Stewie goes down that quickly, there's no chance. They can't wait for it.
Twist all the way over at B alone, and he's not really getting any signal that anyone is coming. So they could afford to put 3 people over here. They could afford to lean towards that A-bomb side at least for a moment. 30 seconds on the clock for NiP, so they can still make it back to B, but they need to make up their minds right now. Otherwise, they're going to run out of time, and that's not how you want to lose a round like this. See, Naf still actually has a Molotov, so he could even buy some more time. 19 seconds. See what he's going to try and do. He's thinking about it, trying to do for a medium throw.
He's stopping the plant. He's delaying the plant. And yeah, Nitro's got a double kill now. This is perfect. Look at the HP. They're just going to get cleaned up. What a coordinated defense, but into a 2-on-2. As good as it's been, still a chance for the Ninjas. Oh, but not anymore. The drive-by stops the plant, and Twist adds the final into it.
Wow, if you count the Molotov, that plant was stopped 3 times. First, they had to cancel it because of the Molotov. Then it was a kill on one of the planters, and then the follow-up last one here. That just speaks to Liquid being super well prepared.
Well, especially at this bomb site, they seem like they have a couple different courses of action that they can take to delay things and to win rounds in multiple fashions. So fair play to Team Liquid on Vertigo at the moment. 2-0, and NiP this time have to just go back to the pistols.
Return to that. See if they could do some damage. Again, just pick up anything. Liquid, I mean, they were... Ooh, wow. Caught him mid-air, didn't he?
Okay, well, this Liquid is looking ready to fight, and they're doing a lot of the things on the map that we've criticized NiP for not having so far in this tournament. Look at how much they're denying. And yeah, this is just against pistols, but not being afraid to push, not being afraid to set up these crossfires. This is a pretty suffocating start, but even so, Lekro's going to bring it back. Some economic damage on the cards.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it? Oh! Now it's got real interesting. How did he have the presence of mind to turn around and get that kill on Twist? And now NiP's going to be sneaking into it. Lekro's thinking about it. That flick not connecting, but now he knows. And that's actually almost as good, isn't it? What a weird turnaround. Just thinking about it. Going up to middle instead. I don't know what NiP is going to do in this one, because there are so many options on this map for him to... Yeah, he might as well just stay put almost.
Well, I mean, he's actually put himself in a position where he's like away from the middle of the map to gain information if Lekro was to make noise. He also needs to pick up that kit right there. He doesn't have one at the moment, and that's going to be a valuable tool, and he does grab it, but still sticking around the A bomb site for the moment.
Lekro now setting up a trap in the middle. If he could catch him with the creek, then no need for a bomb plant at all. They're right next to each other, and none of them actually know it at the moment. Weirdly, NiP is now flanking around to the B-bomb site, and Lekro's going through middle into A. This is the maddest thing, isn't it? NiP, I think he's finally realized. He had that smoke, definitely, so the bomb is going to be planted, but where does Lekro look when he comes out of the smoke? He's now on top of it, and NiP should have a little bit of an... Oh, he's actually not seeing... They're not seeing each other at all. They're right underneath. This can't really be happening, and there it is. NiP will find him. Oh, Lekro, he looked like he did everything right. He's getting punished. Oh, we've got everything here.
Oh, you've got to love NiP. That's a pretty tough 1v1 to win. That was a long time to not have any information, and Lekro unfortunately has to give up the game with the smoke. He wasn't able to clear everything, so just had to go for the safe plant.
He continued after the bomb. Jason, he just wanted to keep going. Okay, well, so... We love that Liquid aggression, but that actually almost backfired, didn't it?
Oh, that turned out horribly for them in the end. I mean, even in a victory there, you lost a lot of money, and as nice as it is to win that clutch, you could see just a sigh of relief. They're already kind of economically in a tough spot. NiP can just win this one round and break them.
Yeah, that's the upside right now. Absolutely true. I'm impressed with how well Liquid are prepared for some of these retakes on the bomb sites. I think that's a lot of fun to see. We've had in the pistol in the follow-up second round. If that keeps going, and now you have to ask the question, do they have the same kind of preparation on B? Do they have the same sort of, cool little boost, little grenade, little, knowing how to throw the Molotov correctly? If they do, that's a powerful way to play both these bomb sites.
I'm sure they do. I think the one problem with the kind of idea is Twist as the anchor of that bomb site has to survive, and he's already been picked off. And this is a thing, no matter what plan you have, to lose the bomb site this quickly and this convincingly is a really tough place to be. NiP gets caught out, but he still wins the initial fight. There is one more player, Elige with the trades, but still a man advantage as Nock continues over at B.
We've been talking a lot about Nock so far on this NiP lineup. And, well, there's part of the reason why. Really good entry, and then the follow-up as well. Bomb goes down, and Liquid, you said it, the money not looking that great. So those two M4s, one of them is swapped out for an MP9. I think they, might want to think about saving them. It's going to be a really rough retake here. Nock doing more, and that's a quad kill right then and there. That's a fantastic round out of him. And that's some of what they seem to not really have NiP when they were playing as FaZe. They didn't seem to have that many rounds where they could really break through.
Yeah.
And Liquid obviously has that insane level of firepower, so it's nice to see that NiP are able to step it up in that direction as well, just early on here.
Well, Nock continues to be impressive, and I think the big deal about that one is those kills in that round one, it kind of completes the cycle of Lekro in the previous one. It actually makes those kills after the fact, even in losing that round, more impactful, because this is the reset scenario for Liquid, and it's a brutal one. I mean, you have Elige and Nitro's at 1,400, Stewie 2K's at 1,450, Elige is less than 2,000 as well, and they're hurting all across the board, and it might be, double save territory.
Yeah, that's a nice way of thinking about it. Just continuing on Lekro's legacy there. What is that? It's a growing trend, isn't it, Jason, of bringing toys, little teddies to...
There's a few out there that always come in, the good luck charms. So 3-1, and I mean, this is just going to be interesting to watch NiP. That's the story for me today about this team, is which one are we getting? The NiP that came in on the first day, or the NiP that what we saw yesterday against MIBR, when they got a little bit of wind in their sails and they got a little bit of confidence, they looked much, much better and much more proactive across the map. We need that NiP to be here today.
Yeah, exactly right. And And I mean, it's exciting, and it's part of the story right now that I guess we're learning a little bit about NiP, is how much can they actually do that? And they were able to show that yesterday. You're absolutely right. Now, if they can continue today, and it doesn't have to be them losing an entire map, that they can actually start to feel a little bit better, that would be great. So let's just see how this unfolds. A lot of Kriegs and that one AWP in play for the NiP side, and Liquid did force into the round, or whatever they could here. It's pistols and armor, but
now when they were at their best, Team Liquid, they were one of the greatest teams at winning rounds just like this. These low economy rounds where they force up into it. See if they have one in them here. Elige just right behind the corner, peering through the sandbags and backing off now. He's got Stewie in support along the wall. A small crossfire, but as we saw earlier, that first player has to survive long enough for the trap to be sprung.
Deagle on one side, Krieg on the other side. Not exactly great if you're on the Deagle. Is it just a lot more bullets coming through if you are not careful?
Hard part is they don't really have a whole lot of utility. NAF has a Molotov. That's a great shot from Nock. He's been spectacular in the entry kills.
Yeah, so valuable at the moment. 45 seconds, and that's a lot of time on Vertigo. Maybe on a couple of other maps you could say, oh, we've got to start to get a little bit worried. You can go a long way here with 40 seconds, but they might be making a good choice regardless. They might not have to fight for anything. And for Liquid even, it kind of makes sense, because if they don't actually lose the pistols and the armor, they can just bring them into the next round.
Yeah, it's just like the standard gamble stack. And even if Nitro is rotating back right now, even when he sees the utility coming out, I imagine they're going to back away. This does not seem like a fight that it's worth sticking around for. He's going to go for it, though. Oh, maybe with the timing. Excuse me, I was wrong. With the time on the round, he wanted to see if he could stop the plant. But now he's going to back away.
That was an exciting play. I like that. Yeah, but I agree. He should definitely back away now, because there's absolutely no way to get through that smoke wall. And again, these pistols could be interesting later on. Yeah, there's a boost. We have seen this one before. And yeah, even to some good effect in the past. NAF will take down Plopsky, so a little bit of damage being inflicted this time. But they're slowly trying to get away from the bomb site. If they can save all of the armor and the pistols, then they're still pretty dangerous the next round. But good call for NiP. Really careful play, really just making sure that they didn't run into the entire stack.
That's a big trade to deny the weapon over to Stewie. Good job from Lekro to protect the downed weaponry, and NiP's got their second. 3-2, still in the favor of Team Liquid, but still far away, another round away from getting the rifles back in hand. So a good start to NiP, and I mean, much needed for a team that has struggled to recover from starting slow, but this is quite nice to have an early economic advantage on the T side.
Yeah, I mean, and again, just not having to be really, really far behind and not having to struggle with the money. I mean, this has been the main topic, hasn't it, for NiP so far in this tournament, just trying to keep that alive. NAF goes down, and Nitro at least get the refrag there on Lekro. So now they have a little bit of a chance, and he actually got the Krieg. Ooh.
Yeah, that Krieg is gonna that can play a big part in Nitro's hands. Again, it's all about reading where the action is gonna come in, though. But Liquid's done a pretty good job of that. At the moment, we can see pretty much everyone converging towards a Twist, Rez, and Nock working their way up the ramp, and Nitro's gonna be there as well on the defense with his Krieg.
Yeah, started the group in. They have so many grenades. I think that's going to be the thing that's going to make it very, very tough for Liquid to do much of anything. Same boost being attempted. Last time they had a second man up here to go even further over the smoke, and this time he's going to have to make do with a jump. That's not easy to do at all. Not able to find any kills. The bomb will go down without being denied, which I think is a welcome change for NiP. And they should be able to hold this no problem, right?
Yeah, well, their utility usage at the moment, not just in defense, but in taking the bomb site, has been spectacular. They neutralized the fact that Nitro had the weapon, and he can't even try and fight. Now that his teammates are going down, there's no reason for him to even peek in. So another good round from NiP, avoiding the danger. The smokes were absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that Krieg, I mean, it's going to help them next time around anyway, but just never really able to put it into use. And obviously Liquid didn't have all of the fireworks that they had in some of those previous rounds. Just
yeah, no utility to delay anything. I mean, no real weaponry to get too aggressive. So we're all tied up. Guns coming out, though, around that Krieg. M4 on Twist is going to be grabbed. A little bit of nades will add in as well. So a strong buy coming in for Team Liquid.
Still continuing to see some really cool just opening shots from Nock. Seem really accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, again, if you just get, I mean, anytime you get 1 kill per round, it's amazing. But if that kill is also the entry kill, you just, open up 3 or 4 rounds and a half. That's worth so much.
Yeah, you could say that for sure. Stewie, utility toss out to delay anything fast. And NiP again just gonna wait it out. Wait out this early stage of the round. But all 5 players here, this is the final. I mean, they've already chosen their destination at this A bomb site. No one even close to B. And for Liquid, it's only Twist there. So 4 players again to defend this bomb site.
Oh, Stewie, this is so aggressive. There's so many angles. Actually, Lee's there to help them. They're still pushing. They got all 3 men here. One of them going down at Stewie, but that's really a lot of aggression for Liquid.
Well, I think the entire point of that aggression is to cover the fact that they wanted to push Nitro up along this angle. He's got the first kill. I think he needs 1 more to make it effective. Another trade, and Elige might be overcommitted, but he's added on top. Trades all along for NiP, and it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Nef is right up there. As a flashbang, could set himself up for something interesting, but it looks like he's slowly sliding into the corner. And this is actually kind of a next level play, because if they've already had 3 at ramp, it's unlikely they would also have a guy at sandbags. He's still got a Molotov it. That is some great heads-up play for NiP, pushing him out and getting him down. That's so well thought out. You could have easily overlooked that. That could have easily been just a mistake of assumption. You just say, that's fine. They're not going to be there. Really, really well played. 30 seconds now. Twist in position. Could maybe have a bit of a fight at him here. Maybe just if they could, one at a time. Oh, bomb out first. He gets the one and the follow-up as well. That, for everything they try to follow through, I mean, the Molotov in the corner, all of those things, so just one little mistake at the end.
Well, I mean, you can see why they were so aware to even Molotov the sandbags, going through all those, and you missed that one small detail. No one clears hard left before that plant comes in. Everything else at the A bomb site was accounted for. They had smokes and Molotovs up behind them. This is insane amounts of aggression for Team Liquid. That easily could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
A big clutch from Twist.
They're going to be very happy about that. I don't know, yeah, again, if they flash that corner or anything, it's not working
Or
out
just
well.
hard clear it, some kind of damage for the second guy. And that's why it's there's one small detail they miss and it gets punished.
But NiP actually have money for another buy, which something they haven't had to, or something throughout the last couple of series they've been playing here today, or yesterday and the day before. They've been struggling with that economy all throughout, so just that alone, I think, must be a welcome change of pace and something that will help them out. Looks like it's going to be just a straight execute. They have the ramp, there's no aggression, and they're just going to throw in all the grenades here. Will they actually follow up with any kind of a speed? That smoke is their own smoke, and looks like they're setting up for a very creative triple boost to look all the way on top. Oh man, if that works out, that would be beautiful.
Yeah, that would, well, that'd be really unfortunate if you're Stewie or Nitro seem like the closest candidates to jump into that position, but no one really budging for it just yet. 45 seconds on the clock. Rez and Lekro going to start pushing around the corner. Elige and Twist just now clearing the B bomb site, but the hit is here. It's on the other side. So 3 players kind of here. Naf and Elige and CT spawn, but it's going to have to be a retake. So once again, Liquid's plan, the coordination of their utility, it's all going to get tested. And Nitro's already gone down through smoke.
Yeah, so a nice kill. Elige has also Molotov just shown up now. So if you throw that at the right time, just as the bomb is being attempted, this could be an absolute disaster for NiP. 15 seconds on the clock. Are they able to do it? I think he already used it, so now they should be able to get that bomb plant down without any interruption. Twist will drop, Nork gets a kill and Rez, and this is a great defense while the bomb is being planted. Nork will follow it up once again, and this is looking so much better for NiP. Very, very patient, waiting around outside of the A-bomb for a long time.
That was a spectacular hold from NiP. I really like that. Twist can't even do anything. He swings in for it. Not a lot of money again on Team Liquid, but NiP, the utility usage from both teams was actually superb. I thought NiP did a great job of setting things up, getting into the bomb site. Liquid's counter utility delayed long enough for those smokes to clear even, but just phenomenal play after the fact of making sure everything is secure. And this is the dangerous NiP that we're getting today, which is a wonderful sign.
Yeah, they seem the adjustment is so good right now because they already lost a couple of rounds early on when they were getting that bomb denied, and they just made sure that's not going to happen this time. Well, let's wait it out. Let's make sure we don't, rush in to try and get a bomb plant and suddenly get stopped. Yeah, he got whack-a-mole, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He hasn't lost the game just yet. Klopski, covered by Rez. That's pretty heads up, considering they just saw one small sign of aggression.
I mean, at this point, you surely, if you're NiP, you're just thinking, they could just do this everywhere. Let's really remind ourselves the start of every round. They're a little bit crazy. 3 men at the A ramp for the Liquid side, which leaves Twist alone in middle. Well, not anymore, though. That's a quick turnaround.
This slow play that NiP is doing is really effective when they're, as we mentioned a couple times, doing all the right fundamental things with utility and clearing corners and just being aware of the possibilities. So Liquid getting beat up a little bit at the moment. This is going to give NiP the lead, 5-4, as they take over the B bomb site. Lekro's coming in a bit late with the bomb, but no danger.
No, none at all. No rifles being dropped on the ground or anything for NiP, so shouldn't even be a chance here for Liquid to make their way out of this round with much of anything. It's a good medium range shot there for Stewie. But again, the rifle, they can't really get it, which I think would be the big win at this point in time.
Yeah, that'd be about the only win. They're going to be hurting even with that save creep previously. There's not a lot of money spread out across Team Liquid.
Yeah, NiP really, I mean, it's fun when you see them, sort of 3 days in a row like this, and you get to follow a little bit how they're improving over time, and it's good. We talked about how they had to make their own legacy in a way, Now everyone from that original lineup isn't there anymore, so something else has to happen. Oh, Stewie.
Ooh.
Oh, they tried.
I like that. What a great idea.
Oh man,
5-4.
That's amazing. I'm kind of warming up a little bit to Vertigo when you see stuff like that. You think, all right.
We'll see more of it as it goes on, as it gets more planned. But yeah, those are for fun. That's the unique thing to have that Vertigo has. I agree with you. I think the NiP story of these 3 days has just gotten more and more interesting because it has been improvement from day 1 to day 2, and day 2 to day 3. They look like at least they're starting out with that kind of confidence that they had to build into themselves in the MIBR series. So.
That's all you can do, isn't it? Just laugh. Oh.
That's nice.
Yeah, they're fired up now. I like it. 4-1 right now, for 4-5.
Well,
NiP leading.
They've got the op out on Stewie as well. And he likes to be aggressive with it. He likes to make some plays, so we'll see what he's got in store for us. But I believe this is the first AWP we've seen on the defensive side, the first time they've really been able to afford it. And he's got it towards the A-bomb site. Lekro and Twist could be victims.
He's at least a little bit forward, but not the full-on just running into the wall kind of aggression that Liquid were throwing at NiP earlier at that A ramp. And actually, they'll find a kill. Twist taking down a Liege. That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Liege getting caught when you have an AWP that wants to be aggressive there as well. And that's going to thin out the defense a little bit. Nitro still has eyes on mid, but he's got to be far back. He's not necessarily defending that part of the map, just kind of spotting. And this is unique. Liquid with 2 players at this B bomb site, pretty solidly committed. Usually we've seen just Twist anchoring it all by himself.
Might be a surprise to NiP because once you've already got the first kill and you're playing 4 on 5, you're probably not expecting for there to be 2 at B. That seems more likely if it was a 5-man setup for Liquid, but
what allows it is Stewie's angle. He's got
Yeah.
all the information down the ramp, so that's what's allowing them to keep 2 players here, and it's a perfect call. It's the best call you can have at this point. Nitro's probably going to have to keep an eye on mid for a second, but he'll need to hustle over at some point.
Twist moving up to try and help out Naf. That FAMAS, the flank, it's in. The timing is amazing. And Naf with a double. Twist will pick up one as well, and he's looking for the final one, dropping the bomb at the end. That was so well coordinated. They caught them right as they were sort of checking one angle, and then it just all collapses on them.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That crossfire was set up perfectly, and it's a great timing for it. This is brutal. There's no way to really defend it. You can see, I believe that was Knock who was leading the way up that,
Yeah.
which is pretty consistent with what he's been doing this map. But I mean, he was just turning back to Naf after checking to the right, and he was very confused who to aim at.
It's a very, very important round for Liquid. Started it, again, just get any money on the board at all that they can, and tying up the scoreline in the meantime. Ooh, we could see over somehow, or maybe just guess. Regardless, it's a kill on Stewie. Plopsky will go down immediately afterwards, and Twist jumping a little bit. That's a dangerous jump to be making.
I think it's a fight he doesn't want to mess with. An angle with a CT with a Krieg is pretty brutal. Nice shot from Twist. Him and NAF are going to start getting aggressive, and it looks like they might actually boost over. They might be able to clear out mid. Lekro is unsuspecting. He's going to be a free kill. Oh, maybe not as free as I thought, but he does get it in the end.
And now you almost just have to move here. The game is kind of up. They know you're not in the middle anymore. Twist goes down 4 versus 2 at the moment. Nork and Rez. What do you do when you're in this position? They really don't have a lot to work with. They need a quick bomb plant, and they need to fall back and try and see if they could fight it out. Molotov is going to be a bit late to actually stop the plant, and maybe even have gone a little bit further than they were expecting. And they did manage to get a little bit out of that fire zone to begin with, so now it's down to the aim, but Liquid still have a lot of tools, so they could probably bomb them out in some of these corners. Rez moving up a bit closer to the box, and Liquid just getting all of their players in order right now. They're a little bit slower than I was expecting. Rez eventually going down. The flank might be not needed at all as Knock goes down, but actually that took a lot longer than I was getting really worried at the end there for Liquid.
Yeah, they were buying some time for Twist to come into that flank. He had the Molotov as well, so he could have used it for sandbags if they needed at the end, but that did get a little bit dicey. That was a round, though, that NiP went away from what got them in this position, that got them the lead in the first place. That was a round where Liquid was offered up plenty of their own individual duels. Twist had one at that B ramp or the B stairs. There was plenty over at the A bomb site. NAF is able to find that, but if you're NiP, go back to that great use of the Molotovs, of the smokes. Your utility usage has been on point this game. Likely just a round where they just tested the waters and tried something different, but they got pretty beat up.
Bobski might be in a little bit of a dangerous position. That's, again, early aggression out of Liquid. And Twist will find that one. Could have maybe even walked into the crosshairs of NAF in that position, so we often see that one player that just has to play those B stairs alone, and it just never seems to be easy.
Oh, it helps a lot when you have a Creek. He's loving that life right now. And obviously, Twist, one of the most precise aimers we have. His doppelganger on NiP. Twist working up a ramp at the moment. Stewie's just backed away, and it looks like he wants to be pretty aggressive with it.
He's being allowed to walk quite far off this ramp. Twist. Is it going to be a surprise? That's an amazing flick to take down Stewie. He got so far into it, and well, now, what does Nitro do in this position? They're holding it.
He's just holding. He's got a rotation from Elige, but that's taken some eyes off mid. NAF is still watching from CT spawn. Lekro and Knock with the bomb. Oh, excuse me, that's beneath. They're just walking right up to the ramp.
Yeah, they're getting there, so they're all going to be able to hit that bomb site all at the same time. They have 2 smokes and a Molotov and some flashbangs to follow it up, so they could definitely do a lot to make sure that bomb is going to be going down. Smoke, Rez, a little bit of a grenade. He's going to go for the fight, Nitro. He had to, otherwise he was getting sandwiched in. That's some heads-up play. 19 seconds on the clock, and Twist is down as well, and suddenly they're just falling apart here. NiP right at the end of the round. The bomb being attempted. Can he flank out? Nitro trying to guess, but he gets shot from above. Lekro taking him down, and suddenly it's a 2-on-2, but they are low on health, and Twist coming up from behind, once again flanking. Lekro shouldn't have much of a chance, but he still gets the headshot, and now Falling back around the corner. Bit of a smoke. He tries to go for the spray, and Twist will take him down. Man, that is scary. A triple kill for Twist, but that could have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, and these are really hard-fought rounds for Team Liquid. NiP's doing a great job. A near clutch there, and even the opportunity for Lekro to land that shot. Again, a second flank from Twist, though. You're exactly right. Nitro played that so well. Pushing in down that hall, getting that one kill, and realizing, I mean, that just kind of makes the point of attack just one direction. You don't have to worry about that flank, that choke point, which is a beautiful thing for Liquid to have. I think they may have pounced and tried to stop this bomb plant. I don't think necessarily they needed to do it. That's a small criticism, though, but I guess nitpicking is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, but that whole round was down to that, wasn't it? Like tiny little margins. Yeah, that's hard to deal with if you're NiP. Almost could have made that work. 7-5. So Liquid are in the lead, and NiP actually are out of money in spite of getting some bomb plants in some of these rounds. Not able to put together a full buy here. No AWP though for Team Liquid. Not really feeling that at the moment, I guess.
No, I mean they had Stewie had 2 rounds with it, I think.
Yeah.
It didn't really get them a whole lot. It had 1 round where it provided information, and maybe just a weapon they've just decided to go. They're having money issues themselves, so just maybe not ready to invest in it quite yet. This round against Deagles, Remember, Lekro had that fantastic Deagle round early on that set NiP up to reset the economy very early and got them probably 2 or 3 rounds on top of it.
And just playing it very safely, which, again, if you're playing up against these pistols, I mean, we already saw what happened earlier when you were against that one Deagle from Lekro. There's not much of a reason to give them that chance again. Just try and play it safe and let them come to one of the bomb sites.
Yeah, especially with such a utility advantage. Nitro's going to be tested again, and he's going to stand up to the task one more time. 3 kills in the round for him, and Stewie finishes them all off. 8-5, Liquid securing a lead for the first half. 4 in a row as well for the defense.
They've had some rounds. There's that one round where Twist is walking in the A-bomb side to take down Stewie just a couple of rounds ago, and then Nork over at the B-bomb side. I mean, I wonder how many of those NiP can have, where they don't try and set it up as much, but just sort of rely on the aim of some of those players, because that seems to be really, really effective. And can't do it every round, obviously, but throw one in every once in a while.
Ooh, that's a nicely timed nade to slow things down. Still, the Molotov is going to give Rez cover. Wants to fight again, this time not just with the Deagle. Nitro waiting around the other corner, but he can't win that. Rez is down very low, and Stewie's going to try and take advantage of it. Oh, but he just gets a bit slowed down. He comes back, and now he's got to hold on at a whole new angle. Utility out as well.
And he's just waiting back here. Lekro now has to stick around and see if he could maybe spot him out. The Molotov, and Lekro fighting inside of it. Stewie will win that fight easily. So they kind of got onto the bomb site, but they kept having to worry about that flank down at the left, and that just is not going to be a good time. Stewie with a good triple in that round. 9-5.
Yeah, when Liquid's playing that passive kind of setup at the A bomb site, that hallway becomes the priority of the defense, is making sure that's always secured. You could see Stewie stepping up as soon as Nitro went down. They're emphasizing that kind of angle, that control, an easier one-on-one fight to find right there, which plays to their strength, and you can just dish out utility into the sky as well.
5 rounds on the T side of Vertigo. That could be a little bit of an issue. I mean, it's obviously something about a little bit of, I think, an involuntary jump. Popsky still wins the fight against NAF. Both of them shooting over the smoke. A lot of chaos.
Yeah, and look at the opening. Look at this aggression from NiP. They've had this kind of position in mid quite a number of times, and this time there's not enough players on the board for Liquid to boost anyone over to clear this out. I think just by map positioning, Lekro's in such a strong position. He gets that kill in CT spawn. And Liquid this round disheveled. No idea what's going on, and all the map is controlled by NiP.
Stewie with a flank. If Elise can stand tall, and he can. A triple spray down. He almost had the other one, and they don't worry about this flank. Surely they're not looking for this right now. They just want that bomb plant. He almost takes the face right off of Plopsky. Goes for a secondary follow, but it's not enough. Rez will finish the round, and NiP will come out. They could have lost that round. 9-6, but they should have. I mean, they should be very, very glad that it's not 10-5.
Yeah, Elige did everything he could to keep him in that. That triple kill was a thing of beauty. If Stewie gets that first kill, he's able to play that completely different, and it changes. Solid half from both teams as Liquid recovered from an early reset. We're heading to a break, and then we'll have the conclusion of Vertigo.
You deserve that one, Olaf. Yeah. If there's time, we will pick that dart up.
There we go.
Okay. He's making you guys look. This is me.
He's making us look like amateur.
He was sandbagging in practice.
Yeah. Oh, it fell out the target. We'll count it though. We'll count it. That one just fell out the target. It was a 15 though. Yeah. There is camera proof of that. We got 45 seconds. Do you want to? We should reframe this dart because we let Fallen do that.
Okay.
So let me find the dart.
This guy don't need another chance.
I think it's done now. Yeah.
Which one should I go for?
Catch. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah.
You've got 31 seconds left, so...
Which one should I go for?
X, the X one. You hit the X, you win the game.
Go for the... that one there in the middle.
In the middle? Okay.
Yeah. Or maybe a 10-pointer. Might be easier.
Okay.
Easy. Okay, pause the timer.
He was hiding.
Yeah, he was sandbagging the whole time.
That was... Every day. Let's have a little count.
I think I had one here, no?
So this one fell out, but it definitely hit. I'm fairly sure we will have instant replay going now. So that's 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 85 points. And did you hit any barrels?
Yeah, one.
So it was 80.
You hold the chicken now, my man.
I'm confident that was 80, which is very, very impressive. The last player is going to be Rez.
Let's go Sweden.
Stay tuned, and thank you for watching.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Liquid and NiP here, the best of 3, starting off on Vertigo, and it's the second half coming up. And I'm kind of warming up to this NiP team. They're playing a better game than I think they were on day 1. Certainly day 2 is looking better. But they are also playing against Team Liquid, which has such an outrageous amount of firepower. So 9-6, I mean, that's not a devastating scoreline if you're NiP, but it could have been way more, actually. I think they could have had a couple of more rounds here.
I think the most surprising thing about this NiP team is that it's Nock leading the way. We talked about who's going to be the one who steps into For's shoes in terms of his ability to create opportunities and options for your teammates on the map. And I don't think anyone really thought that Nock was going to be the one to do it, but he's 16-11 right now, and he's had just a great weekend overall for his inaugural weekend with the team. 9-6. And on the T side, Liquid, pretty fast-paced towards the A bomb site. There's going to be aggression on both sides, though, and these USPs at this range could come out on top. Here it is, Naps, close enough, but good headshots from Lekro and Rez, and Lekro's going to build. Twist does respond, at least forces them back, but they're a man down.
Yeah, that's very similar to what Liquid were doing on that ramp, just trying to get that fight and use the USP as range, as you said. That's not a bad idea. The smoke goes up behind Rez and almost peeks into certain death there. That could have been very dangerous. A Molotov that I'm guessing Liquid would have loved to have used with everyone still alive, but I mean, 2 is what they have, so they've created a bit of space now. They need a bomb plant before this all goes away, or it's going to get even worse, isn't it? Every single member of NiP on the other side of that smoke, and they're going to fall back just as it fades. Nitro almost getting caught there. That could have been the end of him already. In fact, they're going to be double peeking him, and Twist just shooting away. He's got a few more bullets. He makes it around the corner. That's hard to believe, but he still goes down to Rez, and NiP will save the day. That was close, but winning that pistol, that could make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, what an absolute brawl for this bomb site, and Liquid almost pulls it off. But again, I mean, I like the aggression from NiP, peeking down, getting the information, and not being scared to continue those fights. Lekro has a great pistol on the opening 2 kills down that ramp. The only person who's able to get much done at all is Twist with his Glock. Unfortunately, you mentioned Nitro almost got caught. He did kind of get caught because he wasn't able to get fully away and into safety. He was stuck along that wall.
I mean, if they could have both got back around that corner.
Then one stays at the corner and the other one goes around to the ramp, and that crossfire is tough to deal with the USPs.
Yeah, close one, though, on for both teams in some sense. NiP buying into the round with only the 1 SMG there on Nork, so really not wanting to take it. They could probably guess that Liquid were going to go a bit aggressive in this one with the bomb plant and with the amount of kills they got. It does help. Well, it's slightly improved for NiP in the odds department, so not a lot, but
I mean, it's getting better, and it's reflecting how close this map actually is. 9-7, just 2 rounds separating the teams. And NiP actually looking pretty darn good today so far. Elige going to lead the way with the Kriegs. This is the next challenge. Having these Kriegs peeking up into the bomb site and just going for duels. And you could see NiP, I mean, they don't have a whole lot of utility. Want to hold on to it as much as possible. Nock has a full set still at this bomb site.
Finally, maybe seeing someone. Stewie just having a presence there. I mean, the Molotov and the Scout, but not a lot.
Rez and Lekro are getting aggressive, though.
Yeah.
They're pushing to try and find some kind of information, so they'll have a very fast flank. 4 players to the B bomb site. It's Plopsky, and he doesn't have to do anything. He can actually just back away. With this flank coming in, as long as he survives in this hit, he can be a very effective piece to keep their attention gathered, but Twist picks him off.
That's a strong kill, and see if that Frank is actually going to be doing much of anything. Lekro coming into it here with the M4. Rez gets a kill, but he doesn't look all the way, and that might be a little bit of trouble. He does get one more in the end, and Rez, no, he can't complete it. This is a huge issue now. A 1 versus 2 with the bomb already down, and Nock sneaking in, revealing his position here with the FAMAS, and Nitro could just be baiting him out. He doesn't actually fight him, just buy time, and let him try and see if he could find you around that. Finally goes for it, and Nitro will get the headshot. But even just a time bought for Nitro, there is some heads-up play.
Everything in that round from Liquid. I mean, when they're attacking that bomb site and you have the flank coming in, you have someone boosted up and you just killed someone in the site, that's a pretty hectic time for the communication and figuring out exactly where everyone is. And Liquid has to juggle the aggression because there's players on low HP. They do it perfectly to eliminate both players on the flank.
I think you're absolutely on point, though, when if Plopsky hadn't got taken down through that smoke, then the flank that was coming in would have been so much better. And
even when Plopsky goes down, I thought they were in trouble, but that one player in middle, actually, I thought he was going to be able to seal it. I think he was going to be able to stay alive for the flank to be even more powerful, but he just went down too quick as well. Good shooting from Liquid.
A couple of upgraded pistols, Liquid, all as one group. But like a Twist and Plopsky, they're already checking out that B ramp. I don't know if they're going to try and flank quickly or fall back to reinforce the A-bomb side, but regardless, yeah, this is just something that we haven't seen so much out of NiP. They have pistols, so usually it's a bit easier to be a bit more loose and just do what you want, but I hope that's something they can incorporate into their style every once in a while, so it's not all so regimented and locked in.
Yeah.
Not so Swedish. I think that's the...
That's what you're going to go with? That's the point we're trying to make.
I really like the Swedish, but just in Counter-Strike, sometimes they should need like 10% less, you know?
Well, utility being put up. All vision denied to the CT side. Nitro and Stewie going to be the only 2 players pushing forward to get this bomb planted, tapping to see if there's a response, any kind of Molotov, any kind of nade. And Stewie's down very low, but Twist has got his back.
But there was time for a second or third attempt at a bomb plant, but you don't want to get into that weird lottery where you just keep trying and it goes wrong. Twist and Nock picking up some kills, and suddenly a little bit of pressure on Liquid here. They've proven themselves already. NiP is being very good with the Deagles, so can't underestimate them.
Yeah, they have been this whole weekend. This is a big find. If Plops can get away with this Krieg, I think they're trying to stick around to see if they can take him, and he's got one more kill, but he's still fighting, and he's close to the bomb blast as well, and he does go down. Doesn't evacuate with the Krieg, trying to keep Liquid as close to the explosion as possible. 4-round lead now for Liquid on the offensive side.
11-7. That's again, it's not really much of a gap, but it's one of those score lines right here where if NiP never build an economy in the second half, you might never be able to actually make up that round difference.
Yeah, that's a good point. They need to establish that, and they need to get that money coming in beneath their feet so they can actually invest in some different ideas. Twist is watching for the push, and he knows there's more coming. Couple dinks, a couple little chipping away with the USP, and they finally take him down. And only knock, oh, the knife, and he's got it. A lot of money in the bank for him. We just talked about the economy, and don't discount that extra 1,500.
Oh, 12-7, but knifing someone's always a good idea, isn't it? Most of the time, anyway.
Gets the crowd engaged, as we can all see. Shout out to the NiP fans.
Yeah, they're doing a fine job. Good replay, isn't it? But we've talked about in the past, you know, are there some players where you should be like, let's not knife that guy?
Well,
Stewie,
I mean, ironically,
Simple.
yesterday when Stewie called Simple out in the pregame of that match, I was rewatching that clip this morning, and I was like, Why was he thinking calling out Coldzera? Of everyone on that team,
Yeah.
Coldzera is the one who just absorbs it and becomes some kind of a Counter-Strike freak.
He's just takes it really personally. It's like, you know what? Everything is on the line.
Go for Olaf. He's jovial. He'll laugh it off.
Yeah.
Rain.
It's true. Picked anyone but him.
Anyone but Coldzera.
20th round, ladies and gentlemen. NiP with some rifles here on the CT side. Lacking in some of the grenades, and probably would have loved to have had a couple of defuse kits in the mix, but you take what you can at this point in time. Nitro and Elige moving up to lead the charge here at the A ramp. Decent grenades and flashbangs, making it really annoying for Liquid.
Ooh, spam coming through as well. A little bit of chip damage onto Elige and Nitro. Pretty decent job so far from NiP. Actually, Liquid even looks like they want to back away. That's probably more resistance than they wanted to deal with, and they don't like what they saw. So leaving Nitro in position close to sandbags, but everyone else slowly backing to the other side of the map.
Polopsky holding a little bit of a forward position over on this side. I mean, you could at least see if they're coming. He does have a smoke if anything happens.
Nav's being very passive at the top of the ladder, and I think the idea is if these three players get a pick at the B bomb site, if they take down Polopsky, that's when he can move into position, because Twist is going to have to rotate to the B bomb site, and that leaves a couple seconds where Nav can actually control mid in a more powerful position.
I think Polopsky almost saw that, but not quite. Now, with enough warning, he can get that smoke down and start to fall back, and it's a different game for him, but he's still thinking about it. 30 seconds on the clock, and he's actually moved out of that position a little bit. He's got some backup now, and Twist coming in right behind him. 20 seconds on the clock, and looks like they're actually making their way back with the bomb. This is a wild situation. Nitro goes down, and now Stewie.
They got to run back. That
50
doesn't go.
seconds.
They're done. The round's over, I think. Yeah, they have to just save. Nothing they did work.
Wow.
They were trying to do some trickery, trying to pull the defense back and forth between both of the bomb sites and get them out of position everywhere, and none of it worked. NiP just held their positions. And that's, I mean, when you try and do some trickery and it fails that badly, it looks very ugly.
Yeah, like changing their minds too many times.
Yeah.
I mean, that can happen. But certainly got to be maybe an odd experience for them as well.
It's not normally the Liquid we see, right? Normally they are, you know, a little bit more decisive. And I mean, just not having any action. No one was taking those fights.
Well,
neither of the players at, you know, Nitro, and I can't remember, I think maybe Twist at the A bomb site, but here we go. This one looks like they want to go back to just how they started the previous round. And again, Elige and Nitro are the ones that take a whole boatload of damage. It's not just ship damage this time. It is half their HP on Elige, 3/4 of it on Nitro.
That makes it rough when you get into, if you get to some of those after-plant scenarios where you're just trying to hold the bomb as they're trying to smoke it off and defuse it. Definitely don't want to be left with 20 HP in that scenario. Resin Licro just doubling up. They're expecting, and this is a fight. I mean, Nitro is holding that corner where they're actually doubled up. He was just doing it alone. But I could see if you're coming in from the T side and you just, you know, you want to swing for a fight, you're not ready for that.
Nox going to get his vision blocked. This is slow paced from Liquid. 55 seconds still left in the round. Plenty of time. Another Molotov, more delay tactics, and the spam is just a little bit late. 3 players on the defense. 3 smokes that Liquid can use to re-block this. They tried to bait out some counter utility. As you can see, Nock held on to all of it.
Rez now throwing another Molotov. That first one on top, that's Liquid's to try and force him back. So that's 3 Molotovs in this area. That's buying time right now for NiP. Rez will be taking down one. Oh, he can't get the follow-up. Twist will flank around. That actually opens up the bomb side a fair bit. Everyone from NiP about to come in. There's not going to be any flank or anything. They're all going to be on the other side of that smoke wall. 15 seconds on the clock, and they're going to go straight for the bomb plant. Sprays coming through. The Molotov is spreading, and they will get a double, but the bomb is down. So now Elige and Stewie, can they realistically hold on to this?
There's no Molotov for Stewie's position. Oh, he's got to get aggressive. That smoke is brutal. He is going to have to do something absolutely crazy.
Is he just looking at the bomb? Did he just scope the bomb at the last second and is just holding his angle? That might be it. That one doesn't connect, and they're not defusing yet. It's just been tapped a single time now. Polopsky's on it, and Stewie, I think, he's lost all of his markings. He has no idea where he's shooting, and he's going to definitely go down. Lecro, I think a beautiful triple for him in this round. That was really well done.
Just the counter utility again from NiP. They've been so good with their nades on this map, and now happening on both sides of it, offense and defense. Those two smokes are critical. A perfect wall set up for that defuse.
That was really well done. It looked to me like he just saw the bomb just as the second smoke popped. And he was like, I'm just gonna remove this angle.
Yeah. Well, he had it lined up, and then you could see him just flick a little bit to the left to try and get the gauge of the diffuser distance. 12-9, 3-round lead for Team Liquid, but they've lost 2 in a row, and pretty convincingly. Previous round, NiP survived with all 5 players, and just now they survived with 4, so money flowing in towards NiP in those wins.
Nork and Rez and also Lekro doing a decent job. Remember Rez had that one game yesterday. Was that on Train? I can't remember. He had one game where he was...
The 2 kills, I think he ended with like 2 frags.
Just an awful map for him, and you're not usually what we're expecting. So it's good to see him here on day 3, stepping it up.
You can't expect a player like Rez to have those games, you know, twice in a row.
Clearing out middle now.
And I mean, this is like a testament to the NiP defense. No one from Liquid even testing towards that A ramp. The previous 2 rounds, they've taken so much damage from the nades, the spam, the utility.
They really have been dunked on, haven't they, over there?
Yeah, and that's happened so frequently, they just don't want to mess with it at this point. And obviously also not even really having, you know, the weaponry or the armor to deal with that kind of aggression.
I think they were just hoping that they could find someone in middle. I mean, we were really hoping that Molotov behind the sandbags in the middle would have, you know, forced someone out into a fight. But NiP are in such safe positions at the moment. They're not going to find any sort of random person just hovering around. Doesn't rule out the odd instant deagle headshot, but right now NiP are playing this so safely.
It makes it so much harder. Yeah, Lekro, Twist, and Plopsky about as far back as you can get. Straight line across the top of the map. So it's all onto the deagles. But then even after this, I mean, NiP's starting to get some momentum, and they're starting to get very comfortable. And now, I mean, it gets hard for Team Liquid. They're going to have to win a couple in a row to burn through the economy.
Run boost through the smoke. I like it with the deagle. You know what? That's amazing action. Thanks, Liquid. I appreciate that. Love to see it from NiP's point of view. Like a replay from that, it should be cool. But
that and the late run boosts around the map as well.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of late round creativity in lost situations.
They knew, you know what, we're not going to win this round, but the audience still deserves, you know...
They deserve a good show.
It's like, what on earth is going on?
Yeah, Plopsky just skeet shooting.
He is, isn't he?
All right, Twist and Nitro towards B, Elige and Stewie towards A.
It's getting really uncomfortable for Liquid right now, isn't it? They're in that position where every other round seems to be a save. Now there's a double AWP on NiP. What do you do? That A ramp has been dreadful, as you were pointing out, just constantly getting grenaded.
They haven't even really, they haven't been able to do a whole lot at the B bomb site. They haven't even really kind of challenged it too much. It's mostly been towards A, so see what they have in store here. Stewie kind of creeping along the wall, going to get towards sandbags.
But that last round, they just had deagles, and they got mid-control. If they have rifles and grenades, then getting mid-control should be, like, that's a win immediately. Not necessarily winning the round, but you can do so much from there. If I look at that's what I'm trying to do in a round like this.
Yeah, I think what's probably not striking them at the moment is that, I mean, a round where they have just deagles, even you mentioned it, the defense is just playing so far back.
Yeah.
It's not going to be that easy. You can see now Twist is way closer up, and he's got an AWP zoned in from afar on mid. So it's on this hit right here. His position, they are leaning heavily to the A bomb site. So Plopsky is going to be on his own on an island for a little bit. Now the rotation's coming in. Utility being used and Liquid not picking up the pace. So Plopsky's got a teammate here, but again, it's an AWP. And the smoke pretty much neutralizes him entirely. Good trade from Rez, and that allows Twist to sneak into position.
When he hides right at the edge of the smoke, they couldn't actually see him with that AWP. Rez picking up one more shot there, but it's a 2-on-2 with the bomb down already. They do have a Molotov to burn out someone. Let's see if they can find it on NAF. He's going to force him back a bit. Not quite into the crosshairs. The grenade on the follow-up, though. Oh, it leaves on 1 health left. He actually just barely lives, and that could easily be enough here. Nork will go down. That was NAF with a party headshot on the 1 health, and now Rez drops a Twist. Oh, man, that is an unbelievably close round.
Yeah, I mean, the nade, that 1 HP, and he gets a kill after the fact as well. How critical. He just inches back around the boxes. Dodging the Molotov. But that one kill he gets on the HP, that is critical. Nock just steps right into it. A nice attempt on the defense for NiP, but Liquid up to 13 now. Just 3 rounds away from taking this first map from taking away NiP's pick. That was a pretty important clutch in the context of this game, and none of those players reacted at all, as if anyone was happy.
Yeah, but that almost sort of suggests a little bit, doesn't it, that Liquid are actually feeling a little bit of the pressure. Sort of, oh, you know, this is actually harder than we were expecting.
22 kills for Twist.
Yeah, he's doing a remarkable job. 13-10 overall. Liquid win the round. They can buy into this round. They end up with a Galil on Nitro, and actually Galil on NAF. So NiP might be quite happy about this.
I mean, definitely, when you look back on this game, NiP's won the economy game through and through. Liquid has really, really struggled with it. Elysian Stewie again, aggressive towards the A bomb site, and they've jumped up. Rez hears the footsteps and backs away. Didn't want anything to do with the fight at that point. And then Liquid, with that victory, have forced NiP to play a bit more of a standard defense. 2 in mid. Lekro's going to back away from it now because Twist has the angle with an AWP.
No grenades raining down on Liquid, so they're probably just happy about that scenario at the moment. And setting up the standard sort of smokes to see if they can get to the next stage of this. Knock on that AWP, definitely want to be blocking him off. The one thing is no one is actually holding the rest of the map for Liquid, so if they stay here for too long, they might start to get a little bit paranoid about whether or not they're being flanked or someone has found out what they're doing. Can't be here forever. Nork with a jump to try and spot over, and a little bit of damage coming through. But Liquid have made their way onto the bomb site, and Lekro is going to be going down. That was Stewie with the kill, and Nork can't do anything to stop that bomb plant. Nitro will go down, but after the fact, he served his purpose in this round. And now it's a 4-on-4 and a very, very difficult retake, I believe, coming in. There are no more grenades left for Liquid. That's the one thing, but NiP still.
I think if NiP shows us what they've had basically this whole half, they have so many nades to use. I think they could just clean sweep this retake, but a great shot from Stewie's going to slow that down.
Yeah, he takes down Plopsky. He's hiding on the outside of the bomb site. He can't actually get that kill. Maybe he could have. It looked like it was about to be lined up, but that bomb not being defused. They've come off it again, and Rez will go down. Now it's a 2-on-2, and they are running out of time. Those smokes are going to fade. Twist and Elige able to pick up the round, 14-10. That is, again, another close round.
And again, that closeness, the ability to win that round provided by NiP's nades, which I am very impressed by. Liquid just spamming players down through that wall of smokes that was set up. NAF jumping through to confirm that the bomb was not being defused earlier as well. That is a heroic play, even surviving for 1 kill. He did a great job there.
I mean, there's a world in which this ends 16-10, and people looking at the scoreline will say, oh, yeah, okay, they beat them within a 6-round difference. But some of these last rounds that have put us in this position,
yeah,
they've been really, really, really thin for either side. So now we're down to FaMasters and MP9, and the money come back to haunt NiP once again. Nitro, what is he going to end up having? There we go. All AKs. All across the board. A lot more grenades, though, for Liquid. Still quite happy to try and take this ramp.
Feeling much more comfortable in it these past few rounds. Not taking that same amount of damage either. Actually have some health to play with. Good spam from Stewie. The nade forces Knock right back into it. And now Elige is going to feel much better about being aggressive. Flash into the sky, spotted the shoulder. Ooh, that should be one. It's normally one, and he's got it. And information starting to gather. I think Elige spotted the second one, and Stewie saw the bullets from Twist. So they know 2 players here at the bomb site.
Yeah, they have so much to work with. And NiP may be getting a bit desperate, trying to force the issue. Rez going to be going down. This is a very powerful round from him.
I think if you combine the previous 2 rounds as well, Liquid's had like 5 kills through smoke, maybe 6. Smoke or spam, whatever it might be, Liquid is punishing those angles through that really thin wall at the A bomb site. 15-10, another timeout being called. NiP has one last chance, and how fitting. They have no money to play it with.
So it's a sad truth, isn't it? I like the idea of Stewie throwing that grenade into the wall, because when you hear that grenade, you do have a tendency to back up, and then you're backing out of the cover of that box that's there.
Yeah.
And you get tagged by the grenade, you also get slowed, and then you can't even escape the spamness or not as quickly anyway. So it's a nice little combo. 15-10.
2 Deagles, 2 SMGs on the board coming out of this timeout. Rez is going to get a Deagle as well. So not the prettiest of buys.
Just get Lekro out there. Just roll him out like...
He's got the mini-op, doesn't he?
He does. He's been pretty good.
Well, here we go. NiP fighting for their life on this map 1 on their pick.
Yeah, that's not what you want to hear, is it? I mean, again, especially because it's really been close and they were really making an amazing comeback, but Liquid just won some amazing clutches. And then they finally broke the NiP economy, and I think that just might be the story of how this ends for NiP, unless they come up with something very cool here. It's a nice dink, but with the MP9, it is not enough to bring down Nef. He'll win the fight regardless, and Rez, that's a lot of damage, though. Oh, and Lekro on the follow-up. They sneak in a kill in return.
Yeah, he got aggressive. That shot forced Stewie just out into the open, just enough for Lekro to pick him off. Tough part is, with these weapons, so hard to get back in a position, so hard to delay. And Plopsky has to be committed to this B bomb site, but again, his defense is spread out across the map away from him. So a one-man effort for the moment, and now he sees the utility. He's surely going to be calling it out to his team.
That's too right. MP9 on the other side and instantly down. That is not a fair fight. Obviously not standing much of a chance. Nork is going to get dropped as a follow-up, and I don't think there's anything left they could do at this point here. They have an AK on Lekro, but he's just now in middle. And the bomb is going to be going down. If Liquid don't fight this aggressively and just sort of play for time and use that one smoke they have, what can NiP do to actually find all of them and defuse the bomb? A little bit of a flash attempted. Lekro, that's not a bad kill on Naf at least, but this has to be quicker. Now the AK is gone. Rez is low on health, hiding behind, and Team Liquid definitely put to the test here by this NiP lineup, but it's a test they passed at least on Vertigo. 16-10. And that's going to be map number 1 for it. Really, really some good focus at the end for Liquid.
Yeah, I like that. I like that map a lot. I liked a lot what we saw out of NiP. I understand why they picked the map as well, and just Liquid being able to outlast. And that was nice to see as well, because Twist for Team Liquid, I think he ended with 25 kills, leading the way. He was a monster on this map, and he had some quiet stages to end last year. So it's good to see him starting 2020 out in a good place.
Yeah, you'd love to see it. Yeah, just a good performance overall. I mean, I think a rough game this time for Plopsky, right? Because he was holding B alone, and all he had to do was like rotate A to try and save it, or get wrecked alone on B. So yeah, not a fun place to be. But
he got exposed a lot.
He did, didn't he? We'll be back after the break with the second map. Stay tuned.
Presented by Betway and hosted by me, Rob 4 from Betway. The aim of the game is simple. Each player is going to have 10 darts to throw at different point-scoring chicken targets. The big chickens are worth 5 points, the medium chickens are worth 10 points, and the small chickens are worth 15 points. If you hit the barrels, you lose 5 points. Rez, you're known for your aim in game, your quite snappy aim. So are you going to be flicking all over the place, or are you going to be, just going for one target like?
No, I'm going to flick on all of them,
Flick on all of them. I like it. That's so you actually have 80 to beat, which is from Olaf, but 80 is a hard score to beat.
Yeah, don't get your hopes up.
I'm not. Okay,
all right. Thank you, Rob. Thank you.
I'll put some time on the stopwatch. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, close. Close. Close again.
Avoiding that one as well.
Okay. Close again.
Avoiding that
Had
one.
the wrong sense,
These are
man.
like some sort of matrix chickens.
There we go.
Oh,
Yeah.
right in the leg. I'm expecting some headshots here. Do you know your headshot percentage on HLTV?
Tell me.
No, I don't know. It's probably going to be like 49%.
Frick.
So you've got a 15.
I think, yeah, that's the one I think. I'm going to go over there.
Any chance to win or get close, you've got to go for 15.
Oh,
what's the official rule? What are the official rules? Does anybody know? Okay, hold on a sec. That was unlucky.
I'm gonna throw
that was
that
unlucky.
one,
Go on. We'll let you do it. We did it with Olaf and we did it with Fallen.
Yeah, it's okay. That's fair.
So we'll give it to you. I want to be nice. That was worth it. That was another 10 points. So
nice.
I don't think you won, but we should count them.
Yeah, we should count them. Yeah.
There's no harm in counting them.
No.
There's nothing over this side.
Nothing over there.
You got this one that was 10, and then there was one that fell out of it, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So that would be 20.
I think there was one on this one as well.
Was there? No. That was sneaky. That's sneaky.
All right. Okay.
So there's 2 in here, which is 20,
20,
30, 45 then, and then 1 in here, which makes it 55 points. So that concludes the Aim Chicken Challenge presented by Betway. We have our winner. It is Olaf with a total of 80 points. Thank you. Congratulations.
Legendary performance.
Legendary. And second place,
Once again.
65 points. And then, not doing too badly, third place,
all right, yeah.
55 points. And then, unfortunately, Elige,
The roughest.
the roughest. You ended up on 30, right?
Yeah.
30. But again, congratulations, Olaf. Your prize is the Betway Esports Office Chicken. So you get to take that back to Sweden with you. Enjoy it, look after him.
I will.
Appreciate that. I want videos every single day.
Yeah, no
Feeding
problem.
him, looking after him, sleeping next
I will
to you.
take a bath and everything with you. No worries.
Perfect, thank you very much. Thanks for watching.
Alright, I'm gonna kill Rez.
Okay.
Sometimes you just got to roll with the punches. You say that you're going to kill Rez. Rez kills you. It's just the way that life breaks.
They killed him 18 times. So that's pretty good.
It's all right.
And they won the map. So, yeah, look, no, but Rez...
Elige is supremely unconcerned.
If we start with Rez, he actually played a lot better today than what he did previously, so that was a good sign there. But all in all, this is kind of how we expected the game to go down, right? Liquid getting pushed a little bit, having to work for certain rounds. There was a good performance out of Twist here, winning a bunch of clutches right there. So... all in all, I guess this is exactly what we said was going to happen.
The funny thing is, even though Team Liquid, listen, it is true actually, in the last, I'd say the second to third last tournaments of last year, they did bizarrely start flexing into Vertigo, particularly because they thought it was going to be their way to beat Astralis. Actually didn't turn out to be true. They are not really a team who's generally ever embraced Vertigo. It's at the bottom of the map pool. It's one of the least practiced for them. But if you look at some of their players in particular, some of them know all the sprays in the lineups. Like, they're actually very good when they're at the dueling point, when they're on A, both on CT side and on T side. We saw quite a few good wall bangs, etc. Their reads aren't even terrible. I don't feel like the rotation game's particularly there still. That's one thing I think they always lacked. So you can see, if this is one of the worst maps for Team Liquid, you can see they are still a high-powered squad. Like, this is not the squad that got wrecked by FaZe yesterday.
We have seen some moments, though, with these guys across like all of their games where this mid-round coordination, when they lose a bomb site, they lose territory, they're actually playing off of each other very, very well. We've got this right here. NiP in this game brought us some different things, some different...
This was spicy.
It
didn't really do much, but...
Yeah,
you know.
if it went through and they got the kill from that, that's great. And this is kind of what we thought the Ninjas were going to be able to offer, a different take. We also have these retake smokes that they were using on their CT side. They used this a couple of times. This was one time when they were successful. So here you can see the two smokes over towards the ramp. There's also a smoke over towards that lane position. And now you can see them all moving in through. And this is such a difficult... It's obviously a 2-on-4, but we have this play out later in the piece as well. And this is forcing Liquid to do adaptations within the mid-round. So these are some good takes from NiP. These are some good looks. And this is the confidence and stuff that we know that, you know, Threat hopefully has been working on the guys with. And that's what we expect him to bring across the line. So it's a good sign. But at this point, it's still a bit early for NiP.
In these days, I mean, it feels like this would be something that is always possible. But is it still still a strong move to put a lot of emphasis on fundamental CS like that? Retake smokes, retake flashes, get your nades down, or is it just better to go, hey, chaos reigns and get 2 guys in there and frag?
The problem is with their squad, there's a lot of inexperience there, and there's not really like any coherent like synergy that goes back years and years and years with the 5 players they've got on NiP. So if you can lay down, especially if you've got an edge, like you've got a boost no one's got, you've got some smokes no one's got, that can make up for just trying to play the default spot and play off team play and skill.
Yeah, those gimmicks, right? If people haven't seen them before, they have to be able to adjust mid-game. And if they can't adjust mid-game, then you can keep reusing that and get round after round. It's a good starting point, and it's how you want to be if you're an underdog team. You come in with a couple of gimmicks, and then you hope that you've got enough rounds that you've cheated through in certain situations that now your individuals can step up and get you a multi-frag here or win you a clutch there to get you across the line. You need that stuff when you are starting as a team, but exactly like Duncan's saying here, it becomes the depth of the chemistry of the individuals, their fundamentals in the mid-rounds and how they play off each other, which has to come with time.
So we do have a quick word here from Twist. Post-match interview, thanks to James.
Liquid had taken the first map, and it was NiP's pick of Vertigo. And I've got the actually good twists here. It was worked out in your favor.
I mean, yeah, it's my identity on the line. I got to perform here.
So if you don't win this series, do you have to give up the nickname?
It kind of feels like that, yeah.
I maybe created something a bit bad here then overall. But no, let's get on to this, because this was a closer game maybe than what was overall expected, because I think with you guys, yes, the MIBR game was one that was very close, but we know what you can deliver on Vertigo time and time again, and this definitely looked more like Liquid. But is the playstyle very different between NiP and MIBR?
Yeah, MIBR was taking mid control a lot and like abusing it, and NiP was just playing the normal Vertigo game, trying to find picks at B with Krieg, trying to find picks at A with Kriegs. I think the one good takeaway was their retake smokes on A. It was cool, innovative, but I think they're finding a lot of flaws now with it.
Okay. I was going to ask you about that, but you already covered it. So you're straight on it all, Rush. You're giving me everything I want here. So let's go on to the map pick of yours, which is going into Mirage coming next. You guys definitely playing back to that confident style. So what went on yesterday between like what you guys were talking about and how you plan to fix it in today?
I think yesterday was a big off day. Vibes were pretty low. Not a lot of positivity going around, a lot of quiet. Everyone was making bad decisions, and that's not like us. And I mean, I truthfully think that was an off day team-wise.
It's not one of them fluff answers that I normally get, right? I believe you on this one, Russ. Now, is you going to go and take this for a 2-0 just so that you can make sure that FaZe are watching and getting scared for their lives in this next game?
Yeah, make sure FaZe don't get more warm-up time, Just plow NiP quickly and get the confidence. Yeah, and plow them.
I love to see it. Thank you very much, Russ.
Well, there we go. That's a way to approach it at the end of the interview.
Didn't know he was so familiar with farming techniques.
Just going on, making rows.
Just plowing them, yeah.
Yeah, plowing them.
It's going to force us to feel for a little bit.
Plant
if
his
they do
seed,
that, so.
maybe something can flourish from that. New crop.
Wins. All right, I don't even know where to go.
Whatever. Mirage, maybe?
Yeah, Mirage is coming up next. That's the second map of the series. I mean, okay, so we all essentially predicted Liquid for this first map.
Yeah.
It's all going according to plan there for Liquid, at least. They're looking way more confident against a team like NiP than they did against FaZe. Do we see any kind of turnaround here for NiP on Mirage?
Let me spit some facts. So one of the interesting things about Mirage is when Team Liquid was at their best, it was a map they were never picking, actually. Other people would pick it, or it'd be the decider. And because they used to win every single series and very rarely lose maps, they would just win a whole bunch of them. And they themselves didn't notice because they had these great win rates on Dust 2 and Overpass. They didn't even notice themselves for a while. They'd accumulated not just like good stats on the map. At one point, they had a 15-map win streak on it. So if you look at the stats now, on this map, the map they never in the past flexed into, they are unironically one of the best Mirage teams ever. They've won 25 out of 31 LAN games on this map with this lineup. So I can see now why when some of the other maps have gone away from them, the Dust 2s of the world, Overpass obviously is like a distant memory at this point in time. Why not start playing some Mirage? It fits the Poggy style. It fits just a little bit more of, if you have the right people on the right CT sides, you just hold them.
Yeah, look, for me, it's just the fact here that they're so flexible. So I think it's going to be a Liquid win.
Think it's going to be Liquid here? Duncan, do you
I'm
agree?
taking Liquid, big time.
Seems like you made it. So now, well, let's go ahead and check out, actually, a surprise. I'm being told we have a surprise for you guys that'll be coming up in the weeks to come here in Blast. Let's take a look at that now.
Guess I'll have to get to London.
did one where we take all the players. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second map going to be coming up here between NiP and Team Liquid. First map went to Liquid. That was on Vertigo. Now we're going to be on Mirage. And I feel like this is unfair. You know, they went in like 4-1 or something. Now 7-1. They played a really good game on Vertigo.
Life's not fair. We'll see what they have here on Mirage. I mean, it'll be another big test. I will say the nice thing about NiP is I think they've gone from the first day not being very interesting at all to now you're interested. Now you're looking around. You're saying, okay, this is the NiP that's actually showing what they can do, showing some very cool things. And I mean, I'm excited to see them be another threat to Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? If they can actually, continue to mount some resistance here. Definitely a very different map, Mirage. You see the shields are up, and that means we're going to be going into the game very, very soon. Liquid and NiP. Vertigo could be a very confusing map for a number of different reasons. This one, with the firepower, with Twist playing well on NiP, Rez also playing really well. You had Nox just continuously playing well, it seems.
Nox doing very good.
Could be fun.
Could be fun. Here we go, live into the pistol round. Twist on Liquid has utility. Smoke flash, a smoke Molotov on Nitro as well. Bomb is going to stick towards the A side of the map with 3 players probably pushing down mid, maybe up Catwalk, finding a way to aggress towards Catwalk before switching to Connector. Nitro, they're going to turn the corner though. It's aggression from NiP as well, but it doesn't pan out. They don't get the kills quick enough, and instead 2 return for Team Liquid.
Oh man, it looked like they got confused by that smoke. They were sort of weirdly caught by it, and now getting caught once again. NiP losing 3 early on with no response whatsoever. They've been smoked out and they've lost the bomb site. That's Liquid off to a very fine start here on Mirage. Not, of course, what you want to see if you're on the NiP side here. Plopsky sneaking in with the USP, but that's already being covered. They know what's coming, and that crossfire, I don't think it's even possible to make it through. That's a flawless round.
There was like a 3-man stack out towards middle and connector at jungle and on catwalk as well. There was no chance NiP getting back into that round. That's pretty brutal. It looked like they were going to turn the corner just at the right moment when Nitro looked away, but timing not with them.
Well, I think Nitro threw that smoke that sort of banks off the that corner, and it goes towards the catwalk or the B-bomb side. And I don't know why, it looked like that it just threw them off. They weren't sure if they wanted to fall back or wanted to go for it, and yeah, they went somewhere half in between.
Possibly just hesitating. 2 scouts, 3 deagles for NiP, looking to chip away at a distance to some of these Liquid players. And a pretty standard setup as well. Rez in middle alone, Twist and Lekro at the B-bomb site, Plopsky and Nock to defend A.
With the scouts and with the deagles, could be dangerous. Already some damage being output here on the Stewie. He's down to 60, and also Nitro taking a little bit. So, yeah, that's a good start. If you're NiP right now, you just wanna find another couple of shots like that, and suddenly this round changes a lot. Rez could have had a chance there. He's gonna get hunted down, and Leash will be just fine. Definitely an opportunity, though.
He had a couple as well. He had that shot on Stewie earlier that had to have been annoying. Combined with the nade damage, Stewie is kind of out of this fight. He can't really be the aggressor, but he's got good positioning in connector. And Liquid happy. Just under a minute left in the round of waiting out these smokes for the moment, as Elijah's going to start clearing things just beneath him as a player.
They have one Molotov, but if it goes towards Nork, he's pretty much out of commission immediately. Yep, there we go. Just fired up. I can't believe he's still alive. It's surely going to spread. It's not needed, apparently.
No, it's not needed.
Just will say, you know what, that's cruel. Just did not. Why let the fire do it? Bullets will do just fine.
That's a good find from Twist. He's just picked up an AK-47. Now, I mean, Liquid have a decision of how much do they actually want to go hunt down this weapon and risk more, but that's a nice piece to have for the next round. That might actually influence Twist to maybe just buy light armor and just see what you can do with it. So being able to bring a smaller element of danger into the next round, but Twist at least is searching for him, and the aim punch. Twist had a chance.
We need that Spider-Man meme, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, who knows? No AK being saved. They found him. Found each other. Maybe it's like that one film. Did you see that one movie called The One? Where every time he kills a copy of himself in an alternate universe, he gets stronger?
I have not seen that.
You need to see that film. It's great.
You've watched a lot of weird movies over the years, haven't you?
Yeah, but let's not talk about that on the broadcast. Third round. And this time it's way less exciting. There is a deagle on Lekro. I'm glad it's on Lekro. I like it when Lekro uses the deagle.
You really can't fault him for just buying it. Unfortunately, this time it goes the other direction. Not even really a chance. And just that one kill kind of gives Liquid complete control of the map. They don't realize it just yet. There's no one defending A. There's no one in middle. This is just a gamble for NiP towards the B bomb site.
Maybe we can catch people up on what the big problem that we at least were identifying when NiP were playing this map last against FaZe. That they weren't really ever fighting for middle. They just said, FaZe, you can just have this.
That's right.
You can push into the window anytime you want. You could be a connector at A, and you could just run under the A bomb site with no delay at all.
Yeah, they didn't really challenge a whole lot of the smokes. They didn't really push out too much. I think the one round they did get aggressive in middle was the 15th round of the half. It was the very last one. But that was also, I mean, as we mentioned a couple times, that's kind of the different NiP that we saw that we're not getting today, at least on Vertigo.
Yeah, and I hope we're not. I hope it's going to be just some sort of a change. It's fair enough that they haven't done it yet. It's pretty early on. But I would love to see them try and challenge Liquid just a bit. And just set up for, some pressure. Maybe if you can get some kills or just, keep them close to the blast radius even. Sometimes you can get some people to go up with the bomb and that'll cost them a little bit. Doesn't look like that's going to be really happening this time. Elysian Twist are going to be miles away by the time that happens. Nock, though, making a run for it. He's really sped up behind this with that CC, running around the corner. He's going to get one at least. It could have been a follow-up. All right.
I like that. Yeah, he could have. You're exactly right. He could have had two. That was an easy cleanup. Almost transfers over. That would have been spectacular. 3-0 for Liquid going into the first gun round. And we've already got an AWP in the hands of Stewie, and he's got the closest spawn for Liquid towards mid. Timeout is called.
3-0. Given how close of a game it actually was on Vertigo, getting this kind of a start of your Liquid, that could easily at the end of the game be the thing that makes the really big difference. Twist still playing well, 7-1. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of opposition yet in terms of rifles.
No, but as you
if
mentioned,
he's having a good day, that's bad news.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it's still very early in the game, but that's a nice start for him, continuing his tear from Vertigo. I think he led the server at the end of that map. We'll see what he's got for us on Mirage when we get back into this. I'm interested to see what the AWP is going to be doing. That's going to be that's coming out very early in this half for Team Liquid, and the players are all readied up. It was a tech pause, and we're ready to get back into the action. Knock as well has an AWP on the defensive side.
That gives you a lot of opportunities to play with when you're playing that up on the CT side. It definitely does. Seen it sometimes where you're just alone in B, looking into the hallways. You get early warning.
Yeah.
And you could have more towards the middle or A.
That's the thing. If they want to do that mid aggression, I mean, whether you have the op there or not, the op can sit, as you mentioned, in those B halls and just allow those players to kind of rotate elsewhere. An early warning system.
You can even have it in window with 2 people pushing in front of it if you really want to be really aggressive in the middle.
Yeah.
Lots of opportunities
It's
for
possible. Plopsky's going in through the murder hole as well. He's going to jump down. So here's some of that aggression. Excuse me, he jumps over to Catwalk.
Yeah.
So no battle in middle, but 2 players at B with Plopsky on Catwalk is a pretty solid lean towards that side of the map, and they don't even need his help. Lekro's got a clean one, and Nox added on top. Alish falls at mid, and a 2-man advantage already for NiP.
Alish actually going for that before that smoke goes up. They had thrown the smoke already. It just wasn't ready. Lekro giving 1 back at least, but trying to catch them off guard. I almost appreciate that anyway. The Galil, though, somehow will beat him to it, and it's hard for them to follow through. You could see they really wanted to push that advantage, but they were too far away.
Well, they definitely realized that in time. I think Naf just pulled out some counter utility. That's a smoke burn, that's some flashbangs burned, and even some follow-up nades from Twist right now. So just applying a little bit of pressure. Good kill. That's a nice one in open space towards Catwalk. That's Plopsky who falls, and all of a sudden we're back into a 3-on-3. And now this is where the strengths of Team Liquid can really shine. Some of their advantages in this matchup. The one-on-one fights across this map in open space.
And you're getting a lot of them right here. NiP are just strung out across the map towards that CT spawn. It's Rez, and he's definitely hearing them, definitely calling it in. Grenades are raining in, and now the bomb plant's got to be tried. Oh, he sprays to the box. I think he may have thought that was the bomb planter, and he didn't realize Twist was still here, and he's going to take the face clean off of Rez. That's a nice spray with the AK-47. It's a 2-on-2 now. And Neff, he's creeping back towards that A ramp. Twist on the other side, so they're going to have a crossfire if anyone tries to get in there. And NiP, they do have 2 smokes and a kit. They could smoke this off, and actually, with 2 smokes on top, that might be way too much to handle. 1 smoke going to go behind Neff. He can still see what's happening. He's not blinded by that at all. The 2nd smoke coming in now. And can anyone get the defuse? Twist going to be there on the one side. I think this is done. Nork, there's nothing you could do at this point in time. They're all on top of it. And they're hunting him down. Not a position you want to be in. Liquid handling themselves very well. A quad kill for Twist. As if he wasn't already ahead enough. Now he's at 11-1.
Well, that's a round that you cannot lose if you're NiP on a map like this that Liquid is going to be so strong on. You need to capitalize, and that's a 2-man advantage, a 5-on-3 that they lost. This was the opening kill that really provided Liquid the opportunity to rotate to the other side of the map. And from there, everything was split. 1 defender B, 1 at A, and 1 way back in CT spawn watching for the window. But there was just no chance to work together in the 3-on-3. Nice round from Twist. Stewie's got the op back with an angle towards connector.
And they're going to get confirmation soon that it's back to pistols, which again, if you're Liquid, should probably start thinking about not giving away rifles. Don't let them snipe in kills and start to bring it back. And they are kind of all grouping up in the middle. I think Naf's the only one who's a little bit further back. This is...
Ooh! Deleted.
He was done.
Twist has that position in connector though, so they've still got something at least out of it. Peering in towards the A bomb site. This is just quiet on the map. NiP not giving anything up either. A couple times they've seen a few players but haven't been able to capitalize, just barely missing the timings. Now with the position on Catwalk though, the B bomb site is very exposed. It's just Lekro here, and even if Twist can rotate over in time, he's only got a USP. But I guess if you're gonna have someone just guarding a bomb site on his own in a round like this, it might as well be Lekro.
He's forced out with the Molotov. I mean, that whatever element of surprise there is, there's nothing you could do when that's the kind of utility you're up against. So that's going to get them onto the site. Surely going to get them to the bomb plant too with 20 seconds left here.
Small thing, Liquid forgot to cover the AWP, or maybe they just didn't want to risk it, but Twist was able to run up catwalk and grab that, and he can just fall away and save that. So a free op for NiP in the next round. Twist wants nothing to do with any fights. That's a good find. That is a victory of its own in this round.
Yeah, absolutely is. Now they're just, again, posed up for potential exits. See if they could snipe away someone from Liquid. But again, 5-0 in favor of Liquid to start off this second map with. And NiP can't really afford to lose this map. So the pressure is on. That's Rez again connecting with a headshot. This time, even further range, in fact. And he goes for it one more time. Can he catch another one sneaking through? He's trying to line it up. A little bit too much this time. Nitro will turn for it, but Twist will get one more. This is so expensive for Liquid. They're really, yeah, they're paying for this round.
That is a brilliant round from NiP. Even one more. Knock pushes up. Oh, we can get the Krieg. That's huge.
Wow.
They lost the round, but they gain a lot from it. AWP for free, Krieg for free on the CT side. Beautiful shots from Rez.
That's pretty quick.
Ooh.
Yeah, he enjoyed that. Can't really blame him. I enjoyed it too. 6th round. Now it's time. You have this advantage. You pick up the Krieg, you pick up the AWP. You've put a huge dent in their economy. You have to convert that now into actual wins. Otherwise, it's just all, you know, theoretical.
The nice thing is not even necessarily the free weapons, but it's just the money that's allowed to be behind it. So just, you know, another buy that can come out, another AWP they'll be able to have in the future that maybe they wouldn't have been able to afford. But you're right. I mean, they just got to start winning. We can talk all about those silver linings. Eventually, the victories have to come in as well. Stewie's got his op still on the T side. It's been pretty ineffective.
Really early smoke in the middle there for Liquid. No surprise, it's become quite common. Jumping down into the middle, this is something that FaZe were doing as well. Remember they sent rain flying through that smoke?
Yeah.
Could be really annoying if you're holding that window and you think, oh, it's fine, you know, and then you get flashed and then someone comes right through the smoke. It's a cool little trick. But no one was really going to get punished by it this time around. And it seems like I've just turned into a very default kind of a setup for Liquid, which is absolutely fine. But again, they are getting all the mid control for free.
Yeah, again, and you highlighted that just earlier. This is what got NiP so beat up by FaZe on the map. And here we go again. Elige and Nitro. Going to get Elige comfortably with a little bit of nade damage into connector, into position. And they can use him as a pivot point. 3 defenders at the bomb site, though, so NiP's got to be happy about that. Pop flash to clear A ramp. Plopsky saw nothing. Ooh, and Elige is burning. That's a nice play from Rez. Catches Elige completely off guard. He had no options.
Yeah, if he re-smokes it, I think instead of with the Molotov, maybe he just shoots through Elige on the other side, but the Molotov, like, well, what? Just burning at his feet. Smoke clears and NAF hiding inside of it, and a lot of the time, if you're the one hiding inside of the smoke, you might have a bit of a lead. Just how the game works, at least for now. Nok and Lekko still all the way on the other side, so it's a little trouble at the A bomb side here. Twist and Rez, they have a lot to do. And 25 seconds, they need to call in backup, and it's coming now through the middle as well. If they can get there in time, it's going to be huge. Twist getting the 1 kill, but now he's alone at the bomb side, and they're swinging for him. Twist goes down on the T side, and he'll clean it all up. That's a huge hold. Twist with a massive round. He was surfing on that ladder and just having a really rough time.
Listen, the highlight looks good, but the decision to get into that position on top balcony where NAF had just found a kill is massive. You're never going to expect a second player to be there, and you've already used so much utility to clear up beneath the balcony that it's just, this is such a difficult fight, and this is why Molotovs and nades are used to clear out those players. When you run out of that utility, you're in trouble. So great positioning from Twist.
Elige, he's running the gauntlet with the UMP, flashed and smoked the whole way through. Now he's gonna end up here. Part of me wants him to continue, but even just getting here is a hugely powerful position to be in. It's not wasted just because he doesn't get a kill.
He's even got a follow-up smoke, so when this hit eventually does come in, it looks like Liquid's going to line up in these halls to make this happen. Knock an early warning with that angle, but Elige can just smoke off catwalk and block himself from any danger at the A bomb site to really make this split happen. Oh, and he just unscopes at the wrong moment.
He's in the perfect position now to put him into that couch, my favorite position on the map. Just waiting for it. Ooh, not going to be the couch, but it'll be Nitro going down, and he's backing off, and Twist is here looking for headshots with the Krieg, but NiP is there to respond. That's a powerful shot, and now it's on Nork. They're coming in from every side. He's getting crunched and back up. He can't get there in time. Rez trying his best, and it's really good. He gets a double kill, leaving it a one-on-one, and a headshot from Twist. He's back again. Another triple kill for him, 14-3. He is a one-man army right now, putting Liquid at 6-1.
Yeah, he's having one hell of a series. Stellar in the first map. This is some incredible shooting again in the open spaces. And he just sees Plopsky at the right moment. Immediate headshot. 6-1. And you got to feel for NiP a little bit because it felt like, again, they had a pretty decent call. They had a pretty decent setup at that B bomb site. Knock was effective with the AWP, and it still goes against him.
Threat definitely not satisfied.
That's probably why he's going crazy. He's like, we did everything right.
Yeah, but I mean, and you know that is frustrating, especially because when you say that, especially if you're part of the team, people are just gonna say, yeah, those are just excuses. But they actually have a pretty good defense at B that round. Just didn't work out. Now mid control again for Liquid. We just started in the round. They just take it for free. Now they have lost Elige, and I guess that's something, but. That doesn't actually eliminate the fact that that connector and that window is still so dangerous to lose. It can backfire really heavily.
Well, especially considering we already saw NiP lose, a heavy advantage early on, and there's like even with the man advantage, not having anyone watching window at the moment. Twist is able to in ladder room. He's going to check back right now, so Stewie's got to be careful when that smoke clears. He's not going to turn and look for it. Another 5-on-3, and NiP must win this. They lost one previously.
Well, Twist doubling up on the aggression. I thought he was just throwing that to try and escape and saying, you know what, we're up 5-3, I'm not going to do anything. And now it's on NAF, though. Can they bring it back one more time? They've already been in this position. Nork will take another one down. Twist spinning all over the place, but it's not going to be enough. A great double kill for Plopsky. And a second round for NiP.
I gotta say, I think that follow-up aggression from Twist, the spray on catwalk just delayed that NiP hit, that just distracted them enough for everything else to work out just fine.
Yeah.
Say as well, for as much credit as we're giving Twist for closing out these rounds and just being dominant, NAF has had some incredible entries. That one right there onto the A bomb site, but also previously in the B site, getting that player at bench, allowing them even to find themselves attacking the site.
Stewie running into the middle. Oh, we're actually going to be canceling that just a bit. Liquid down to almost nothing, but if they make it out, there's 3 people here. I mean, Rez is down in the underpass.
Oh, he's going to catch him.
Yeah, he will. Just as they're setting up, that's not going to be a grenade. NAF not happy at all. Now they're just trying to rain down on top of him, and that should be enough. That's a 3-for-1 trade that they'll take. No problem. That's frustrating for Liquid, and one of the first times that we see NiP take away some of that advantage and some of that decision-making from Liquid and say, you know what, you can't just do whatever you want here. I like that. Run boost, no one there. Still like it.
Well, this M4 can do some work. The money, the economy for NiP equally, even though Liquid has nothing, NiP's right on that edge as well. Any loss they take from here on out in the rest of this round is extremely costly. CZ gonna get boosted into the window. They have Knock with an AWP watching from outside the murder hole.
Slightly dangerous position if he misses the shot. Could get run down, but it's a slow walk. And leaves Twist. 1 versus 4.
Yeah.
He's hoping to do some damage, any damage.
Well, they know where he is, so he's hoping that they're gonna start hunting. 24 seconds left. He's kind of forced into making his play, but this is going to be a 3rd round for the Ninjas. So starting to solidify the defense. This is 3 of the last 4 rounds. They'll have won, and Twist gets nothing done with that recovered M4. So 4 players survive, and the money grows for the defensive side, and Liquid this time, they'll have to save entirely. There's going to be no Deagles and CZ half-buys here.
Good little sign early on here in the potential comeback for NiP. Just the fact that they can save rifles, they can take away some of the momentum from Liquid. And it's all Glocks.
Well, look at the money they have. They just can't afford anything other than Glocks. They have to think for the next round with the rifles. So another round where NiP, I mean, there's literally no danger, so NiP should be able to to gain some money, although they've strategically left the B bomb site for the moment. Lekro has just gotten back for a far spot. This is all a fake though. They want the bomb to go towards the A site. How many players will NiP rotate? Rez and Knock haven't moved. This fake isn't gonna work unless some kills start coming out.
Yeah. Good play for NiP right now, just not buying it.
It's a double fake.
It is. Sacrificing Twist over at the A apartments, hoping that then they'll rotate, but Rez is not doing any of it right now. No kills coming in for Liquid at the moment, and the plan is all gone. Nothing left.
You admire it, an old school style of double fake.
Whatever it takes, right?
Yeah.
You know.
6-4.
Oh, threat looking intense. This is now, NiP were actually going for a double push at top mid this time, and they weren't finding anyone, and it was against pistols. But I still would like to see them try and do that in a round where they all have rifles.
I think they finally can if they want to. This is where I think players are going to start being more willing to take risks, is when they hit tab and see they have $5,000 in the bank behind this buy, when they can buy everything they want in the next round. Start seeing them make a few more of those pushes. And threat deep in conversation through this timeout. Three in a row now for NiP.
Yeah, it's a very, very good turnaround that they're working on at the moment. But they have to, not let off that. They really have to keep their foot on the pedal at the moment. Because 6 rounds for Liquid is a very decent first half already. So anything more right now for the American side, I think they're just gonna love that. Plopsky alone in the A bomb side, and if this is a fast execute, that could be a really big issue. They can smoke off Nork, and they almost certainly will, so that AWP won't be able to help all that much. Plopsky now falling even further back. This might have to be a bit of a retake, although that's a beautiful headshot from Plopsky. That changes a lot of the equation, and now Rez will come in with a kill on Elige. Nork can't really see anything, but again, they've got the 2 kills. Well done on Plopsky. Now the bomb's gonna be planted, and that's fine. They can actually ignore that as the 5 vs 3 retake. That should be doable.
Well, look at all the utility they have. They've got 2 Molotovs, they've got 3 smokes, plenty of HEs as well. They can block off all these choke points and just barrage utility into the position. There's the close smoke. This is gonna be difficult. NiP better be perfect. He better be excellent, and he is so far. 2 kills, but that's the utility coming into play. And now it's all on Nitro. A 1 vs 3. Rez is gonna finish him off as well. 5 rounds now for the NiP defense.
That's so good. I like the movement of Plopsky in that round, especially, and I especially like how he didn't even try and challenge the bomb plan. Because that could be a little bit of a rookie mistake, right? You say, I just, if we get that, then it's 100%. But if you died in F trying to do that, then it's 4 vs 3. They get the bomb down. That's a very winnable round. So heads up play. Yeah, 6-5. NiP continuing the streak. Took a little bit of a loss in money, but it's fine. Liquid are the ones that are really suffering on the economy right now. That grenade goes deep, and I think it's going to land right on top of Elige. Takes 40 health away.
Knock in window room, though, remaining aggressive. He's going to take that peek with a flashbang and sees nothing. There are still going to be 3 players top mid, as Liquid is going to attempt, it appears, to split the B bomb site. 3-pronged attack up catwalk will meet Lekro. Perhaps Rez if he peeks top connector, but he's not doing that, so it's all on Lekro. The op might get taken away as well. It might take his attention, but Lekro's gonna stand tall. He only gets the 1. Knock now in a lot of trouble. Rez is here very quick though, and the op is just boxed in at the pillar, and now certainly he doesn't have the angle, and Rez lets his teammate down, and the bomb site is lost.
Oh god, that was a running headshot on Rez in that window. That just changed everything once again. I can't believe they made it onto this side. They should have been stopped at least once or twice, but that's Liquid. I mean, they are very good at this stuff. Plopsky and Twist. Can you go for this retake and not just throw me more rifles? Molotov not going to force anyone out. Stewie doing more damage, getting close to the window. Plopsky will take him down, and at least that's a 2-on-2. More Molotovs trying to force those players into fights, but look at how low they are on the Swedish side. NiP finding 1 and the follow-up. A beautiful 1-2 combination to win the round, and that's 7 for Liquid. And oh man, you're gonna get rocked, aren't you?
That's brutal. Fine play with the Deagles and a very aggressive swarm of the bomb site. That kill onto Lekro puts Knock in such a tough spot because he's so worried about 3 different angles. And he can't possibly be aggressive in that situation. That was just a matter of time. That too, I mean, if I'm a Liege in that situation, I'm just telling Naf not to peek. I'm saying, I have the AK, I'm holding the angle, you don't have to fight.
Yeah,
but Naf still just gets both kills.
I mean, Naf is one of those players. You just gotta let him do it. Oof. Oh, God, even worse, haven't they?
Yeah.
We've gone from 4-1 to 7-1 to 9-1.
Now 9-1.
Well. And again, they're close. And they were close on Vertigo. You know.
They just can't get over the line. They just can't find those critical wins, and that one is just a devastating loss to take.
Yeah. Well, remember how we were talking about that loss that they had to FaZe, where on this map we were sort of saying this is actually a kind of loss where you don't even learn anything. But there's a lot. Like NiP could go back and watch these demos and sort of go through everything many times and iron out all of these things no matter what. So they've definitely already achieved a lot. Lekro goes down, Stewie just sneaking in. No warning.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, again, we'll just keep harping on it, it's that lack of mid presence. Like, not even just not defending, just no information. This is a huge play, though. Unfortunately, for Rez, it's only going to be the one kill on Nitro as he falls back. Twist needs to just run away. He's got the bomb, but now Liquid have to know that Rez has passed on all the information.
Alone on the bomb side, Nork, I mean, they're just creeping in from every side. They've got so much control of the map, and they could probably take care of Nork as well. In fact, this flank is going to be coming in from Stewie. Rez 1 versus 4, and I think it's just probably better to try and get this M4 into another round. He's jumping into the window and in that fight somehow, but still, this is a bit of a dream, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, it's still pretty early in the bomb timer. You can kind of probe and attack a little bit and see what you get.
Well, he is trying to do that, yeah. I mean, you know, if found someone running through the bomb side, it would be cool.
Well, listen, they're out of money, so he's trying to be the hero of some kind, take something away from Team Liquid, trying to keep them at least restrained in the amount of money they have, but it's just not working. Now he's got to back off. So an 8th round for Liquid, again, they've secured a lead at least in the first half.
That mid-control thing. I'm starting to get the feeling.
Mid-control
like
thing.
if you keep leaving your front door unlocked and people keep walking in to steal your television, like the 3rd time it happens, I'm not gonna feel sorry anymore. I'm just gonna say, you know what? Don't call me about that. I just don't care. Lock the door. Just find a way to deal with that. That's a lot of rounds where that's been happening. And Liquid are, I mean, you know, to their credit as well, they're not just doing the same thing every time they get that mid-control. It's a huge variance in what they actually try and follow through with.
No, but they've got to be so happy. I mean, remember the struggles they had on Vertigo on their T side when NiP was playing a very good job of denying control of that A ramp over and over again, and Liquid eventually had to go away from it. There's nothing like that here on Mirage. They're just getting it for free, and that's got to make you feel so good as a player that you can just march in and own the entire, you know, third of the map. Timeout called again.
In fact, there's that saying, isn't there? Opportunity makes a thief. Like, you know, at some point you say, you're the one making more thieves. You know, NiP, you're the one doing this. If you just didn't let them, then they wouldn't even feel tempted. Liquid, yeah, they're loving it. 8 rounds in the first half already. That's a great way to get started on this map.
So they have an AK-47 on Rez that he saved in the previous round. He's got utility armor and a kit, and Lekro has deagle and full armor as well. So they've got a couple people who can turn this. And Rez, I like this. You have the one rifle, get kind of hyper-aggressive. He's pushed into Palace.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of this. I would like to see it in rounds where they also have, you know, the full equipment, but yeah, this is exactly the kind of stuff I wish they would mix in every once in a while. Does give them something to work with. If you could catch NAF, that would be way off the charts. The bomb is far back, so Liquid aren't about to, you know, execute into a bomb site or anything. If he finds NAF now, they have a lot of time to make something of it.
I feel like Twist is in such a weird spot as well in middle. I mean, he's just got a USP, so he's kind of just there as gathering information if he hears anything. Nav can pop up at any moment, so this is a long, nervous walk for Rez through T-spawn. And there it is, peekaboo, he's down.
That's a fight that's not going to favor you, is it? I still like the fact that Rez tried it. I don't think that's a bad idea.
Well, he had that wild flank, what, just 1 or 2 rounds ago where he came from the B-bomb site, and he was behind them all, and T-spawn setting up to attack A. So he's had a couple big flanks, or at least attempts. Knock and Twist, the only 2 left.
Does he see the gun barrel there? No, surely not. Ooh! No, he definitely didn't.
We love those. He had the knife on Vertigo. He's got a Zeus now. He's a showman.
Spilling a brand for himself, isn't he?
I like it.
It's 9-5. Again, Liquid with a pretty sizable lead. Here we go.
Oh, it's a thing of beauty. Just got to take the L at that point. 9-5. 4-round lead, and Team Liquid, despite losing 5 rounds, they've looked pretty comfortable on this T side so far. A boost up to try and find a pick. The AWP in the hands of Nitro. Ooh, here's the aggression we wanted again. It's on the 15th round of this half, and this time it's going to get put away. Elige with a big trade, a little bit late to save Stewie's life. NAF responds perfectly under res, and all the kills going the way of Liquid, and the round's over in stunning fashion. What a way to end it. Twist with a brutal one-tap.
What a round. I don't even think they knew that he was behind the boxes up at the top mid. 10-5 at the end of it. Liquid just starting the second map in a great fashion. We'll be back right after the break with the second half. Stay tuned.
To say no chickens were harmed in the making of these videos. Welcome to the Aim Chicken Challenge presented by Betway and hosted by me, Rob4 from Betway. The aim of the game is simple. Each player is going to have 10 darts to throw at different point scoring chicken targets. The big chickens are worth 5 points, the medium chickens are worth 10 points, and the small chickens are worth 15 points. If you hit the barrels, you lose 5 points. It's time to hit some chickens. It's Olof's turn. So what's your tactic?
Going for the small ones.
Going for the small ones. So technically, if you hit all the small ones, you could get 150 points.
Yeah, that's not happening.
That's definitely
that's not happening.
We can categorically say now that's not happening. Yeah. Do you reckon you're going to beat these guys? Confident?
I don't know. I hope so, but I don't know why, but I'm really nervous for some reason.
Shaking.
Yeah, but hopefully that's the plan.
Okay. Well, fingers crossed. Best of luck. I'm going to put 90 seconds on the clock again.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. It's a good start. It's a strong start. Oh, is that a 15? Right. There we go. It's another 15. Oh my god, he was hiding it up. Okay, he's on 30 so far. That counts. That counts.
Yeah, that counts. Where's the other ones? I go middle again.
Go middle again.
Oh, you deserve that one, Olaf.
Yeah.
If there's time, we will pick that dart up.
There we go.
Okay. He's making you guys look. This is me.
He's making us look like amateur.
He was sandbagging in practice.
Yeah. Oh, it fell out the target. We'll count it though. We'll count it. That one just fell out the target. It was a 15 though.
Yeah.
There is camera proof of that. We got 45 seconds. Do you want to? We should rephrase this dart because we let Fallen do that.
Okay.
So let me find the dart.
This guy don't need another chance.
I think it's done now. Yeah.
Which one should I go for?
Catch. No, I'm kidding.
Oh yeah.
You've got 31 seconds left, so...
Which one should I go for?
The X one. You hit the X, you win the game.
Go for the... that one there in the middle.
In the middle? Okay.
Yeah. Or maybe a 10-pointer. Might be easier.
Okay.
Easy. Okay, pause the timer.
He was hiding.
Yeah, he was sandbagging the whole time.
That was...
every day.
Let's have a little count.
I think I had one here, no?
So this one fell out, but it definitely hit. I'm fairly sure we will have instant replay going now. So that's 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 85 points. And did you hit any barrels?
Yeah, one.
So it was 80.
You hold the chicken now, my man.
I'm confident that was 80, which is very, very impressive. The last player is going to be Rez.
Let's go Sweden.
Stay tuned, and thank you for watching.
Welcome back once again. Second half, second map. It's Liquid and NiP here at Blast Premier in London. And right now, NiP need some kind of a strong start because otherwise they're going to lose this series 2-0. They actually got real close on Vertigo. You should go back and watch that game because that was some cool stuff out of NiP. A lot of nice tricks as well. But Liquid are just very strong, and Twist is having an Oh, I guess it's not all the way off the charts for him, but he's having one of his really good days, and that's painful if you're on the other side.
I mean, the important thing, remember, was he's had a big clutch, and he had that great start to the map at least. He's the one who got Liquid started on the right foot.
Yes.
So, I mean, even if it's not been anything crazy since then, he's put him with a 10-5 lead. Nitro and NAF going to get aggressive in the B tunnels, but the rest of NiP, the other 3 players that are here, going through the underpass towards mid. A split towards the A site in the card, so Stewie, Elige, and Twist will be tested.
If you're Stewie and look down in the underpass at the wrong time here in the middle, that's 3 people waiting for you. He's not going to do that, and they're going to be very quick to make that jump. Instantly boosted in, 2 men in the window. I don't think they spot him. They probably don't care. They just want to go for this bomb site, maybe try and see if they can flash here. There's one towards CT spawn. No one going down yet. The bomb is being attempted already, so it looks like a full 5-on-5 retake, which is very, very interesting. They have a smoke and a kit on Twist Liquid, so once they throw that smoke, they have to fight and get that defuse. Otherwise, there's not much left, and if you try and defuse out of the open on this map, that is almost never going to work, most especially in a pistol round. So let's just see. They're going to have pretty much one chance to get at this. Elige will help them out with a shot. Nitro with a flank as well. Nog will get one in return. There's the smoke up, and Twist trying to find the bomb, and I think finally he's connected with it, and they're actually getting all of the kills. Oh yeah, they definitely got it. He's locked in. 3 men waiting, and Liquid will take the pistol round. That was absolutely mechanical, wasn't it? That was so well done.
Yeah, that was timed perfectly with the flanks. With NAF coming on catwalk to be aggressive towards connector, the flank on A ramp as well. I believe that was Nitro who gets a kill there. So that is well done from Liquid, collapsing on that bomb site very quickly. But the plant will allow NiP to have that second round bye. 2 Kriegs picked up. A Galil on Plopsky and Deagles on Knock and Twist.
It actually looked to me like the smoke was
a little bit off.
Yeah, almost away from the bomb, which we've seen that happen every once in a while, and it's not good.
It wouldn't even matter. You're exactly right. He was locked into that corner.
Yeah.
He had 3 USPs just holding him pinned down. That's going to be frustrating. I mean, you mentioned kind of coming back and fixing some of the details. I think NiP having a 5-on-5 post plant and only killing 1. Oh.
That smoke that's there should have been in the window. But they knew because they saw it from underpass, so, I mean, Plopsky would have called it in and said that smoke in window isn't actually in the window. And the result? It's not good for Rez.
Well, what a champion, still trying to run the gauntlet anyways.
Someone had to. Elige at least keeping an eye still on connector.
Let's keep an eye on Palace right now as Twist pushes in to the A bomb site, gets a new position, and meanwhile, Liquid shrinking the map. NAF and Nitro gathering plenty of information. They might be able to hear Twist running. Nitro could be calling this out. NAF is going to find an easy one in the underpass, an unsuspecting Plopsky. Elige clears mid, so now all the attention can be on the A bomb site. NAF's going to be in connector, Elige in jungle. I don't think NiP has any chance of making it close to the bomb site.
No, this is... I mean, those rifles, the Kriegs, they're still powerful, but you sort of need the rest of the pawns in that one. You know, just someone to distract while you're getting some shots. And 2 versus 5 here. One attempt, Twist, lightning fast again, and the FAMAS will clean it all up at the end. So 12-5, and that early buy for NiP just didn't really do anything. And again, just think about the aggression for Liquid. Just the 2 pushing out a B like that. Those are the sort of moves that we just saw way too rarely for NiP.
Yeah, Liquid's just gotten very good at that on this map over the past years. I mean, they highlight on the desk how good Liquid is on Mirage. They're just very, very good at finding a timing to push, and like I said, shrink the map. You make there less options that you have to defend once you get those advanced positions. Stewie still with the scout. It's against Glocks and 2 P250s on Rez and Twist. But NiP, once they get back into the rifles, once they get back into the gun rounds, I mean, you have no more time to waste. It's going to be 13-5, more than likely. Elige, an ugly spray, but it still nets him 2 kills, and he disappears into the... Oh my god.
Okay.
Stewie just styling on Plopsky there, and they're still maintaining the aggression. They don't care if they lose anyone.
Stewie had a scout, but he decided, you know what?
USP's easier.
Let's do this. 13-5, that's a very strong lead. They are, yeah. This is their buy round coming up. This is where they have to turn this around, and it's a pretty big super tanker to turn around at the moment.
What would you do if the NiP fans of the next tournament went to learned the Vanilla Ice song, the Ninja Rap? Yes.
I think they should. Let's start doing that. I think Counter-Strike fans need to learn more chants.
More about Vanilla Ice. Nice spray from that through the smoke. A good kill, an opening kill on Electro.
Yeah, that kind of an opening makes a big difference. And again, it's just look at the presence at middle for Liquid. Just contrast that with whatever NiP were doing in any rounds, more or less, on the CT side. There's so much more. Well, NiP have to put a lot more emphasis on wanting to take middle. They need to use grenades to smoke off connector. They need to do a lot of things, like you smoke windows, Molotov connector. There's so many grenades you have to use that Liquid didn't have to use. They just walked in there.
Well, here's the thing. Nitro's about to be tested in a big way. He's got an SMG and he's the sole defender. There's no one even close to this. So how does he play? I don't think he has any information just yet. No one's budged. They're going to be so close and, not able to get that first. That might have been something if he could have gotten that kill and transferred over to the Krieg, but now a very tough retake for Liquid.
Yeah, that is actually kind of interesting when you have that 3-man setup in middle. I would have thought Nitro would want to play more for information, like one of those jumping plays where you actually see what's coming. This is a great follow-up from Rez. Yeah,
Lige needs to get out. I don't know why he's still challenging. His teammates have already bailed. Keep all 3 of those weapons alive. He might want the AWP.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice on Nitro's part. I guess he is just playing to get that one kill, but at the same time, when you're the sole defender in B, usually you want to know if they're coming, just a little bit of advanced warning.
Yeah, I was surprised to not see them break up that stack in mid when there was no more noise, no more aggression. Either way, tough place for Nitro to beat, and Liquid's going to be okay with that. They have a massive lead still, 13-6. They've got plenty of money. And Stewie's back on the AWP.
It's like if you're running a restaurant, Jason. Like you want people to call ahead. You can't just have them show up and demand dinner right away. Nitro's feeling the same way. Where's the food?
Jesus.
13-6.
What an analogy that is.
I know.
Dieting been rough lately?
Well, I was in charge of dinner yesterday and almost screwed that up. So.
Flashbangs out at top mid, and NiP is going to take it. A little bit of preliminary aggression and pressure from Liquid on the other side. A good shot from Stewie, and he legs him. Is there a gap in that smoke?
Yeah, it might have been. NAF will follow it up. Rez, as you said, already legged and long. Stewie just jumping down. That's wild. Nitro with a little bit of an information play there, and he'll turn right into NAF. Flopsky trying his best. He had to make a play again. They were 2 men down, so you've got to find a way to be aggressive. Nork now alone. This
is one of those stressful games it feels for NiP, because still trying to figure out exactly how they want to play their T side on Mirage. And it feels like Liquid's kind of, loosened the reins a little bit, and everyone's starting to get a little bit more puggy, a little bit more like deathmatch and scrimmy, making some wild plays that don't necessarily make sense in the context of a wider strategy.
Yeah, I agree.
And then when that starts happening in your NiP and you're trying to come up with tactical solutions, just nothing makes sense, and it even gets difficult. And yeah, there was a gap in that smoke, so that's twice. Big gap there. Now that might have been caused by Stewie in window, but also we saw the smoke miss earlier in that window.
Yeah. But exactly what you're saying about, NiP trying to make all the pieces fit together. It's also why it doesn't cause me a lot of panic or concern that, that they're having some of these problems. I feel like a lot could be done to sort of fix some of these things. It's just a very hard test to fix them against Liquid, and you can tell Liquid are they're even exploiting the fact that, they can play this aggressive style against the team that's trying to find themselves. It just makes it even worse, which is what they should be doing.
Yeah. Smoke walls out, standard execute onto the A bomb site. There are the Molotovs. Twist goes down. A big player to take away. Ooh, a lot of damage dealt to Knock. He's down in red, 7 health, and the Op's gonna back away from the ticket booth. A retake on the cards for Liquid.
That's a lightning fast bomb plant for NiP. It's really well done. Once those smokes are up, some teams, they end up sort of hovering a little bit. There is a flank coming in, and it's just a Tech9 holding it on the other side for Lekro. So maybe not the best weapon for it, but he's got the element of surprise. And I think there was no head armor there for Nitro, so he evaporates right in front of him. Elige will be dropped by Twist in return, and yeah, they need to back out again here, Liquid. So NiP keeping themselves alive just a bit longer. NAF waiting, and that was probably a good idea. Is he going to try and run in for it? He does have a kit. No.
No, there's no way.
There's no way.
He had
he
the
wanted
idea.
it.
Yeah, and I can understand. That would have been awesome. He even had a real chance for it. Only defends out towards Catwalk. 14-7. Good save, though, and I even understand NiP's desire. I mean, they lose some weapons, and that's very costly. They're still 7 rounds behind. They very much could have used those, but you can understand wanting to just wipe those weapons out because you have to reset Liquid at some point. So start trying to hunt down those guns, even if it's costly for you.
Well, you know that any comeback from this kind of a scoreline is going to be a very, very tough one. So, just if you add like a little bit more difficulty by losing some guns, yeah, you know, it's like no matter what, you're gonna need a bunch of heroic rounds for this to even get close. Might as well do what you can.
And now a double op setup, one on Stewie, one on Nitro. With the number of times we've seen Nitro kind of alone at that B bomb site, might not be the worst thing. He can get that deep angle. Much more comfortable playing solo with the op, allows NAF to be flexible towards mid. That's a huge win from Rez, and there's backup as well, the follow-up headshot. And they've cracked into the A bomb site, and again, it's a safe call, especially with 2 AWPs.
Hunting down Stewie, a lot of aggression now for the Ninjas, and that was going to be paying off a lot here. Now, a little bit slower on the bomb plant, can't really blame them, but it goes through, and oh, they lose Lekro in the middle.
And they're back in this. I mean, it looked like Liquid was just lost, and they were way too aggressive trying to hunt these down way too early in the round, and now the retake can come in.
It absolutely can. They even have a Molotov for that back corner where Rez is, and that's going to be tricky. Some shots ringing through, not really connecting, but the Molotov, it's going to land, and he's going to have to move out while the flashbang is still in the air. Nitro trying to clear out, and he's going to get tabbed by Plopsky. Good double timing, good timing there for the peak for both of the NiP players. That could have been very, very risky. 14-8, and that's now 2 rounds in a row here for NiP. Still some money on Liquid.
Yeah, well, Stewie, I don't know if they're going to buy up around this AWP. Stewie had about 7K. He actually could have dropped an M4 over, but what they're going to do is he'll have that strong weapon with the AWP, and they're going to half buy around it. So 3 Deagles picked up by Team Liquid, P250 on Nitro, and Stewie, even with the investment, is not going to be far behind in the money. And he'll be alone at B.
Yeah, with the stack on A, so that A stack though, if they actually go middle A through connector into A, that's going to be so much worse. They really, really want them to come up the ramp at close range.
Especially because there's no utility on any of those players in Team Liquid. So, I mean, anyone at A, they can't slow anything down, they can't stop it, they can't force NiP to be disjointed. All they have is the numbers. And NiP going to take this one very cautiously, and you can appreciate and understand why as well. 21 kills on Twist and NAF to lead the way for Team Liquid. Rez has matched them with 21 kills of his own on NiP, and Knock at 14 in second place for the Ninjas.
Rez now, he's playing on his own inside of this connector, so if you were to get caught, maybe there's a rifle to be picked up, but you have to assume that NiP are going to be able to clear the way through here. P250 and no headshot coming through. Plopsky holding his own up there, and NAF not really connecting with the Deagle, and there's only so many attempts you're going to be allowed to get, and now they're getting picked apart. Stewie, well, I guess you could go and fight it if you want to, but probably want to save that AWP if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised he's sticking around in CT spawn. Actually, I mean, that's the perfect point where Team Liquid wanted to take that fight right at the top of that ramp when they're still kind of bottlenecked a little bit, but no one else was peeking behind that first contact player. I think Stewie's unfortunately got himself stuck here. As soon as this kill comes in, or a shot, Rez is going to run over to the murder hole, and Stewie is boxed in. So the fact that he didn't evacuate earlier now means he's got to fight for his life, and you know what? Maybe he's fine with that. Maybe he's absolutely fine with it.
Plopsky still has a Molotov, and that flashbang, that's one thing. They're baiting out the shot, and yeah, hunt it down. I thought maybe even he was just trying to hide in plain sight, sort of saying, I'm just going to stay here in the corner, and maybe they won't even check it. 14-9. Slowly making it work here, are NiP.
Well, I mean, Liquid's just given them a free AWP that round. Knock has Stewie's in his hands. They've had to spend a lot of money on NAF, reinvesting in the AWP. You have 4 players on Team Liquid at $0, and Nitro's at 50. You don't get much poorer as a team than that.
Yeah, I mean, they're all the time at the edge of actually winning the series.
NAF goes down. That's the first kill towards Catwalk. 5-on-4 advantage for NiP.
The money could well be the thing that makes a difference between that happening or not. Twist. And smoke, he's going to be smoking behind them and might get a clear shot, but instead it's actually a huge return there. And again, the pressure in middle for Liquid really paying off. The bomb is dropped in connector, and they're 3 versus 2, so this is not looking that great for NiP at the moment. Nok alone in middle with Lekro sneaking around the other side. They can't even really help each other out.
No, they can't, and Nok can't do anything with the AWP. Afraid to go into that smoke. He can recover the bomb, but he doesn't really realize it, and obviously he doesn't know what's on the other side. Elige will be exposed when that fades eventually, but again, the AWP just unwieldy. Lekro creeping out. This might be the round-saving play, the map-saving play, because Twist ain't looking up. He goes down. Elige is going to spin, and that gives a chance for Knock, but he just missed the opportunity. He gets another one, and a one-on-one situation for the rookie.
Smoke and Molotov buying that space for the bomb plant, and he's ice cold, just going for it. Someone could have come running through, but you have to make that assumption that that's not going to happen. And now, long range here. There is no smoke currently being picked up on Nitro, so he can't even sort of block off that AWP. That's actually a huge thing right now. Oh, there's a Molotov gliding around there. He could maybe pick that up and actually try and put some pressure on. Instead, he's going to throw it into the corner, which is still one less angle to be checking for him. The time is ticking away, and without a kit, he needs to move right about now. The flashbang will just be an annoyance. Nox still has all of the advantage here. And Nitro, I think he's almost just out of time here. How do you go for a 10-second defuse and not get shot by that AWP? And he realizes it's time to back on out. NiP now going to be at 10 rounds. They were 3-2 down there.
Yep. And in true Liquid fashion, they're making this match as hard as they possibly can. 14-10. We mentioned they were loosening things up earlier. Well, now it's time to go the other direction. This scoreline is way too close for comfort, and with the economic reset especially. Even with such an impressive initial mid-hold, that's a 3-for-1 trade in that connector, and they still can't win it out. A good 1 versus 2 from Knock. They never had any idea, any information about his positioning.
Yeah, I really can't believe that they managed to turn that around. Looked like Liquid had just every opportunity there. And now the money comes back to haunt them again. Nitro saved the M4, that's great. But apart from that, they don't have almost anything to work with. This is starting to get scary. That's 4 rounds in a row for NiP. And they even still have the buffer of Liquid just being on 14 rounds. So theoretically, right, they still could lose a round and continue to fight in for overtime. It's getting much closer than I think Liquid were expecting. First half was great for them, 10-5.
Yeah, this is one of those games that you notice as a player, it gets close and you're like, oh my god, when did that happen?
Yeah.
Well, it's here. NiP with the big advantage in this round as well with their arsenal. AWP and the Kriegs against an M4 and a Scout. Alicia's pushed all the way in towards Palace. And NiP once again, just a very cautious, very conservative approach to start this round. They have top mid, 3 players remaining far back. Plopsky and Knock in the B halls.
Yeah, using grenades, smoking off the window. They want to make absolutely sure that they're not, walking in any kind of trap or anything like that. I think that's a solid idea. Only real trap at the moment, apart from Elige pushing, I guess is NAF being pushed up in that box inside of the B-bomb site. But even with the CC, shouldn't be enough to hold it. They actually have a cool boost next to that as well. So they've got 2 tricks in the B-bomb site. If anything happens. Yeah, there's Nitro looking out. That is almost impossible to clear if you're coming in from Catwalk.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But the one big thing is when the pressure comes in halls, how long does Nitro stay up here? Because that'll open things up for Cat. And yeah, he knows it. He just says, okay, here we go. Backs away. 1 flashbang is out. Let's see if they can bait him into that CZ. They're going to have to do such a good job. And it started out so well. 2 kills. Oh, but Rez, he doubles him up, and they still haven't seen NAF. He's patient, but Lekro checks it. NAF wanted more than just 1.
Yeah, and opposite to what you might think, that actually is a smart play from NAF to just look for a little bit more. The gun barrel is showing, and Lige will at least find that one. He looks for it, but instantly taken down. Lekro so ready for that fight, and now Twist. This is just a Scout. I don't know how you bring it back in this scenario. They're trying to stay hidden back there. The last smoke being used by NiP, but they could be getting another round. Could easily be getting up to 11-4. They catch him in the window, and there it is. 11-14, a triple kill for Lekro.
It's that double from Rez, though. Unfortunately, they lined up for him. Those were the kills that opened up that site. Otherwise, there's way more defense being mounted. This is exactly what NiP needed. I don't even think he saw the second player ever. It's just luck of the timing.
Yeah, that's incredible. But I think I actually think NAF did a great job in holding that. Like, you almost have to do that.
Yeah.
No, it's unfortunate it didn't work out, but 5 in a row. NiP catching fire here at the second half, late in the second map. Now trying to put some pressure on the middle, and that works really well. A lot of damage.
Stewie and Elige get chipped down just a little bit, but again, here comes that aggression from Team Liquid. We highlighted this earlier. They're very, very good, and they're very willing to be aggressive to close out some of these avenues. So Nitro pushed up. NAF can bail away.
And even just from like a game theory point of view, playing Mirage, right? If you take mid, okay, that's fine, but then we need to reply in some way, and the response is trying to be forward over at the B bomb side. Stewie now coming in, so setting a little bit of a trap.
Yeah, but look at this A bomb site. Nock is looking like he wants to pressure A ramp. Elige is backed off by a smoke, and Naf is going to have to be very cautious in window room because Rez is about to jump up. NiP's actually got some pretty good position. Yeah, even though Team Liquid's taking control of B hulls, the loss of mid is going to apply a lot of pressure onto this defense. It's Twist from under balcony, who's the first point of contact if connector is attacked.
Lekro just smoked off top connector from top mid himself. 40 seconds now on the clock, and it looks like they're going to go back. Looks like this is just all a distraction, and then they'll leave Rez to catch any kind of rotation. Nitro now realizing might be too late. They're coming for him. 30 seconds. He gets the one, and now Stewie's down in B. Rez, he actually heard Naf running, so they definitely know someone's coming in there. That flick not connecting at all, and now they're down on the low ground. 20 seconds on the clock. Rez coming in from behind and taking down Stewie, but he might know there's someone else here. Now he definitely does. Naf is back there behind the bench. 10 seconds on the clock. They need that bomb plant right now. And it's out in the open a little bit, but the Molotov surely going to protect them, man. What an intense round. And Twist and Elige are going to be backing out. NiP going to be at 12 rounds. This could have gone any which way.
This is 4 critical kills from Rez in the past 2 rounds, and both of them are entries onto the B bomb site as they attack when they've met resistance. And he has cracked this open, this time from the flank, not coming up catwalk, but eliminating Stewie, finding Naf as well on the trade. NiP was in a really tough spot with that late stage in the round.
Yeah, the fact that, I mean, Nitro, he just gets traded, but he got the information, right?
By the way, Rez is at 27 kills now. He's leading the server. You mentioned his 2-kill game yesterday on Train against MIBR. Well, forget about that one for the moment. He's making up for it.
An actual resurrection.
Yeah. Well played. That's a nice flank, and this is just kind of in the craziness of the round as well. Just losing track of that window, losing track of that one position, and I mean, he finds it perfect timing to slip in that gap as soon as the rotation's coming.
Those were actually some very smooth kills, weren't they? 27th round. I would be getting a bit nervous now if I'm Liquid.
Oh yeah, very, very nervous, especially you have a shotgun now on Nitro. Money is starting to run low. And NiP just once again rinse and repeat this default. This has been a 6-round run for NiP, and 7 of the last 8 have gone in their favor.
Liquid have to not just come up with an answer, but they have to find that answer with very limited resources. It's not like everything is just open to them. Getting shot in the shins, I think, there. Stewie?
Elige on catwalk with the M4 could be the saving grace. What kind of a play can he make? And I think he has to be aggressive, especially when they start noticing the pressure from connector. Oh, those footsteps have been heard by Lekro, and he transfers over, but it's not fast enough. Good shot so far, and NiP applying a lot of pressure, and all the kills are going their way immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they had not that much to work with, Liquid, but not even anything got put into play.
This was 14-6 at one point.
Yeah, gone are the days. 14-13 now going to be the scoreline instead. Liquid, what do you do at this point in time? They themselves, I mean, they've been holding middle. I don't think they've been very aggressive in pushing up top mid, if that's what they wanted to try.
No, but they haven't needed to, because they've had success when they've just set up those stacks in connector or a crossfire on catwalk, or even just peeking that mid window. But I mean, that success has not been replicated in this 7-round losing streak that they're now on. I think at this point, Liquid, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back into a double op. Nitro can afford it, although Stewie decides for the M4. He's passed an AWP.
It's incredible because you think just one good start to a round here and the party ends for NiP, but even when they've been down a couple of rounds, they still manage to turn it around.
Well, the big thing is that NiP doesn't have to worry about cash for the rest of this game. They have enough money to last the final 3 rounds. Here's the aggression. They're going to switch things up. Naf, oh, he's blinded, and that's a big kill on a Nitro because that exposes Naf. Lekro and Rez with the entries. And a 5-on-3 for a minute and a half.
Twist was smoked out of the window. He couldn't help him out, even if he wasn't also probably flashed. That blew up right in their faces. And NiP slowing it down to a crawl, just in case. If anyone tries to go aggressive, I mean, they've got B hallways, they've got A hallways, and obviously the mid, so they're just making absolutely sure that they don't make some sort of silly mistake here and give it back to Liquid. You want to see that.
Well, Liege is going to start pushing. And this could get interesting, because actually if Nock is aggressive in coming out of Palace and he sees an empty A bomb site, he might call for his team to rotate back, and they could actually rotate right into the arms of Liege. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Well, Liege has a real chance. If Lekro and Rez, they're not going to deal with mid, it's all on Liege. He's got the first kill. That's a big one to find, and now he's got to hunt down Lekro. Oh, it's the bomb, and he's got it. 35 seconds. And Elish has put Liquid in a winning scenario. Plopsky doesn't want to mess with it, at least not on his own, but he has to go at some point. They don't have the time for this. And a nasty angle from Elish, but he can't handle it.
Oh, Twist in the middle though, headshot, 20 seconds. They can barely make it to the bomb site. If they have to stop and fight Twist at the same time, they'll run out of time for sure. 14 seconds on the clock, Plopsky leading the charge. Knife out, he just has to get there right now. 10 seconds now, and Twist hiding in the corner. He's got the Krieg ready, and the bomb is on the ground. They might get it anyway if he's really quick about it. He's tapping in those numbers, they're right on top of him. Twist flanking it in, and there's Liquid picking up a 15th round. Oh God. It's Twist with the triple, but Elige, the way that he peaked, especially that second fight against Lekro,
yeah,
that was surgical.
Oh, I cannot believe that worked out so perfectly for Liquid. A 3-on-5. Remember, NiP lost a 5-on-3, a critical one in the first half as well that put him in that big hole to start this map. And this is a brutal one that might just end the map entirely. Liquid finally break the streak after 7 rounds. It's a flank from Elish, and yeah, big brain flank. But it's also the information that Plopsky had. A clear A bomb site lured them right into that trap.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's a string of amazing rounds out of NiP, and this one was looking just as good. They had it all lined up, and just that one tiny thing.
Important to notice as well, we're going into the 29th round, but this T side has largely been the same setup each and every time. 3 players at top mid, 1 in the B halls, 1 in the A bomb site. These are just set defaults every single round, and you just see what happens from there. Calls are coming in the mid round. They haven't tried to switch things up and do fast tactics. They haven't tried any kind of crazy aggressive split. Liquid largely knows what they're going to get to start the rounds each and every time.
They can't afford any more mistakes now. It's hard to even call the last round a mistake. They need to win the next 2 and bring it into overtime. Quite a long time waiting around, in fact. 50 seconds now, or less than 50 seconds, as they're starting to clear out middle. They're not going to get that much of a fight this time for Liquid. Previous rounds it's been a little bit more aggressive, but they could maybe sneak in a kill if they could find Elige, or maybe even Naf over there at the B corner. Oh, Elige, timing is good, but Rez is somehow quicker. He's had an amazing Mirage game. Instantaneous headshot to take down Elige, and now we're under 30 seconds. They need to move here. Twist as they come through the smoke. He gets only the 1, and they'll clean him up now. Stewie wants to put on the pressure, but he's very exposed. He needs to fall back, or he will never get out of this position. They should be coming for him, and they will. Plopsky takes him down, and Nitro has to back on now. That's going to be a 14th round for NiP. They were very patient in waiting for that, but once the hit came, they really, really made that work.
Yeah, they did. That was great, and even there was some decent ones. Elish had a chance to find that pick in towards middle. He had the advantage of the first 4 or 5 shots or so. They actually had a pretty decent stack there as well to collapse, and Lekro's going to find the final. We're looking like overtime is a real possibility. The money is decent, but not great for Liquid. They're going to have to win this final round if they want to close this out in regulation. A couple players are going to be struggling in what they can bring forward and fight in the round.
What do you do at this point? I mean,
remember the last time Liquid called mid-aggression as well, it got shut down. So they'll probably be hesitant to go back to that.
Yeah. I mean, it's tricky to say because it is a bit of a lottery when everyone is throwing flashbangs like that. And that last time they tried it, Liquid just came out of the losing end. But you could just, well, you could have said to yourself, yeah, fine, next time our flashbangs are somehow going to be better time, then we'll see what happens. I just think if you're playing defensively with a CC and an MP9 as well and limited grenades, that's also a risk, right? It can also backfire.
Yeah. Well, there's no kits as well.
Yeah.
Team Liquid need to put an emphasis on denying the bomb sites, and if the retake situation happens, it's gonna need to be quick.
Here we go. Nitro in the middle. He's at least jumped down or into underpass, in fact. So see if they can make that work. This is a huge risk.
I don't even mind it though, because remember they've seen this default so many times that they kind of have got to have an idea that there's been 3 top mid that isolated 1 player in the B halls, and they're not going to find the success they want because NiP's crossing to the other side of the map. They drop away from that mid presence and going towards A, and they're set up for a retake here. Twist and Elige both out of the bomb site at top connector. That's exactly what NiP wants. Limited utility, no kits in the defense.
If Nitro turns the corner down in underpass and sees no one, maybe they can get the information a bit early. Yeah, he's checking now. Naf is going to follow him. Stewie also looking. So, but again, they're really far away, and they're actually continuing on through underpass over in those B hallways. Now they must realize, but it could be too late. NiP is setting up. The grenades are in the air and already raining down on the A-bomb side. So the call has been made for Liquid. They know what's coming, but no one is inside of that smoke perimeter. It should be a bomb plan, and it's going to be very, very hard for Liquid to retake this room, but they have almost nothing to work with. Certainly no defuse kits. This is it. Either overtime or Liquid find some kind of a miracle. Nitro flanking around, but I'm pretty sure Twist heard him, so they must be looking for Nitro up there. I don't think he's going to make that work at all. Elige will get a kill on Rest. There's the flank gone. Nok will be able to pick it up, and that leaves still a 4-on-4. And every second right now favors NiP. 10-second defuse what's needed, and that's going to be almost at this point impossible. Good shot for Twist, and again, they're just hiding back there. Lecro to follow up, and Twist and Nok, they're very low on health, and actually Twist going, oh! They actually might have done it.
I don't think so.
Is there not enough time? Oh,
no, there's no way.
No, I don't think so. I think NiP somehow they find a way through, and it's overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Twist finding a triple kill in that round for Liquid, and still, it is not enough. A defuse kit would have done it.
The one thing they didn't have, the one thing they couldn't afford, and Threat is happy to be given that gift. A pretty incredible retake, all things considered, just not having that one item. Big kills swinging wide, and NiP playing the delay game, just one by one, trying to slow down the retake. Twist wins all his fights.
Wow.
What a comeback. Remember, 14-6 at one point in the favor of Team Liquid.
Just some really thin margins here. They love that. Can't really blame them. Overtime on the second map, and at least they're going to have the money. 10,000 starting money. So, and that'll make it interesting, surely.
Well, that, I mean, especially with Liquid investing in a double op setup right in this first round. Do you remember, the start money with 10,000 is where the economic issues can come into play. If they lose the 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds of this overtime, Liquid's going to have to fight that third one with peanuts.
Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? Aggressive in middle, Naf jumping up, Elige running. It's actually just continuing on. Rez, and he has been so sharp.
Well, Elige has shown that in the past before as well, so if you're NiP and you've watched your demos and done your research, you've likely seen Elige doing this. So Rez just not even interested in taking the fight. That's all 5 smokes for Team Liquid have been used. Excuse me, 4 of them. Naf has 1 left still.
And again, they're just kind of on a holding pattern here, NiP. But a lot of mid-control for Liquid. Could be turned into a number of things, but if Klopski is patient here and somehow wins the fight against Nitro, if they follow that up fast, that could be a big issue.
I think Nitro is going to call for a timing on a pop flash, and it might be coming soon because Elige just cleared top mid. Yeah, Naf setting up for a smoke right now.
Oh, and
this might be just perfectly in time as well.
Yeah, they're smoking on the other side. They just threw a bunch of smokes into the B-bomb side. Elige now also coming through to help out. This is not the best start for NiP in terms of the utility exchange. Nok could be making a bit of noise over at the A side. He's sort of sneaking out. Yeah, he is exposed at the moment, and Nok trying for it, but 1 more second, and Stewie's going to surely come and finish him off. I can't believe he's still alive, Nok. He's actually someone made it out. Stewie missing a shot. NiP still with the bomb outside of the B bombs. This is a mad round. 25 seconds left, and now they're going to double up and go back into the 3-man stack at the B bomb side, and that gets absolutely demolished. No way to get out here. Rez will find a kill, but Nitro down to the low ground somehow still goes down. I can't believe Rez is even alive, and He takes down Twist. How is this happening? Stewie is out there waiting with the AWP and Rez just challenging him. I can't believe how has he got into this position. They should have been losing this round at least 20 seconds ago. Rez falling back with the Krieg. He just needs a bit of a shoulder peek. He doesn't want to challenge it at all. And Stewie, surely he's got the pistol out, hunting for him. He knows he's just a bullet away. Rez trying to fall back and play for time, but Stewie's hunting for him, and he'll get the kill as well. First one in the overtime, but that was way too close. Rez is outrageous in this game. 32 kills.
They had no business getting the round that close, and that is just a testament to how well NiP has been playing in this comeback and down the stretch of this map. You said it, a three-man stack. Elige, Stewie with an op. They had NAF there as well. You have some heavy hitters at that bomb site, and they still crack into it. So impressive from Rez. And even when the initial exchanges go in the favor of Team Liquid, that should have been shut down. A one-round lead now, 16-5. The timing on NAF's smoke might have saved the day.
Yeah, that made a big difference, I'm sure. Elige trying to sneak in a kill by making that quick jump over, and then he's just going to back on out, which is fair play. Nitro holding B alone, at least for the minute. They did lose one of the ops in that last round, obviously. But very similar setup, it looks like, for NiP. Not much has changed.
Stewie's going to get boosted up with the AWP to peer deep into the B halls. Elige and Nitro are still there at the B site, but at least one of them is going to dip out. And in fact, both will. Elige and Nitro evacuating through kitchen. NiP setting up for a split up connector, perhaps one boosted in window as well. Two players down at A ramp, including the bomb on Twist. But again, Liquid have three players at the point of attack.
They're so close to the A-bomb site. That's even if you have the three-man stack here, if someone goes down early on for Liquid, they're going to be on the bomb site immediately. Grenades raining into the corner. Elige showing himself. He continues to sprays and wins the fight, but NAF goes down. Plopsky will be there to return it. Electro with the follow-up. That leaves Twist alone in shadow, just trying to do what he can, and it's great what he could do. A double kill, and he's still back here buying time. He almost could have had that shooting through in long range for Electro. That's the Krieg coming through a triple. He takes no damage and gives a round to NiP.
Again, though, I cannot believe NiP's breaking through this defense. Liquid have everything they need with three players there.
Yep. And
brilliant trades. And even when this double kill comes out from Twist, it's like, how do you win in this scenario? Now there's a crossfire set up. Nitro, maybe a bit early coming through the smoke, was under pressure, wanted to help his teammate, but what an incredible spin and pre-fire from Electro. He was so ready for that op to be posted up on Catwalk.
Pistol and two FAMASes and a very, very quick punch for NiP. We haven't seen this from them before. Let's see if they can make this rush work. Liquid already under a lot of pressure. That Molotov is going to help them out a fair bit, but actually he couldn't see anything, I think. Nate got to get the one kill. Nitro with the follow-up in the FAMAS, and that's going to slow them down. Oh, this is huge. Oh, they still get him through the smoke. Nock somehow able. If Nitro could have stayed alive, he could have bought space for his teammates to get out onto the bomb site, but now instead, they have to try and make their way through. Elige gets dropped by Nock. What a big round for him to come through. And now Stewie and Twist, a 2-on-3, and the bomb isn't even down. They're just waiting, NiP. They're happy to do that, and they'll get another kill. A triple for Nock. And Twist alone. They are now finally putting that bomb down, but this is a great knockout punch for NiP and a quad kill for Nock. This is a beautiful round for the rookie to come through. 23 kills overall, but that is going to be 17-16 in favor of NiP.
You have to admire that call. The most aggressive round we've seen NiP play on their T side in this entire game. They were doing default after default in regulation. They were just sitting at top mid for 30, 40 seconds. And here, the third round of overtime, calling a B rush, a round where they know the money for Team Liquid is hurting. All the resources and utility wasn't there. But still, props to Nock, as we have been giving him all weekend. What a great time for him to step up. One round lead for NiP in these overtimes. In this first overtime, we're looking for 19 to win the game.
Is this where they're finally going to try for some of that much hyped mid-control NiP? Is it finally time to try and take a little bit of a... Yeah, they actually are. Rez and Lecro certainly jumping down, running under the cover of smoke to try and take that top mid fight. And, oh, they almost had the timing, but Nitro will demolish them. I think they were a second late on the flashbang there, or they would have had two flash players. Now instead, Well, 5 versus 3. And they should not really have a chance to win this. 2 AWPs as well.
And that barrel's going to show way before Nock peeks. Oh, Stewie gets aggressive around the angle. Exactly what Nock needed. That'll be frustrating. Still, Plopsky on an island all alone. He's got some early information and the chance to back up if he wants to.
But not too much. Nav is up there. Don't want to go too far with it. Molotov to make sure he can't stay in shadow. They're waiting on the other side, and Twist is coming through the connector as well. There's a kill coming in on Plopsky. He was, I mean, as you said, just alone. Nock couldn't even really pressure that to try and do anything, so probably just save the AWPs at this point in time. Oh!
Ooh. That might bring him back. Nock is just rotating to murder hole the bomb. Ali's going to try and plant it, but again, they don't realize that CT spawn is clear. They have to be very cautious. There could be an op there. That means 2 players have to be dedicated to the bomb site, to the default boxes. They're locked into the site.
Oh! Through the box! Just taking Elise down! There should be no way. 2 on 4 with AWPs versus rifles. The bomb is finally down here, but Twist and Naf, they could still be lethal. A single mistake here for NiP, and this round is going to be lost with both the AWPs. They're committed to it, at least with one of them now, trying to get up here. Nock low on health. He does make the jump down. He snuck around. Oh, just scoping up behind him, and Twist is gone. And now with a smoke up, Naf still able to find that kill. Nock, this is a 1 in a million, and he's going to try for it, and Naf swinging out wide. NiP, that, I mean, there's some magic left, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, a tiny bit, but this is more so, in my opinion. Liquid is playing some of these post plants very rough. Still a phenomenal retake, especially in the 2-on-2. Both oppers coming in scoped up and silently the whole time. Liquid, Naf, and Twist did not want to peek. Twist never had the information. They crawled all the way around. And if that smoke actually lands on the bomb, they might have had a real chance at that.
Yeah, that would have been a lot of pressure on Naf all of a sudden. 17-17. But remember, again, losing both those AWPs is a really big deal. If they lose this next round, they're going to have almost nothing to fight. I mean, they could end up losing in overtime just...
That's the real backstab of that round, is it was so close, but the fact that they created a chance in a 2-on-4 brought both AWPs back into play, and Liquid takes them out of their hands. Oh. Even looking for the boost, Stewie's going to control the spray perfectly. Minimal damage taken.
That was very well done. Heads-up play. He got cheated in that last round against Nock and gets a little bit of revenge against Lekro instead. Rez and Plopsky on the A side. Naf is up at apartments. If Rez doesn't get probably a double kill here, there's nothing to fight for on Stewie. Oh, inside of the smoke, where he feels at home. Plopsky now, what can you do? How do you fight this? Naf, that's long range, taking down Plopsky.
Twist was even kind of creeping towards Catwalk to see if he could provide something from across the map, and as soon as his teammates go down, this time they make the call immediately. Save. They bail out. They need that op. They need that M4. Lekro has $300 in the bank. Rez has $650 and Plopsky 1,000. So the economy situation in this next round of OT. NiP fought so long to make it all the way back, and it just might not matter, especially this kill at the end. Liquid going to throw everything at this hunt.
Yes, Stewie's feeling really aggressive. Some of the NiP fans have been taunting him for a while, and you know he's taking none of it anymore. Running into the smoke, and Twist just, he knows, firing that gun, and they're going to be coming through. Oh, and it's a miss, and Stewie will clean it all up. A quad kill at the end of it to bring Liquid to 18 rounds. Match point here for them.
That's got to be crushing. 14-6, NiP came all the way back from, including winning the last 2 rounds of regulation to force overtime. And once again, they have to stare
right down the barrel.
Right into the face of another loss. Timeout called by Threat.
Oh, it's not easy, is it? But I mean, you immediately makes you realize there's a lot to build with suddenly on this NiP team, right? Whatever happens, I mean, if they can get in a double OT, the more power to them. But regardless, you realize, okay, there's something could work here. Threat having a
it's just such a contrast from the start of this weekend to the end of it now. 3 SMGs and 2 pistols for NiP to fight with to stay alive in Mirage. All rifles for Team Liquid. Kriegs in an AK. And Elige is going to get aggressive at top mid. Smoke is down, standard smoke, and there's a 2-man push into the underpass. But Stewie's watching that. The hero of the last round, 4 kills for him. Could start this one out in a good place. Lecker on the other side, and he goes down immediately. Stewie's got both. Stewie's giving Liquid a 5-on-3.
That's him working on 6 kills now across the last 2 rounds. He is ready to close this out. Not actually the best game we've seen ever out of Stewie, but the last couple of rounds have been really something. Plopsky, Twist, and Rez left. I don't know. We're entering into that miracle territory again. There's have to be something very special for them to try and bring it back. That underpass push, I mean, I don't think there was anything wrong with that for NiP. You just have to try something.
Just battered by Stewie. 6 kills now in the last 2 rounds. Twist is backing into the B bomb site, but Rez and Plopsky way dedicated to A. They're starting to come over now, but it's going to be too late. Twist has it all to do. There's the first. Ooh, and he's got the second. And he's got a good position. No one peeking from Catwalk. He's working around. He's done everything he possibly could. Bomb being planted. Plopsky and Rez, how do you get into the site?
It's an absolutely heroic effort for Twist, but I just don't think it's enough, unfortunately. Plopsky caught through the smoke. They know he's in there somewhere. Elige ready and waiting for it. How do you make this work? Again, you need a good headshot or something. There's the gun barrel showing, just communicating. They even know it. They know exactly where they are. Rez trying for it. Plopsky going to be going down, and Liquid going to end up winning in overtime. 19-17, taking down NiP. But it costed almost everything they had here.
Yeah,
that's a great showing for NiP.
They win, but yeah, I agree with you. I think, that was way too tough for Liquid. That was not a very confidence-inspiring game. I don't think they played a clean map of Counter-Strike at all on Mirage. A narrow victory, but blowing that 14-6 lead. Some of the sketchiness in the post plants for me doesn't sit well. So NiP, I think you have to say, from day 1 to day 3, now you start to look at how they just played, today, and you say, that's very cool. That's the interesting NiP.
Absolutely, and we're still in that building phase, so
yeah,
you could go back and look at everything and find out what worked and what people were comfortable or not comfortable with.
Super impressed by their utility usage on Vertigo today. I thought they had some incredible plans at those bomb sites. They did a great job there, and this was hard fought. I mean, to come back like that is good signs for the team.
Yeah, tremendous plays coming out of them, and Liquid, they're going to be put to the test. They'll be playing FaZe next, so you just that's also going to be something of a struggle.
Yeah, trying to get that redemption. That would be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, very excited.
I was surprised they got battered last night.
Yeah, me too, but we'll get another chance at it. We do have down on the stage with James, it's Nitro. James, please take it away for us.
Thank you, Anders. Liquid do survive on their map pick, but I've got to start with this, Nick, is how did it go from 14-6 to that?
I don't know, just the Liquid choke, no, I'm just kidding. But I think they're actually playing pretty well. We couldn't stop their explodes on the sites, and we had some bad rotations and bad reads throughout the game, and I don't know, I think they just played well and we played kind of bad as well too, but they played well, so props to them.
Now, this is the thing though, right? Because I was thinking this when I was looking at 14-6 scoreline. Oh, okay, look, probably going to end soon. I'm thinking they're going to have some mad confidence after this. You got a bit of time anyway before the next match, but is there still some wiggle room for you guys here?
Yeah, there's definitely, we're probably going to go right now and fix all our mistakes that we just made. That way we can prep for the next match and stuff, so we're just going to have a group talk about what happened and what we could do better next time. So.
Now, FaZe is up next, and we saw what happened yesterday. We've got to ignore that, put it into the back of our minds. How is it going to be different this time around, and what do you expect? Maybe a slightly different veto here?
I'm not sure on the vetoes quite yet, but because we're focused on the NiP match, but I think we have more of a read on them now since they were doing some changes during the break and whatnot. So going into the next match, I think it'll be better for us.
Now, I've been speaking to all of you guys, and everyone on your team has been saying that loss to FaZe was more on you guys not performing, and that's how it went down. So does that mean that FaZe win was overhyped?
I think it was a little bit overhyped. I think we were not playing our game at all, and I think we'll definitely show a better game today.
I look forward to seeing it, mate. Good luck and well done again.
Thank you.
Very clean, very clean, very clean. Nitro finding his way back through the fans as well. A lot of chanting, a lot of cheering in that last map there on Mirage, but it was an exciting one. We did get a bit of fight out of NiP at the end there.
Is it too late to take my Liquid over FaZe prediction back?
Hey,
or, are they locked in right now? But look, Liquid did have some issues closing here. Not a problem for some of the players this week. But yeah, the team as a whole struggling to get across the board. But there were some signs of this one here where is Liquid, what are they doing in the server? Are they not communicating properly? There's big gaps being left on open. They had that lucky round where Elige has flanked on through there in that 3v5 situation that they probably shouldn't have won.
Sure.
They could have even lost this map, right? So worrying signs for Liquid going up against FaZe again today, but good signs for NiP. We can give them props, right? You can look at now, Rez showed up today. We've seen stuff from almost all the members of NiP over these last 3 days. And you can see the direction that Threat wants to take this team. So if we're going to take positives away from this game, there's only positives for NiP, really.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously, Liquid had that early lead. It doesn't really speak well to their character in terms of turning it around, that they couldn't close out the 14-6 game or whatever it was in 2-0. I would say on the NiP side, the most positive sign for me is for most of the game, you were right there in terms of the flagging, and it's not like Team Liquid was bad. They were absolutely generally across the board what you want to see from 2019 Team Liquid as it was. So you can't expect everyone on NiP to hang if you go 40 rounds. That's probably a bit unreasonable. Also, I'm actually almost glad with the way the game went that NiP got the extra overtime session to get one last crack at it, because it would have felt a bit undeserved if Liquid had pulled out that kind of BS last round where Twist had the 3 farm-ass kills or whatever, and they could have defused the bomb. So I think generally, I'm with you. Team Liquid, listen, you got the win, and you have to go with that company line of like a win's a win. It's totally fine, right? But if you're the NiP guys, again, we've said this the whole time, there are positives here. There are things that you've done initially. The execution wasn't there. It's going to take time to build up into it, but this is definitely a different NiP than the one I saw last year.
I think what we need to make sure we push here for everybody is now Liquid have qualified for the spring finals, right? So we have FaZe and Liquid have both qualified. The next matchup they'll be playing is going to be for prize money and seeding. But that spring finals, right? You want to get there as quickly as possible. And people, look, these teams with seeding, they think, oh yeah, we'll just beat anyone anyway. But when you're talking about $500,000 as the first prize for that tournament right there, you want to be getting as much money.
It's important.
Like, hey, wait, that's one of the things we want in life, some money, right? So let's get towards the highest seeding as possible in that next game. I hope it delivers in the way that it did yesterday, because that was a great game. I don't want to see a flat Liquid. I want, hopefully, with the time that they have between now and then, they can step on up and show us a little bit more competitive matchup, because here, this was pretty flat.
And also, I've got to say, I don't care if any of the players, whether it's Team Liquid, whether it's FaZe, whoever loses that match, I don't want to hear any excuses that, like, that game didn't technically matter or not. They all count. They all count. And if you're playing someone who's a rival of yours, who can potentially maybe even challenge you for that title, along with the seeding, as you say, and the prize money, have a little bit of self-respect, actually. Let's see a good game here. Let's actually prove, if you're Team Liquid, that you're better than FaZe. If you're FaZe, show me it wasn't a fluke. Make it a two series in a row win.
Yeah, exactly. That's the main thing here. And did manage to catch up with like Yanko, for example, earlier. Definitely taking the match seriously. They're not going into it joking. They've already got their game plan laid out, and so that does give us hope that this isn't going to be just some kind of like match that gets played and okay, whatever.
Yeah. Well, FaZe have some clear direction on how they want to be approaching this year, right? So that's what we need to see, the same thing coming out of Liquid when they go into the matchup coming up next. And, I want to look at some other details here. The Liquid guys, it's not that, they're not playing well. There's some individuals who are doing some fantastic things.
Well,
it's just
Twist, I mean, I don't know if we read too much into that series there versus NiP, but Twist, he was top fragging for Liquid, and that was a bigger thing, going out of last year.
He started that game really well, right? I think within the first 6, 7, 8 rounds, he had 15 kills to his name or something like that. He was just bodying them, and that's what that game looked like it should have been.
Yes.
But the fact that they weren't able to close right there, that does exactly like Duncan's saying, speak to the mentality of the team there. Did they get complacent? You don't want to be getting complacent here. You could have bought yourself, a 2-hour break right now, sit down, go over your game plan against FaZe, eat some dinner and relax. Now they've kind of chopped that time in half, so we're going to be having a turnaround now of, about an hour and a half, something along those lines. But you're eating into your downtime, right? So you can look at this two ways. Cool, they've had a warm-up match, but it was a stressful warm-up match, right? So if they're feeling...
Mirage is in the pool, you've given some stuff away, certainly.
Yeah, they had
some tendencies.
Had to throw out a lot of bits and pieces there to get across the line. So NiP made them work, and props to them. So they're going to be with MIBR at the showdown, right? They'll be playing that later.
NiP will, yes.
Yeah, so look, no one's...
The showdown is cutthroat. It's only 2 teams getting out of that.
And there's the outside teams coming in.
Yeah.
Some of those are no joke.
So that's definitely a bit of a brutal thing that you wanted to avoid. I mean, I guess it is obviously better than getting chucked out entirely from the tournament. Usually that's how it would go. Bottom 2, goodbye, go home. That's it for you this time around. They will get a second crack.
Well, with the Work Nation, we need to give people as many chances as possible to mess up and still make it. So, this is just a new generation. They get as many chances as we can give them here. We still even give them prize money for coming
Should probably
last.
give them a participation trophy if they win the showdown.
Does we get medals?
Everybody gets medals.
So we'll get that going.
Everybody gets medals.
The trophy industry is taking
thing.
a bloody boom, hasn't it? We should get a trophy, Duncan. What do you reckon?
Yeah, why don't we get them anywhere? Even if we're bad at our jobs.
I haven't got around. To it yet. I'm working on it, though. I think that's something that our producer is going to love putting together for you. So, As far as the next match is concerned, though, do we want to touch on that at all? I do have an interview with Threat if we want to hear from Threat on NiP side.
Let's do it.
Let's go ahead and get into Threat then, see what he had to say about that series.
I've got Threat with me here after a very intense game and so close on Mirage just then. It was impressive, though, that you managed to even do that from 14-6 because they seemed to be on a steamroll. What was the communication like at that point?
Well, we knew our T side on Mirage was really good, and also Mirage is in a state right now during the Krieg meta where it's a lot easier as T. You can see teams doing these really funky defensive CD setups because no one has really found an answer, like neither us and Liquid, obviously. But just that they could come back being down 14-6, all these young players, is just, I'm so proud of them.
And this is the thing, right? They are so young players now. We got rid of the old guard that come in with it. But I want to go back to Vertigo a little bit. I saw that the boost by scaffolding that you guys did. Where did that come from? Who came up with that?
It wasn't actually me. I mean, people might easily go like, oh, 6 smoke, because it has to be Threat, right? But I'm pretty sure it was Res who came up with that one. But unfortunately, we didn't get anyone from it, but I'm really happy. Overall, Vertigo, I think we played a really good game. We had very strong openings, right? We got the entry kill so many rounds. It's just those mid rounds we really need to work on.
Now, your expectations before this event, right? What were they like in comparison to now where you finished? You happy with what you guys managed to do?
Yeah, I'm very proud of the guys. Obviously, we wanted to qualify, but before this tournament, I decided and I told the guys, okay, we're not going to prepare just for the first tournament, right? We're going to do this in the long run. So we're not going to be fit for fight on all 6 maps we're going to play. We're going to take one at a time, and with the little practice we've had, we managed to do this. I'm very proud of the guys.
Playing the long game is a smart way to do it, Threat, and I wish you the best of luck going forward, mate.
Thank you.
Well, the long game is definitely in Threat's wheelhouse. I mean, he has been in the long game of CS over multiple iterations of the game. He knows how the game ticks, and that's the right mentality to have there as far as the roster is concerned, building out NiP for the long term.
And I'll even point out, a lot of people might not know this because they might only know him from being the coach of NiP when they had the big names and obviously the major winners, etc. But this is a guy whose entire career, it was more in the vein of an MSL. It's like he's the guy who has to lose his talent and then pick the next guy up and make him into the next great player who then gets to... So actually, this is his wheelhouse. Like working with Legends, I didn't know if he'd actually be the right guy for that, if he'd have the authority. But if you want to talk about molding a newer group of players who've never truly been at the top level, this is the guy you want doing it, I think.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point.
I think if we look at the potential of what the team could have going forward, right? Like we saw Rez showed up today. That was great. We've had some moments from Nork. Twist and Lekro yesterday both had fantastic games. Plopsky coming into this, he was the lowest rated player out of the 4 teams we've had here at the moment. But last year, he showed us some really good things. So that makeup of players, if they can get it clicking, it can be very exciting. And this, well, we need to find Anders first of all, because he brought up NiP Magic again. I think we said that one. That one's gone. He needs to get fined for that.
Let it go.
But going forward, this team, you know, it is a promising sign. So I'm happy to see this roster of NiP coming together and hopefully good things in the future.
Well, there are good things in our future at least because we do actually get the rematch Liquid versus FaZe.
Wait a minute, Seven. Wait a minute. I want to say something actually. Like, there we go. Camera on me. So, like I said earlier, I don't want any excuses when it comes to this Liquid versus FaZe match. Like the loser, like, it didn't matter anyway. Who cares? I'll see you in the grand finals. Like, in light of the sports world's recent tragic loss of retired NBA superstar Kobe Bryant, I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality, the philosophy that he actually lived his whole life by. Because I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. You might not be on the major winning level. Maybe you can get your team to the next level of whatever competition you're playing in. Then there's the whole thing where everyone's got all this money nowadays. Everyone's swagged. Everyone's flashing the cash everywhere. And people think that's an excuse. Like, oh, I'm making my money anyway. I get paid anyway. That's no excuse to be just phoning in your performance. The whole point of that money, as you can see by a guy who got paid, $300 million, was still grinding to his very last day, is you're supposed to be the guy out there. Your worldly concerns are taken care of. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy and what you actually did and how you lived your life. Then there's the whole angle, like people want to say, oh, but Yeah, but what about I've got a girlfriend now and I've got a wife and I've got kids, like, you know, it's distractions, or I've got to think about them. How about actually competing for them? How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
I guess that's it.
Done. That was it.
They gave me the applause.
Done.
Whatever.
Yeah, man. If we had a mic,
in my
we'd fling
contract.
it across the room. That's it. Guys, when we come back in around 45 minutes or so, we'll be kicking off the second match of the day.
There we go.
Lily, man. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. We are going to be getting into our second match of the day here, and this is the match with the money on the line. I'm joined by my analysts, Thorn and Sponge. And, well, gentlemen, what are we going to make of this best of three to close the day?
He hinted at it earlier, but I always like to keep my finger on the pulse of where people are in the community. And we've had a change of heart from the original predictions here, because I know that Chad Sponge Birchall actually predicted Liquid to win both of the series today.
Yeah.
But he's going back to FaZe.
Look, I have to stick with my prediction. They won't let me change the graphic, unfortunately. But look, the reason that I'm flip-flopping around here is because I came in today thinking Liquid were going to get woken up from that loss to FaZe yesterday, right? I thought, okay, yep, they lose that matchup. Now they're going to kick it into gear. They're going to realize, hey, we're playing big boy Counter-Strike again. Let's come in. Let's get the business done nice and quick against the Ninjas in Pajamas. Maybe the first map's a little bit close. Second one, we blow it out. We're all warmed up. We're all feeling good. The energy's high. Move in against FaZe and get our revenge. Show, hey, we're actually one of still the top teams in the world here. And that FaZe, even all the prep they've done, it means nothing. But with what we saw from Liquid, struggling to close, making situations look very difficult, it makes it a harder case for me to go, yeah, sure, Liquid can come out here and just blow FaZe out of the water. I hope, I'm going to give you the middle of the road answer right here. We get a really good match of Counter-Strike.
Yes.
I want to get the 3 maps. I want to get this one here going the distance, because the Liquid we saw yesterday was not the Liquid we all know that we can see. So they're not even ready to go right now. So look, this is half the problem here for the Liquid guys. They're not even in the right place at the right time.
Look, you can see my tweet on the screen there. It said, listen, the change with Brocky AWPing, with having Cold Zero doing a little bit more input, that seems to be unlocking that potential that, quite frankly, I thought had gone, unfortunately, in FaZe, and it was going to be a bust, the whole Nico Cold Zero experiment. But the key word is seems. I've only seen a couple of series so far. I've only seen 4 maps so far. And even then, we're forgetting this. The first map, the Dust 2 game, was a banger. Both teams were in that. It's the Inferno game, I agree, that was very worrying on the Team Liquid side. And if you're on the FaZe side, that's where you're staking your claim. This can be a new FaZe team. So I'm looking at both teams and say, you both got something to prove to me. Team Liquid, you can't lose twice to FaZe and then tell me you're going to be number 2 team in the world. You can forget even number 2. And if you're FaZe Clan, you can beat Team Liquid in 2 best of 3s. You are legit.
That's a good start, right? Now, just to rehash that Dust 2 game yesterday, there was 6 1vx situations, 4 of which going in the favor of FaZe. You have the Cold Zero 1-on-4, where Liquid played that really poorly. You have that 1v3 situation from Nico, where they were just picking. They didn't even know the time left on the clock. So that's not the Liquid that we know. And we don't expect those situations to go down in the same way, right? Because they started that game. They're up 5-1. They were looking good. Stewie was going off. He was re-picking with Orb. He was feeling it. Then the wheels fell off. It got to 5-5. They lose that clutch to Nico. And at that point, they lose the half. And it's 10-5. And you start questioning, where is the team that we've grown to love? So I want the Liquid we all know to show up right now.
We all do. That's the question, Chad. But unfortunately, we're not quite ready to throw it to the teams yet and get them out. We have a little bit more time to go into it. So as far as...
we can talk about the Inferno then, because they weren't there.
I can chuck in for you. Because we never got a chance to talk about it on the desk, but we talked about it in a little thing we just did for Twitter. But it had 100 viewers anyway, so whatever.
Rehash it.
I mean, to be fair, there's some esports leagues have that. Shout out to the Owls out there, the keen eyes.
They're always keeping an eye on it.
So here's what I would say is this. One thing that I'm really underwhelmed by with Team Liquid is all the great teams in history knew that one of the secrets to staying on top is how to master boot camping. You've got to know how to get the most out of those 1-2 weeks where you fix your problems, you get this guy back up to speed, you switch your role, you work on a new map, or you develop more strats for the same map if it's Astralis or Nuke that you never have to go away from, apparently. Team Liquid, thus far in their history, that's been their weakest point in time. You look before the first major of last year, the first major of last year was arguably their worst tournament of the year. Then they were the best team in the summer. They were breaking records with some of the wins that they were putting up. Then they had their boot camp before the other major. It was whack. They came out of it and they almost literally went out in the Swiss system stage. Forget when they lost to Astralis. They were in danger at that point in time. Mouse could absolutely have 2-0'd them. Now you come to now, every excuse from all the teams that weren't Astralis and didn't win the tournaments was, well, we're just burned out. Give us time to go home, boot camp. You've had your time. What have you done with it? You look worse than you were before.
Yeah.
What is this?
Is it repeating, though? Can we expect the same result? Or the same?
Looking like it so far.
Well, we're about to find out. We're about to find out. Chad, hold the thought. Okay. We're going to get right to it. But now it's time to welcome the teams to the stage. So we'll hand it over to James.
The last time for this one. It is the grand finals. We've got FaZe going up against Liquid on the rematch, so let's not waste any time. Let's start with a team that had a difficult job last time around going up against FaZe Clan. Let's see if they can turn things around. It's Team Liquid! They had the 2-0 yesterday, and things earlier against NiP were not the greatest. But can things turn around? They've had the warm-up mode. They've hopefully been able to shake off the rust, and now it's their time to shine. Question is, will they shine against the likes of FaZe Clan? FaZe looks really strong yesterday. They've delivered across the tournament. Things have certainly changed for them. So please welcome on FaZe Clan! FaZe looking to start the year strong. Having already qualified for Katowice, they look to show no signs of slowing down. Things have changed around for this team, but they have looked better and better. Like Foreign was saying though, it's only a few games we've looked at across all of this. Cold, come join me. Stu, you're back at it again. Oh, it's all love already to start this off with. Now, Cold, he said last time that you were the easy target, but every time they came your way, you were just wrecking them.
To be honest, we don't have easy targets inside the team, so he don't know which player he needs to pick, so he picked me because we're friends, so that's fine.
I like it. Now, Stu, it was pretty tough last time around. They manhandled you. How on earth are you going to turn this around? Because even against NiP, it was a pretty shaky game.
Yeah, I don't think we're ourselves right now. I think they know that too from yesterday, but we're gonna come back stronger, and we're gonna play a game, and hopefully we have a close game. And this time around, I think we're gonna come out on top.
Liquid think they're going to come out on top, Cold. You guys won it last time around, but who's the weak link on this lineup if you're going to pick one?
I think every player is a good player, but I think Nitro.
Nitro, they're going for Nitro on this one. Shake hands, take your positions. Let's get into this game. It's grand finals time, guys. Make some noise!
Fantastic. All right, Duncan, you had some thoughts there during that interview. What were you thinking there?
Listen, especially because it was Stewie, I understand the others are all a little bit more laid back. You got to have a bit of trash talk. Let's get, Stewie's usually the guy who's he's pumped up a little bit. Like, just because it's your mate, don't just let him off easy. Like, I'd have just said something like, go Cold Zero. I won 5 tournaments in a row last year. When was the last time you did that? Never. Thought so, right? Anyway, let's go on the game.
I like how Cold, though, for all the viewers at home, broke down the conversation yesterday. Yeah, we're friends.
He analysed
That's
it.
why he picked it, just so everyone understands. He's a realist. He's keeping it there for everybody. But we were just talking about that boot camp topic before, right? I had one little thing I wanted to offer up here.
Okay.
Was the sense of this is a long year to ramp on into, but the fact of the matter is you are going to have periods of time where you have long breaks to have little boot camps in between. So by not kicking the year off with a boot camp, you're shooting yourself in the foot, right? After this for Liquid, I don't know where they've planned to practice, but they've got at least 3 or 4 weeks before the next tournament. After that tournament, they've got another 2 weeks before the next one. Seems like plenty of time to practice to me.
Sounds like it to me as well. And Elige was a bit concerned about their schedule. We heard that earlier, but we'll see how it goes. We do actually have, speaking of boot camps, an interview not with one of the Liquid players, but with Yanko, the coach for FaZe. So we're going to listen to that now.
You guys have been practicing hard. I've seen on socials and stuff you were doing the boot camps and things. How much has that been able to just elevate you guys? Because it really is a huge difference between last year and now.
I think it's really incredibly important for us. When you look at the Copenhagen that we won, we had a boot camp before that, and after we didn't really have time for it. So because when we are just at home, we can only practice online. For me personally, it's not nearly as productive as a boot camp is when you have all the guys on the same location, and just can have conversations together, make sure you all get on the same page. So for us, we are definitely trying for this year to have a lot of even smaller boot camps, even if it's just 3 or 4 days before a tournament, because that really allows us to do that last bit of preparation and come into the tournament really sharp.
So, Yanko giving us a bit of insight into how it panned out last year. And we'll see how it goes because we've already got the odds right here, gentlemen.
Wow.
Betway, our sponsor.
That's pretty close.
Wow.
That's pretty close.
Really close.
I like that
Okay.
because people understand. I mean, probably some people have bet on
Interesting.
FaZe before and they've been burned. So you've got to understand. Let's wait and see if FaZe is really the team we think we are.
Yeah, because of the video as well, we have the maps that come over. Could we find ourselves going in a different direction? Because Inferno yesterday was Liquid's pick, but then they got blown out of the water. Will they pick that again? That's the question.
I feel like they just run it back.
I
Same
think you
maps
should.
again.
I feel like you should, because if you've lost hope after one loss, that's a very worrying
pretty
sign,
telling.
right? So the Vertigo ban, we'll come to expect that. This is where this time round Liquid will actually have the first map. We had yesterday, it was FaZe with the first map, right? We started on Dust 2, which was their territory. Okay.
All right.
So
Comfort
this, yeah, but that's the problem, right? This is why I think Liquid are scared, because they just really struggled on Mirage, right?
It should have been an Inferno pick because the sign should have been, we don't care about yesterday. We're one of the best teams in the world. Inferno, you aren't. So we'll take our map first.
It's not like their map just goes completely dysfunctional in that matter. Now, the fact that FaZe go back to Dust 2...
Could be Inferno's the decider, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. But the FaZe had a lot of clutch rounds to get through there. We had the Brokey clutch, we had the Cold Zero clutch, we had the Nico clutch. That's 3 big pivot rounds right there that you look at, right? So they're rounds that I don't foresee Liquid giving giving away
you
again.
said there was 6 clutches and FaZe got 4.
Yeah.
That was the stat.
So,
right?
so in that right there, in that game, you don't bank on those rounds, right? You don't count them going home. And what we noticed was Liquid only had a couple of plays, right? They were hardly hitting that B bomb side over there on Dust 2. They were just going for those cat executes, and then they knew how to deal with the retake. So what do we got left? Nuke and Inferno.
This should be Nuke.
Yeah.
Apparently FaZe doesn't think so. So we get the same maps, but it's just that Inferno will only be the decider at this point in time. So I'm actually interested to see what the FaZe Clan Mirage will look like, because at the level they're fragging at, I'm going to expect them to be pretty competent on it.
Well, they had moved some stuff around, right? We noticed that they'd put Olaf over towards that B bomb side with Cold Zero, which is where Brokey used to be. So now Brokey is playing over towards that window position. You've got Rain anchoring over towards A, and then Nico towards Connector. But they can be very fluid in a lot of their holds. I noticed some of their anti-eco stuff. I loved it. They played very site-heavy. 2 guys isolated on B. They had 3 guys stacking over in towards the A bomb site. So I love some of these new takes that Yanko's brought for the team. Going to be interested to see if Liquid have done their homework.
What do we think, once again, about Brokey getting that op role as well on Mirage? I mean, it is a strong op map.
Yeah, and it's not like he's going up against a necessary world-class AWPer on the other side of things, right? There's no ride or die AWPer for Liquid. They kind of share that authority over there. You know, Stewie can do it, Nitro can pick it up. Obviously, we've seen Twist pick it up a long time ago, and then NAF is the one that I look to when they pick it up and they need to close out some rounds with it. So Brokey, in terms of having a head-to-head, he doesn't have anybody who has to be scared of, right, going into this one right here. But this is the youngster. He had a great game yesterday. Can he do it again today? Because once again, he's continuing to prove himself. As long as FaZe as well are a team who need to keep stepping in this direction. Like Duncan said before, it's not good enough just to get the win. Yeah, cool, you've qualified for the finals now, but you want to be proving that you're better. You know, this is the start of the season. Let's say you verse Liquid at the next major. You want to have that mental edge. So this is a great position to take that right here if you are FaZe, but I'm hoping Liquid have woken up to themselves right now, because I want them to get there. I want my prediction to be right. I want to stay 100%. Let's be honest.
One thing I do like about the veto, though, I will say, is at least with Mirage and Dust 2 as the first 2 matches, which we are guaranteed to see, we're going to see where the frag in a Team Liquid is today compared to yesterday, because those are maps they are going to need the high-octane Team Liquid that we know they can have at times if they want to win.
I'm very curious to see what we have cooking over here, because now we have it on screen, but there's been a bit of a powwow going on with the brains on Liquid. I mean, Nitro, in-game leader, Adren, coach, Alicia's there chiming in as well. The 3 of them have just been sitting talking, whereas FaZe on the other side are all headsets on, ready to go. Seems like Liquid may be cooking something up for us.
Wait a minute, that's Fugly's music. Oh my God.
Liquid should be warm already, right? Like Liquid are coming into this, they've already played 2 matches today on the stage. They haven't had to move, they haven't have to do anything. So they can just sit back down and pick up where they left off. For FaZe, probably in the first couple of rounds here, if they lose Pistol, I can see Liquid being able to snowball a pretty decent lead just based off of that fact. But can they hold that lead? And that's where it's going to come down to these clutch situations. You let Cold Zero get fired up. We saw what it did to him yesterday. We saw his impact over those maps. They can't be giving away those clutch situations, because that's going to open the door for FaZe. So Liquid here need a strong start based off them being warmed on in, and from there we could be looking at a banger of a series. These are 3 great maps for both teams.
Do you change your prediction?
I think he goes heavily more towards FaZe off that veto, right?
Oh, off the veto, yeah. I think because we're gonna.
I wanted to ask you before the veto, just to see if but I'll let you slide with the veto. So now you have a bit more information to go off of. But do you go with FaZe or do you go with Liquid?
I just think Liquid aren't confident in themselves right now, right? So I think that's where they've kind of given a step to FaZe here, giving FaZe another map that once upon a time, historically, Mirage was one of their favorite maps.
Sure.
You know? You think about Nico and Rain on that, they would always go to that map. They're all off as well, obviously. Sure. Cold Zero in it, historically a fantastic map for him. So this isn't like they're going to be rattled going into the pick. And then we have that game against NiP just gone. Liquid giving up so many rounds. They had to have a Liege have a massive play with that flank to even get them round number 15. And then they still have to win in overtime. So I don't think Liquid are confident in themselves. But the one thing I'm giving them is the fact that they're warm. And if they can have Stewie as that individual who can pump them up and carry them through. He was playing decent yesterday. You know, my prediction on paper says Liquid, so on the desk I'll just say Liquid. Let's go with that.
You're sticking with your prediction?
Why not?
Duncan, are you changing
I'm
up?
staying with it anyway, but I would change if I really thought. So I think Liquid 2-1, like the way they've been playing, I don't know if I can trust them to win 2 in a row, but I actually think they're a better team than FaZe. I haven't fully been convinced the whole FaZe experiments worked just yet. A little bit of a Frankenstein team, so I'm going to say Liquid 2-1. Just give me that Twists from earlier in the day. I've already got a Liege with his ADR. I'm taking Liquid 2-1.
All right, time to hand it over to our commentators then. Scrawny and Launders, let's get into the match.
Let's. Launders, here we are. One more map between these teams. I'm really happy that we're starting off on Team Liquid's map pick after losing that series yesterday. Obviously, now we get a 3rd experiment between both FaZe and Liquid. And it wasn't Inferno to start off the series again. Obviously, that's at the end. It's Mirage. We saw it versus NiP, though, and that's what's curious. It's not like we have this complete unknown entity starting with this. We've just seen today, earlier, some struggles.
We have, yes. There's I don't know if we're going to get a repeat of yesterday. Obviously, we can't see Inferno in the second, so there's a lot. There's a lot to be discovered. But just as Stewie said in the pregame, they're not playing like themselves, and FaZe knew that.
Right.
That's the most interesting part of all this. You run these maps back, and you might get different results. So hopefully that is the case today. Whether or not FaZe win, because they still might be favored.
We're starting hot. Welcome back, London. Glad to have you with us. Listen, I think there was a little bit of a drop-off in energy between day 1 and T2, so I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend. Rain, he's going to kick this pistol off with a headshot, jumping onto Ticket, seeing these 4 Ts walk out from ramp, and interestingly enough, Alicia's going to put that bomb down on connector side. Now, it's curious because Brokey, he's gone from top mid all the way back around towards ramp, and already we have Nico in this position. Twist being inside of Sandwich, well, he's safe for the moment, but a very strong post plant for Team Liquid, having so many members over towards jungle, over towards Con. Still, 4v3. They're going to start closing the distance. They're going to start clearing out all the nooks and crannies on this bomb site, but that smoke grenade, that puts things into question. Nafly's going to have to run in, and he has 3 kills already in the pistol. coldzera's position now known, but it is the time that seals the deal.
Okay.
Team Liquid take pistol.
Okay, so Nafly is an absolute tank. Comes in there with 3 kills. The 2 Glock headshots from a distance too, making that gun look much more viable than it is for most people. And Liquid come out hot with this first pistol round. Overall, setup from FaZe is fine. Good flank there from Nico. His timing is fabulous as well. They're got the clock bleeding down, but it's still within reason that they could easily win the round. And obviously, Olaf has the kit there in those final moments, so there's a chance. But they don't actually ice it out. Now, I guess because of the bomb plant, well, it's Liquid who get the bomb plant on top of winning the round. So in terms of FaZe, they don't get a fantastic buy. Brokey's got a little bit of money left over. Everybody else has invested almost fully. Brokey, of course, is picking up new responsibilities. He's going to be opping.
It's an exciting prospect.
Yeah, it does change their Mirage a little bit. That makes things different for their Mirage. And that's something that Liquid will have to get used to. Another thing that they were caught off guard by was the fact that on Inferno, Brokey and Colt had like switched spots, and or Nico, I think, and they didn't expect it. And so they were calling bad rotations because they weren't sure what FaZe's strategy was.
All right, Olaf. CZ up close versus what could be potentially 2. Stu to the top of the brick box. Ooh, he doesn't see him. Olaf's gonna down just 1 though. Cleared out. coldzera with the deagle, some damage, but this B site has fallen beneath the feet of Liquid. Brokey's scout valuable in the next round. Rain's tidbits as well. So this is just Team Liquid shuffling their way through middle and splitting excellently with the apartments push.
Yeah, obviously a bit easier to go up cat than it is connector. Teams like prefer to do it. I think there's a lot of ways to die if you go up cat into B, but once you cross the corner, it gets a lot easier. So the difficult part of this anti-eco is playing just slow enough that you can get through mid safely, and then once you turn the corner, it's all good, and they make that happen. Nice boost there onto the bricks on the cat corner. Almost everybody stays alive. And Raiden will come in and see if anybody tries to exit cat, do anything tricky, but there's nobody here in CPL. Liquid will save with 4, and they win. They're up 2-0 now.
Rain gets away with a parting gift. He finds his hands on the Galil.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, an extra $2 grand. Galil's is a great gun now. It's an awesome gun. It was in my bottom 1 guns before the update, and now it's top 5, maybe pound for pound in the top 3. I think for the value, like it's a cheap gun for how good it is. Doesn't give you the kill reward of those SMGs, so it's hard to justify before for the cost, but now I think it's so much more viable. You can use it on almost any round.
Let's see what Rain can get done with it. Remember that Galil saved, the Scout saved. A couple of Deagles in the mix, but still FaZe Clan at a massive disadvantage. Dodging grenades and connector. Team Liquid gonna be cautious here towards mid. I don't blame them.
Yeah, we know FaZe loved mid versus NiP on Mirage. That was like their go-to. They kept taking control of it, and NiP always had these very timid setups where they were barely spotting in window, playing back in CT spawn, holding connector, but very passively, not doing a lot there, and giving FaZe a lot of control. Let's see if and sorry, it's FaZe here on CT side, obviously, but we'll see if Liquid do something similar. They have started up these last 2 rounds going mid, obviously, on the Anticos. Once again, as we talked about, this is why they do it. They keep these long distances from their opponents. Great nade from Stewie, but a better Deagle in response.
Yep, frag v Deeg. And the pistol bests him. Molotov's going down all over this A site. Bombs moving over. Could very easily go for the same plant that they established in the pistol round, which they will. Elige becomes a strong post plant here. And the planter himself retreats towards ramp. Oh, it's actually a ramp plant, so no big deal. Little bit of a lineup over here towards CT spawn. Remember, we had our eyes on the Galil and the Scout, neither of which has really had much impact so far. And with the bomb being planted, it's really too late at this point. Rain pinned behind triple is down, and Olaf's peek from Cat is also denied. Elige getting away with 5 HP. That's going to be a nice treat for him as he holds on to the AK.
Yeah, Olaf gives it his best shot. Nicely handled there from Nitro. Very careful on the angle. Take the first kill and do so much damage. Rain from that saved gun does get a kill with it. You know, something we don't really talk about all that often, save weapon having impact, so that's quite nice, but as you can see, he was traded right away thereafter from Twist. So, very simple start here for Team Liquid. Pretty minimal losses, moving into round 4. A full-on buy here for FaZe Clan. Brokey's on the op. Everybody's got grenades. Let's see what you got, FaZe Clan.
A little bit of aggression, perhaps here towards mid. I feel like that's one of those things you don't want to give away. But speaking of giveaways, already, odds favoring Team Liquid as they start 3-0 out the gate. Here comes Nico with an opening frag, however. How much do Team Liquid decide to try and push off of this? Because there are so many bodies piling up here on this A site. Rain's Molotov's gonna flush them off with Tetris. Ooh, and even gets his gun back in hand to take down a player before he dies. However, his teammates, they're still trying to play cover, except for Nico. He just runs in. Falls off of the staircase as quickly as Team Liquid fall back.
Wow.
They can disengage. And Stu, all the while he's moving his feet into the B site.
Yeah, he's already made position here. There's no reason why they shouldn't rotate over because the action just happened. Obviously, this is a great time to come back. Now they're going to make it over towards B. Nobody has moved yet from the FaZe Clan. They're expecting a re-aggression. Maybe they're communicating to each other that they can just play together even if it is the B site, but significant advantage here to Liquid. They get this bomb down with so much time to find the best spots ever. And since they've been here, no one has made noise. So now the CTs start to peel away from that A site hold. Cold Zero will finally take heed and start moving through CT spawn. He's quite a distance away, so we'll see if they can actually pull this off. Time bleeds down, but we're still above the 50% mark on that bomb blowing up.
It'll be halfway gone by the time that they could even exit. So that save becomes tantalizing.
Wow, yeah.
So much so that they will call this off. So offering Team Liquid a 4th round. FaZe going to keep 3 players up. But remember, there are still exits to be had. Twists versus Olaf, first and foremost. It's not going to go his way.
Damn, bro.
Swift headshot and a swift start for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Twist has had a very good day of CS so far. Contrast that to yesterday. We had him on the live show, Blast Overtime. We struggled to find a round that he looked good in, that they were able to win. Here, today we've already got many rounds to pick from. So I think FaZe was Twist was pretty upset with himself. Nico falling through the smoke. Are you gonna comment on that?
I was going to say, do you find that yeah, I mean, he feels as though it's a turning point.
Wow, you got to be careful, man. Take care of that head.
Here we have it, though. I was going to say, because that one kill on Nico is exactly when Team Liquid then disengaged from the A site. It looked like they were in that kind of pinnacle moment where either they had lost so much that they had to commit, or they needed something to equalize in order to walk away. And they were given that equalization kill because of Nico hopping off of the staircase.
Really like that rounds there are won by information as well, with just Stewie making that play into B. I think Liquid need a round like that. They had no easy rounds in their last series versus FaZe last night. A lot of people here were here last night as well to watch the rematch. And we could see how hard Liquid were working for every single round, even on the rounds they lost, and they did lose a lot of them. Smokes in from Stewie. Mid control established here for Team Liquid. They once again know they're moving into some kind of half force or a strong save with those 2 guns remaining from FaZe Clan. Don't know if Brokey shot his op last round, so that might be a question mark for them.
Still could be unknown. The moment that smoke fades, So many players coming out of this. Rain caught alone at this A site. NiKo, he's going to be fired off, but a good execution with the Deeg. Straight to the back. Here comes the headshot onto Cold, however. Twist's locking down what should be the post plant. Stewie, he's going to grab that bomb.
Twist on guard duty, and he takes care. My God,
Okay.
NiKo with his deagles looking so fresh right now.
Yeah, maybe he punched himself until the brain turned on, you know?
Yeah.
That's what you do when the PC's not working. You slap it upside the tower mo, but
upside the head, upside the tower.
Twists. He's gonna have to do everything because NiKo, this is the one-man show. He's sitting on 3 frags already, runs forward, grabs himself that AK, but Twist takes down both. And just like that, it's Liquid on fire. But they're not the only ones. Hot damn, NiKo. 3 Deegs in that round.
He could have. I mean, it feels like if Twist isn't playing at this absolute peak, in the actual peak form that he's in right now, that NiKo probably gets that kill. Even Brokey coming out from the side of triple. You know, I feel like Twist, he inches out a little bit just to get a small edge on whoever's going to peek him triple. Still has to hit that first bullet, but he does it. And it's just good enough to take advantage of NiKo as well. And it feels like in that last series, I saw someone tweet this, it was like, it feels like Twist had won 10 clutches or more.
Fair.
It's continuing on into this series with that.
Ooh, quick base.
He looks so easy.
Quick pace into the next gun round. NiKo, ooh, he's going to be happy to have won that duel. Swings out before the smoke pops. Elish drops. And Cold looks to hold on to Cat.
Man, really close call. Expensive round there for Team Liquid at the very least, even though they are on fire officially. Standard setup that doesn't need to change much for FaZe, so although they have been quite passive on mid, now they have all the reason to be from here on out. So we can see fallen comrade from Liquid just in the middle of mid. Was trying to take a fight into connector. Stewie working alone here for CPL. Can hold and anchor all the rotations from the CTs, but there's enough CTs to hold. Credibly, you'd think. Brokey is fast rotate in the halls. He's watching the back of window, but he's there to fight with B, and Coldzera's trying to get information. This could be a critical frag. We don't know which way this duel will go, though. Ooh. Oh, it's actually, yeah, Stewie to get caught off guard.
Crucial error, and it falls flat. Brokey's op, like you said, on quick rotation, just immediately whips around, ops one down, pushes NAF into the 1 versus 5, an unobtainable clutch. 30 seconds, he'll find just 1 kill as FaZe are on the board.
Yeah. And that last round, too, you know, comes down to 1 player. It's Twist who has all the bank left over. He can't even drop for everybody. Luckily, Nitro can pay for himself. But this is a fantastic setup. You know, Brokey's there just in time to take a really important stance in the fight. And he is actually rotating off of the kill that comes on Cat. So Coldzera being as far out as he did made a big difference in terms of the spacing when they were trying to exit into B. Forward aggressive control here at mid. Rifle versus rifle. Oh, NiKo peeled back just a little bit now in the smoke. Brokey behind him in window. Don't know if that's actually smoked as well. I don't think so.
NAF was playing dangerous.
Yeah.
It extended out ramp, but nobody on the A site was actually trying to duel with him. So now that the smoke pops in his face, good thing he moves. You see some frag grenades being thrown out there by FaZe Clan, already starting to cheat players closer towards this A site, and there could be the window boost. However, FaZe moving forward on this A site. Stewie was left to lurk towards CPL last round. Now he could just be boosted outside of the window, anticipating potentially that Cat peek. He knows Cold was... Oh, this was big. Rain, he's going to push it to the Palace, but crosshairs offset.
This is so much more than that, though.
But another.
NiKo.
Wow. He's going to take down just the 1. So, man advantage for Liquid. Swapping out to the M4. Elish going to keep moving forward here with Bomb. And NAF, well, he's come back from Palace to try and join him. Doesn't want Elish to die alone, but he is running into this bomb site where there's still a player from FaZe. Coldzera tucked back behind site. If he finds them with backs turned, oh, he could be dangerous. And he's going to go for the spray, slaying 2, putting this post play into question because it's the man advantage back for FaZe and HP on top of it. Twist, 1 versus 3, able to cross back towards stairs, but that's where he falls. Coldzera does it all.
What a place to wait. Coldzera, fantastic. And I say that for 2 reasons. He obviously, from the firebox, you know, his patience pays off, and then he gets on top of the bricks under Balk for that last kill. Twist can't even clean him up. That's amazing. He was an absolute juggernaut yesterday for FaZe Clan. Didn't know if he was going to get that Coldzera twice in 2 days in a row.
Like a muddy swamp monster. He just comes crawling out from behind the box. Team Liquid, they were so confident in their ability to take the A site that they wrote off the possibility of a player being tucked. And it's going to cost them not only that round, not only allowing FaZe to double up their score, but pushing them into just pistols. The desk was talking about the potential of a strong start from Team Liquid using that first series as warm-up. But FaZe, they also seem to be warmed up.
Yeah, they start warm. Oven was preheated with FaZe Clan. The idea behind the pistols is right. Like, it's good to see that Liquid are imploring stuff on their eco rounds because it felt like they had very uninspired play yesterday. They weren't trying stuff on rounds like this, so they just missed Brokey. Small timing there in window. I think 4 or 5 nades came his way. It's tough to coordinate, you know. All those nades have to be lined up the same spot. You have to trust your teammates don't run in front of you. Ooh. See if Elise gets a kill. If it's just Brokey's gonna, or it's no Nico. Yep. Knock him off his post. We'll see. Oh!
Get out of here. Had that just been thrown up a second sooner, than Nico gets caught when he's walking from jungle, and there's a chance for Elise, but
it's like Kanye said when I started out, I was at the bottom of the totem, and now I'm on the top, and everybody on the scrotum.
Nico with 2. Looking to just finish off versus the pistols here. Damn, man's just rocking the USP. Little vanilla pistol. We saw a lot of BM coming out of Team Liquid as they tried to best NiP earlier today, shooting corpses. Well, Nico just did the same, Mohan.
Yeah, good.
Some of that bad blood boiling over from yesterday.
More of that.
Done.
I would, if I'm Liquid, back to mid, try it again. Try to work on a better opening for the first kill, then move from there. Like, FaZe Clan give them tons of space here. They're not even trying to abuse them behind top boxes, so that's a nice sign for Team Liquid. They can start out however they want. There's not really a good reason to just move directly into an execute if you know you're getting mid for free just like this all the time. But at the same time, FaZe are maybe conditioning them a little bit. But wow,
poor
so
Rain.
Easy for a twist. He knows that's coming that round.
Yeah, it's so tough sometimes to be that Palace peeker. There was nobody in that corner last time Rain walked in, so decides to write it off, and Twist writes him off. 5v4 for Liquid. Looking to stop FaZe's spree of victories here at 3.
I would love to see if Liquid can close this round out, because they've been starting a lot of rounds out 4v5.
Yeah,
but
this is an exception.
Yeah, this is an exception, but it still doesn't mean they're out of the woods. The rotations from FaZe have been very smart. And look, we're already having another one.
Yep. Timing on the smokes, though. Nico, ooh, he peeks into the tail end of this cat play. 3 players trying to get inwards. Olaf's going to be pressured off of Van, but he shuts down Cat, so it's all in from Apps.
Just
and even
beautiful.
then, they take nothing more.
Just beautiful.
From a 4 versus 5 to the 4 versus nothing. FaZe keeping the rounds rolling.
That's amazing. Yeah, they get that perfect rotation over to B. They just understand what Liquid want to do. And it's once again, it feels like Inferno, where there's not a lot of tells in play. They just have a good idea for the round. They're down a man, they take a risk. And you can imagine making a B rotation like that when you're already down a man on Mirage. It's very rare. That previous round, they had an idea, it didn't work out so well. So it's not like they're geniuses. They did do that. They did attempt to push Palace and A-Ramp at the same time. Both those pushes failed. But that ends up being a bait for Cold Zero, where he pretty much wins single-handedly. Nitro this time up in A halls. Few at the bottom of Connector. Deagle's pushed up Brokey. I saw a nice flick from him earlier. I'd like to see another one.
Well, you might get what you hope for here, Mohan.
See that head with a pop out.
Oh, goodbye. Down goes Elige, first and foremost. Now, unfortunately for Team Liquid, even if they had...
no way.
But another corner goes unchecked. Rain coming out from under Palace. He shuts down any hope. I was going to say, even if they did get quick entries, just as Nitro nails 2. Well, the bomb was so far back on Twists. However, how about a sick flick from him? Does the damage, does the dance, but dies. 5-5, FaZe.
Let's cue up that replay, though.
Let's.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Let's get Nitro in this.
It felt like a real no country for old men moment here as Nitro gets these 2 kills, because you think this is the deciding factor. A wonderful adjustment. Long range as well. Very few pixels to work with, and he makes the most of it. You see those cheats go off in Alicia's eyebrow again? That's a consistent thing. Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh, baby.
I like that. Oh. All right. Chance on both sides. They're initiating each other.
I'm all for it.
Hey, I get it. It's 5-5. It's 5-5. Anything could happen. NiKo 140. Unsung hero on this map? I don't know. I do remember NiKo kills, but it feels like coldzera has had such fantastic rounds. Brokey looks very good with the op. Olafmeister has had fantastic B holds.
Just NiKo, he's been getting his...
I'm almost half surprised that Liquid have 5 rounds.
He's been getting his hands on kills in almost like every single round.
Yeah.
Constantly toppling bodies. Here he'll try yet again to the top of middle. Plays inside of the smoke. Cheeky. But Team Liquid not going to overextend here. Of course, we've got a good flashbang, but not punished for it. Eesh, Nitro is more concerned with getting himself into the cover, and as he peeks back out, he died. Alish trades in time.
Well, at least they're not scared to peek him. As they definitely did need to trade in that situation. Good on Alish for doing that. And mid control is now Team Liquid's. For what it's worth, it hasn't been worth a whole lot, honestly, in these previous rounds. The 2 A-ramp push here, well, it's an escort as well as Rain. Rain makes his way forward into enemy lines now. Nafly's got the wrong thing out. It's a flashbang.
Yeah, tried to find timing on that peak, but here's Stewie also denied. Rain!
You're
3
kidding.
kills!
You're joking, man.
Finally he's able to find some impact. Poor guy had to push Palace multiple rounds, and he's just been being shut down. This time, he adds 4 to the scoreboard.
Oh, wow.
Havard, Nygaard.
That's crazy. You know, if you know that mid is compromised, you don't actually want to be on the A ramp around that area. You don't have any favorable engagements. If someone comes to the top of stairs, they're supposed to kill you. If someone comes around the side here, that angle is not very fun for you as a CT, and you're getting peeked. You're not the one doing the peeking. So, and he's also been there a few times. So for him to win those duels, I'd say he's like 40% favored. So he goes above and beyond with his mechanical skill there to absolutely dismantle Team Liquid.
I feel like Naf knew he messed up the moment he came around that corner.
Yeah, 4 frag for Rain. This is nuts. The stars align for FaZe Clan in all respects. Smoke is a bit off. This won't help them cross the window, but it will help FaZe Clan buy a little bit more time.
It's crazy to think. I feel like all weekend long, it's been strong starts to the halves, time and time again for Team Liquid, but unable to use those strong starts to actually win with majority rounds. Yeah, there's still a chance. They could put out the flames of FaZe. Here's coldzera with a flashbang, looking to just line up a bunch of bodies, but he is fully blind as he retreats down from the apps.
Oh, it's a little awkward.
Yeah, it's getting weird here. Pistol's gonna prevail for a bit, but Brokey hits the shot and can very well bring this back.
Lightning fast from Brokey.
Another perhaps. Alish pinned down. There's the round for FaZe. 7 in a row.
On their feet. That is beautiful stuff from Brokey. What a hold.
7 in a row. Brokey being the difference maker there. I mean, we saw the awkwardness setting in, and then he just took it over. Yeah. It felt like anybody's round because of that initial clash.
Yeah, nice Brokey.
Nice Brokey.
It's getting that NiKo nudge.
Woo!
It's a real roller coaster of emotions here.
Double op setup coming out of FaZe here, looking to advance the round count further in their favor, but predicted by Young Stu. And Nitro now, he's going to look to exhaust himself into the site. Just charges in. It's Twists with the kill and coldzera with the Palace play. But dropping bomb, forcing it into full display, could have helped his player in jungle. How about Nafly on the clutch? Sitting at 7 and 10, knows where both players are, and currently there's timing. As long as Brokey doesn't peek before Cold comes back, then the pinch won't be perfect. There's his chance in a second, but the CZ bests him.
My God.
And FaZe, I mean, they're just all-time confident right now.
Damn, Young Sleepy Eyes versus Young Sleepy Eyes. Wow, it's been an exciting match so far. You absolutely love to see it. This is a great adjustment here from coldzera.
Look at
He
this
missed
one.
that. He dropped that real easy shot, and then, of course, in classic Cold fashion, takes 2 in response. Whoa, language.
Hey, Bucko.
My goodness.
I can understand the frustration, though.
Yeah.
You know, must have felt good coming into this series, seeking revenge from yesterday's loss. You know, you get that 5-0 start, you're thinking, suckers.
Yeah, I think this match is
And-
so much more about the fact that they played yesterday and just
Reality
how
sinks in.
Liquid did not look like themselves, and that FaZe looked better than ever. FaZe want to prove that it wasn't a fluke. Liquid want to prove that that really wasn't them, and that they aren't ending this week on that note.
Yeah.
Right?
And like we were discussing on the desk, you know, like winning 2 series versus Liquid in the first weekend of 2020, that would feel real good. It's going to give them that edge, the confidence edge that Duncan was talking about. The confirmation in the back of your head that maybe Liquid aren't that good. And here we go. Looking to set themselves back into the A site yet again. Quick mid control, running through smokes. They could have just tried to force their way up connector, but instead they'll throw a boost into the mix, and there is timing here. If Stewie can get past that scope of Brokey, then who knows what happens, but Nico and Rain, they're already combining for a lockdown on ramp. Naf and Stu, though, doubling back with a couple kills of their own. Still, Nico knows that he is being encroached upon from all directions, but it's not his kills to have. It's Brokey's on the op. And Stewie, 1v3 now, knows Nico's still pinned into this position, doesn't know Cold's about to gain vision, and now it is the clutch attempt. Very, very doable here for Stu. 50 seconds to play off of. He understands and anticipates that this CT is rotating from elsewhere. Dangerous plant. Could have been a spawn peek, but it's not the case. Stewie seems to be reading this correctly. Cold's gonna confirm it, and down he goes. Peeking out before Cold even has a chance. That's the 1v3 clutch from Stu.
1-on-3, beautifully done. That was great. Took a small risk there, but the SG's so strong. As a player comes around the default box, a chance he dies on that engagement. Overall, this looked terrifying, though. Those 2 kills with the combination spray down from Nico and Rain, holding it down long distance, the A ramp. You thought that was going to ice them out, but instead, yeah, they hold it out. They hold it together. So now we move into the last round of the half. Maximum potential here for Liquid is 7 rounds. FaZe has already done such a great job. I'm honestly surprised that Liquid has been able to pull out this many so far, based on how well FaZe have been playing. And just like in all the games that we're seeing, it's streaks. It's a strong start followed by a much better comeback.
Of course. And then we've had these kind of fizzle outs towards the very end of halves. But I would say it's safe to say anybody's to finish this half with. Solid buys.
Anybody's game still?
Anybody's round, anybody's game.
Yeah, anything goes.
You want it, it's yours. Just got to dig deep.
Just got to search out that Mamba mentality, right?
Yeah. Carpe diem. But the server does fall silent here as we hit the minute mark. Brokey's going to be at the top of ticket, and there's going to be way too many players for him to drop. He could start to shave them off, however. He's a little wary of Naf on ramp. Twists. He gets just one. Nico's hot on their heels. Jumped down from window and got within connector. But Stewie's back at it. A 1 versus 4, looking to go one better. Nico charges straight at him, and FaZe will finish the half with a 3-round lead. Solid stuff coming out of them. They've got the series in the back pocket and an edge at the half. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after the break.
To say no chickens were harmed in the making of these videos. Welcome to the Aim Chicken Challenge presented by Betway and hosted by me, Rob4 from Betway. The aim of the game is simple. Each player is going to have 10 darts to throw at different point scoring chicken targets. The big chickens are worth 5 points, the medium chickens are worth 10 points, and the small chickens are worth 15 points. If you hit the barrels, you lose 5 points. It's time to hit some chickens. It's Olof's turn. So what's your tactic?
Going for the small ones.
Going for the
In
small
the
ones.
middle.
So technically, if you hit all the small ones, you could get 150 points.
Yeah, that's not happening.
That's definitely
That's not happening.
We can categorically say now that's not happening. Yeah. Do you reckon you're going to beat these guys? Confident?
I don't know. I hope so, but I don't know why, but I'm really nervous for some reason.
Shaking.
So
Shaking.
yeah, but
I'm nervous for
hopefully
you.
that's the plan.
Okay. Well, fingers crossed. Best of luck. I'm going to put 90 seconds on the clock again.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. It's a good start. It's a strong start. Oh, was that a 15? There we go. It's another 15. Oh my god, he was hiding swapping it up. Okay, he's on 30 so far.
Is that a 50?
That counts.
Yeah,
That counts.
Where's the other ones? I go middle again.
Go middle again. Oh,
you deserve that one, Olaf.
Yeah.
If there's time, we will pick that dart up.
There we go.
Okay. He's making you guys look. This is me.
He's making us look like amateur.
He was sandbagging in practice.
Yeah. Oh, it fell out the target. We'll count it though. We'll count it. That one just fell out the target. It was a 15 though.
Yeah.
There is camera proof of that. We got 45 seconds. Do you want to? We should rephrase this dart because we let Fallen do that.
Okay.
So let me find the dart.
This guy don't need another chance.
I think it's done now. Yeah.
Which one should I go for?
Catch. No, I'm kidding.
Oh yeah.
You've got 31 seconds left, so...
Which one should I go for?
The X one. You hit the X, you win the game.
Go for the... that one there in the middle.
In the middle? Okay.
Yeah. Or maybe a 10-pointer. Might be easier.
Okay.
Easy. Okay, pause the timer.
He was hiding.
Yeah, he was sandbagging the whole time.
That was... Every day. Let's have a little count.
I think I had one here, no?
So this one fell out, but it definitely hit. I'm fairly sure we will have instant replay going now. So that's 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 85 points. And did you hit any barrels?
Yeah, one.
So it was 80.
You hold the chicken now, my man.
I'm confident that was 80, which is very, very impressive. The last player is going to be Rez.
Let's go Sweden.
Stay tuned, and thank you for watching.
Nice, Keith.
Take it.
Kiss out.
No. Bummy, CT.
Nice, boys. Let's go.
Shit, guys.
Very nice. Strong energy coming out of Team Liquid in the first pistol. And as we are set to begin the second here on Mirage, let's hope that they can recuperate that energy, Launders, that was definitely lost, I'd say, throughout that spree of rounds from FaZe Clan. Remember, we give them props. 8 strung together in a row, finishing the half with 9. So 3 rounds the advantage as we set to kick off second pistol.
Yeah, my read is obviously that if they're slave to their emotions once, that it can happen again. If they start off on a good foot and they come in with too high energy and then they get a second message for FaZe that puts them right back into yesterday. I feel like they're very susceptible to that, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they're not able to recover. Obviously, not hoping for that result, but I'm sure a lot of people watching would think the same thing. Yeah, it's a weird message to hear that like the team in a very nebulous sense wasn't playing like they wanted to or wasn't themselves.
Yep.
What exactly does that mean?
What does it mean? Answers to be found here. Second pistol underway. We talked about the lack of aggression from them yesterday in pistol rounds. Well, they tried to charge up top middle to get early info, but found nothing for their efforts. Where does this leave them? Well, could push us into the 5v5 retake attempt over here at A. There is a kit and a smoke for Nitro. There's that wall of smokes down for FaZe Clan. Heavy utility usage coming out of them, but a very exposed bomb plant, and Stewie's just burnt to a crisp.
Ooh, just trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, Rain looking to maybe even extend this here, taking a fight through the murder hole, but here's NiP on the table. Dancing for frags. Rain tries to trade, and he does just get one. Lucky for him to still be standing.
How's he even alive, right?
It's wild, right? He's doing such a good job of serving as a distraction that Nico's gonna come in from the back.
Oh.
It's the burst shot, and Cold Zera, skitty pop pop. And he's now down. Nico, come on! Hit those headshots, they're easy peasy. Sitting in the open, ready for the taking. FaZe, double digits, right off the pistol.
What the hell was that? Everybody's guns were broken that round. It took so long, you know, to the point that you got to say it's like how do you even dig too deep into that? Everybody just messed up. It felt like couldn't kill Rain, Nico not getting those bullets off. It's pretty strange. It was pretty strange. And FaZe win the second pistol, but that puts them very, very firmly in the lead. Oh, we're certainly not going to hear any enthusiasm out of Liquid after that. It's got to be a frustrating one. They'll come back into it with a bye. This can win back their confidence if they pull something interesting off here. But it's already 3v5, the Halls push. Although it's the correct idea in the sense that they get the fights that they want, they don't win them.
You know somebody just made a really good call before coldzera went up into the apartments, because the moment Rain saves him after he's dinked, if you saw the player cam, Cold looks over to Rain, taps his head, big brain. They know it. They're ready. And that's something that we had to really talk about with our series yesterday. It seemed like more often than not, FaZe Clan were ready for whatever variations Liquid decided to make off of pauses, for any setups or executions. FaZe just looked way too informed.
It's always a huge benefit to like any team, any player that goes and plays for another team. They have so much information on like how they feel like somebody's going to calm, or the players that they played with for so long. That's information that'll last a long time. Those habits die hard. And we know how vocal Cold can be.
Here we go. Same smokes thrown from the pistol. Twist's just looking to hone in on that crosshair. Wants to smash Olaf if he rounds the corner. But Nitro, well, he's able to pick up a kill before the execute commits. At the 30-second mark, they're going to go all the way back to B. Why, you ask? Well, because while I was distracted at the A site, Nico slipped his way all the way through B. He's got an unbroken vent and a hell of a corner to be holding.
Yeah, so they've only got a mid-rotation. He doesn't know too much about Cats, so they've just got to be worried about that. But in terms of Halls,
it's over.
Yeah, they're good. And Liquid are aware of the fact that they've just been played. So no chance that they can even win this round. They keep majority alive, and all of the money that they spent will be for something. They can carry this over, collect their win bonus. No reason to die. They'll hold up in the Halls, in the Palace, and wait for the next round. Another opportunity to fight, but really great round here from FaZe Clan. Once again, another solid anti-eco.
They can hide in Palace all they want. There's no doubting this. They are under siege. 5 rounds the lead for FaZe. They'll be lucky to get away here with a couple of deagles. So gonna have to let another round slip. That's gonna allow FaZe, theoretically, to double the score of Team Liquid. And remember where we are on Liquid's map pick. Heading to Dust 2 after this, but she's not over just yet. Neither's Nitro.
It's funny because I looked at it as an even strength veto as something that was a boon for Liquid yesterday, but today it feels like an even strength veto on the maps, a boon for FaZe, because their form is more on point. So
sure,
I don't know. We'll see. At least they get to put Inferno away a little bit. I think for all of us too, we want to know. You know, does it have anything to do with Inferno? Probably not, but will not playing it help?
That's why I was so happy to be kicking this off on Mirage, because now we're going to get the third map between these teams. You know, we kind of praised Team Liquid's map pool. We thought that's why MIBR forced it to Vertigo to start this entire weekend.
We might not get a third map if they play Dust 2 like they did yesterday as well.
Sorry, meaning third map as in we already watched Dust 2 and Inferno yesterday.
2 maps plus
now
this.
We have Mirage.
Right,
You know, it's
yeah,
just
more
like
data.
More of an encyclopedia between these two teams. Another technicality of a round to get through before the buys start coming in.
Yeah, but yeah, you could definitely say that you know, they win this if Liquid can win this round, and that would be terrible for FaZe. They're thinking about it. Rotations over to B. So there's 3 players here. They've evacuated window. Nobody even watching it from the back. Similar to that position with Brokey in the market, just holding the murder hole. No one's even doing that. So now Liege will take that position. Twist all alone in CT spawn. FaZe would like to go A. That's probably going to be their best call. And they're picking the correct site once again, it looks like.
Just 3 points of damage off the nade. Once the smoke fades, Elish could have a chance at a headshot here, but FaZe Clan doing a really good job of just playing together, offering no opening for Liquid. Some desperate smoke spam with a deagle. This is going to be another one of those moments where bomb goes down before the CTs can get anything done, and it's all too easy here for Rain. Olaf adding a 3rd kill in the mix, and just like that, it's over.
Yeah.
12-6. Betway odds coming up on screen now here. Obviously, FaZe Clan going to be back on the favor. Just one kill. NiP tempted by Olaf being pinned into the corner, but he's protected by the young gun.
Wow.
And there's the peek from Rain.
Yeah, Rain's HSB, just like Rain is known to do. He's hitting heads. You know what I mean?
Who's up there at the moment? Ooh, Nico, 118 ADR, 112 on Rain. Looking good.
Establishing round for Liquid in this half. CT, they come in, they have the op on Stewie. They're at full strength. They have only one kid after they spend everything they've got, but that kid can make all the difference.
All right, they're not going to shy away from aggression. FaZe, being confident at this scoreline, have lost a body.
That's interesting. Did they read the jump up? I don't know how accurately Elige was prepared for that, or if he was just watching the cat cross, but he had Stewie's back perfectly.
Coldzera giving away half of his health to the Molotov. Yeah. He was hoping he'd find somebody on that stairs peak, but he gets nothing for it.
Nobody else moves just yet. Just made an attempt at basically bullying Stewie. Wow,
Whoa.
He's gonna have a chance to jump or kill Nitro jumping. That window closes shut.
Playing around a little wall bang, minute mark. Team Liquid not looking to throw away a man advantage, not looking to take a gander down ramp.
On Mirage, Stewie versus NiP was having trouble with this op from this position. Dropped a couple of shots. Let's see if that changes now.
It's going to go back to the standard wall of smokes. Twists will be burned out of his position. And Stewie misses that opening shot. Luckily, Twists can pick it up, but he is so pinned down in this position that he needs Stewie to come online. He needs him to lend the helping hand, and he will. Through the box, drops Brokey. Rain responds, though, so it's just the one kill, and he had more than one chance. Still, a man advantage. 20 seconds left over. Rain's going to be desperate to try and plant this, and a Molotov's going to screw with him. He has to wait for that to burn out and then plant. And these CTs don't have to peek until that happens. Once they do, they could just straight up stop bomb. It's being covered by Gold. Down he goes, and nothing more from FaZe. 3 up for Liquid as they close the lead to 5.
Very nicely played. Peek just enough to bait the teammate who's supposed to cover him into shooting, and then that's when it activated everyone else. And that's how you win a round with a man advantage when the other team has no spokes and no way to plant.
But there's a chance there. Missed op shots from Ticket yet again.
Yeah, it's true. You know, the rotations are good, and that's probably the most important part. But, you know, Stewie dropping the shot there means that Twist ends up getting killed, and that's a tumble-on effect. And you expect that will happen more often than not. Today I asked on Twitter how much people value aim, and sometimes you look around like that and you're like, whoa, it does play a big factor. Luckily, it's also a team game in the sense that there's more outs and a lot of emphasis on individual play. Stewie there opens up with a nice op shot, but isn't in a position to escape Rain immediately, takes him down thereafter.
Yeah, Molotovs.
They check their backs quite quickly. No one's underpass, however.
Nope.
CTs are, they're corralled. They seem to all be trying to respond to be so fast.
Timing could play a part in this, but Elige just mows him down, sticks to the spray.
Well, Cold was on his own mercenary mission, just trying to open up options for FaZe after that, after they didn't follow up on the B hit right away. Even though they got the trade 1-for-1, just didn't end up ramming the site. 2 still in B from Team Liquid. So once again, A looks tempting, but you know that this could be the setup regardless. Retakes on A are a standard setup. However, they're quite low on grenades, and they don't have any smokes for the retake as well.
Yeah. They also wasted a Molotov. I mean, really small point, but at the beginning of the round, somebody actually broke vent with a Molotov. So it kind of gave away mid-timing. A waste of a crucial nade, but let's see if it has any impact later on. 20-second mark is where we find ourselves. Nico's going to jump past the murder hole. That's a simple frag.
Yeah.
Twists, he's just going to tuck himself behind Ticket, dodging the op shot of Brokey, so they know exactly where the last 2 players are. Some damage going each way, but Brokey's slain. Twist takes him in the drive-by on the USP. So starting to close that gap yet again.
Damn, Twist is pissed.
2 survivors, double op being moved forward.
It was, as you, I mean, you mentioned it, but it is a big flub, you know, not just mollying out window so they can't play in window,
Right.
but losing a molly early, right?
You think about it just like the round prior, you know, remember how quickly Nico had thrown himself into connector. What if that happened to be the play out of the gate for FaZe again? They really could have cost themselves there. So a minute mistake, but one that really doesn't come back to cost them.
I wonder if Nico bumped on something there, because jumping across window, not clearing it, but also just trying to get across it, didn't really have much of a jump there. I feel like it jumped too early.
As the timeout comes to a close, you just brought it up yourself, that poll you tweeted when you said like how much of CS is aim. I said 50%.
Yeah.
I was curious to your thoughts.
Oh, my thoughts, for me, it's like 50 or just a little bit below 50, something like that. I mean, with all the other factors. And again, we talk about some of this, like the difference between the best player, like the best players and the greatest players of all time. A lot of these guys are very comparable in terms of their stats, in terms of the eye test. But I think the only thing that makes a difference is how comfortable they are in the highest and grandest circumstances. When it's a semifinal, when it's on LAN, when there's the most amount of fans involved in situations like this where everybody's yelling at you. The players who can play the most calm in those situations, I feel like those are the truly special ones, on top of having all of the homework done, all of the natural ability and the aim and reflexes. From there on out, for me, it's simply mentality, and I'm sure a lot of players see it the same way.
Okay. I figured out what happened with the molly, by the way. It's the Molotov that they're throwing into window to try and screw with any window smokes. But that is neither here nor there, because Stewie's at bat with the big old cannon from the top of Ticket. He'll take down the first. Remember, FaZe working with barely any weaponry.
Olaf, yeah, he moves into position. I think he knows exactly where Stewie is right now. I wonder if he's going to try to tee off on him after the smoke goes up. Stewie helping out both at the A ramp and in connector as well. Nafly, well-placed grenade. Boom. He's out. And Stewie also warms up a little bit more.
Yep. And this, if you are Liquid, is what you're hoping to string together. The easy anti-ecos with the gun rounds to boot.
3 rounds of difference.
3 rounds the difference.
2 ops picked up. Do they already have those? Nitro can play B. It frees up rotations quite heavily.
Yep.
He'll have to play maybe a little bit more carefully than Stewie did when he pushed in halls. He'll be free to do it.
Brokey is kind of forced off of his peak because of the utility. Poor kid's dodging grenades. Whoa, another.
That's an easy
sitter of a shot.
Yeah, shot dropped.
And he gives up the cross just as the next 2 players go over, so. Yes, and it's not the first round we've seen an op shot go astray.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a tough day here for young Stu Balls. 2 CTs front of the smoke as it goes up. Coldzera loves this action. Ah, there it is. Instant shot, but once again, Elige is the man to trade him out.
Right.
1 for 1, I think like Liquid are going to be quite happy about that, despite losing a player.
Molotov to the window, smoke on the top of connector. Nafly's prepared, but taken down. Now that's immediately going to start to speed up this hit towards the B site. Nitro calling for reinforcements. Could go for another peek.
Whoa,
he even gets that second shot. And Stewie, but he just can't land them. And that's what's going to spell disaster in this round. Think about it. Not only could he have established the 5v4, but he could have just pushed this into a 2 versus 1 to Liquid's favor. Still, we have seen Elige close these sorts of clutches.
Yeah.
And he has the kit to play off of, but Brokey, he's not missing shots.
Quick movement. You got to think, like, it takes some balls there to know that Elige just spotted you on the cross, and then to jump up on the van, go into halls, and then peek him window. He could have died in that situation. And it's just really rough. I mean, some days it just doesn't hit, you know? Some days it just doesn't hit. But that could mean that it might be a better situation to not be opping because you've got an expensive gun. Because positionally everything's fine, he's in the right spots, right? Yep. But some days just doesn't hit. Just gonna post up in mid. Other trouble is he plays like a really hectic spot up in connector, sometimes pushing into mid itself. It's like a very high frag location.
I'd argue so is Ticket, you know?
Oh yeah. And then he's a rotator for A as well.
Well, this is a pivotal round. Majority of the money on the line. Stewie down already. Rain just rips apart the A site, but here's Naf. Knowing a second player's at the base of mid, Olaf retreats into the tunnel. So they will hold on to the man advantage, but Elise gives chase.
Wow, he goes fishing.
Hold up, Nafly just got another kill too. I think he gets the lurk from the B bomb site. So that's all of a sudden, this mid retake, very possible, but Brokey, he's been on point. And he's gonna nail another shot. Throws out that flashbang to try and set up Nico, but he decides not to peek. Being completely cut off by smoke, however, pushes a lot of the pressure onto Kovac. Takes it back with just the first. Alish, 2 kills already. He has so many grenades to play off of. He could smoke, bomb, flash, molly to prevent a peek. Brokey comes out, both players on nades.
What is happening?
Still there's time. He's gonna have to try and stick this. Brokey stops him. Just the Glock. 14-9 for FaZe.
Oh, that is such a tricky situation. Brokey's a hero of the round, but man, they might have just rushed that situation a little bit. With all of the kills coming as quickly as they did, there wasn't even a game where FaZe had baited out enough grenades to safely get away with that post plant. Once Liquid get all these kills, all they have to do is safely use their grenades. Nafly, if he doesn't peek the stairs, but they smoke out the halls. If they smoke out the halls, throw the Molotovs where they need to be, and then move in for the retake, it makes more sense. We end that round, Elise is holding on to all of his utility because he doesn't feel comfortable by himself throwing it. A lot of that stuff could have been thrown a lot earlier. And we don't know if the retake was rushed because they didn't realize Brokey could have been opting that, but that's something they could have considered. And it really cost them nothing to just throw a couple of their grenades a little bit earlier on to make that a bit of a safer situation. But FaZe now take it to 14. They're moving into very critical territory. 2 for the win, and Liquid are all in. They've got the 2 MP9s, a CZ, a Deagle, and a Scout to their names.
I believe it was Sean Garris who I saw talking about Brokey on Twitter, saying that, you know, he's never going to be the player who is in the spotlight just because of the legendary names around him. But every game, I feel like Brokey is coming to impress. And what's wild is some of his reaction, you think he's the player who has all the experience. He's an old soul, that's for sure, but look at this. Big push into the B site. Nitro's just going to try to tuck himself away. They know there has to be somebody here, and that smoke grenade's going to tell them he's close. A fake plant, and no action off the CZ. Empty-handed is the hold. All too easy here for FaZe.
Yeah, you really got to suck this one up to save in this situation. Yeah, they're saving the worst guns ever. They're going to even have to potentially upgrade. I don't even know if they won't be able to afford them. They're just going to have to repeat this round, but again, versus 15. It all comes with just a single entry on Nitro. Tries to play it very patiently. Doesn't even bite on the plant that goes down. Tries to wait for his team to get into a position for the backstab. But FaZe, they count their chickens. They clear every angle, every corner, and all the pillars on the B site. They'll save with 5 and have a significant advantage moving into what will potentially be the last round of the first map.
The last round of the first map, and potentially the third map for FaZe versus Liquid in 2020. 3-0 is a nice place to be. No pauses called.
Whoa. Let's hear it.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Get louder than that. Come on, let's make some noise.
It's a good day to be a FaZe fan. Good day for the FaZe clan. Olaf just bombarding into the B site, but Nitro does piece together the first kill. Here's Naf to trade him. They know there's a player elsewhere, and that's Olaf. Cutting down the rotates, cold. He drops Nafly. Gets the man advantage back up for FaZe. They have the better weapons in this situation too. Utility thrown forward. Cold's been spotted, and Stewie wants his head. Gonna have to hold on for the plant. It's an inevitability that now comes in. And their job's suddenly all that much harder, but ooh.
Okay.
Twists makes things interesting.
Hey, 2-on-2, Olaf's low.
6 match points and a 2v2 to seal the deal. Currently T's 1 in apps, 1 back on Cat. They have a smoke to block him off, but instead they opt to put it on bomb. And Cold, oh, he's ready to go for the wide swing. Stewie's just gonna be desperately trying to stick this. Down he goes. And now Twist knows he's screwed. It's over. 16-9 for FaZe, picking up Liquid's map pick. The one variation in the veto. And it's a scary situation for Liquid, Launders. down a map again.
A fantastic map for more than just the score. Even when it was close in the first half, FaZe looked amazing on the rounds they won. And again, it was a strong start from Liquid that kept them afloat. But another map that they lose, not even getting double digits. They're having real struggles here, and FaZe are ready to capitalize.
Sketchy situation to be in, but at least they know what to expect. Dust 2, a part of the equation yesterday in this first series between these two giants. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed. We'll be back with Dust 2 after the break.
I'm not peeking, bro. I don't know if they're defusing or not, bro.
Defusing dead.
Nice.
Twist hit that headshot too on the last one there. That's a tough break for him. But there it is, boys. FaZe taking the first map.
That
Mirage
right
goes
there,
their way.
by the way, is the communication you want to have in a moment like that when you're about to close out a game. You're not overcoming. You're not saying who's thinking what. You're just saying, yep, I'm not peeking. Oh, diffuser dead. Oh, that was it.
Perfect.
You know, we didn't hear a lot, right? They obviously assuming they know how to play the situation. They're professional Counter-Strike players. So that was good. That was good stuff. That was kind of what we said could happen. There was another good start from Liquid. They got off to a flyer. They were looking 5-0 up. And then, well, quickly, FaZe clawed it on back and didn't look like it was difficult from that point, really. There was a couple of rounds there where it looked, oh, maybe Liquid are going to get into this CT side. But it wasn't to be. I don't know where the real drama is here, but Brokey had an absolute banger of a game. He was looking hot on the AWP, but this is some good stuff.
I mean, the guy should be called Bro KY, the way he's unleashing punishment on him. Just glided right in there somewhere, you know.
Just waiting for that one.
Anyway, whatever. They can't all land, can they? No, one thing I'll say it's very weird about Team Liquid, I've noticed in this tournament in the last few months, actually, is they either front run really well or they get in the games where they should be losing And then when they're in the force buy, when they're pushed to the wall, suddenly then they hit all the crazy shots and they're right back in it. Think, right, they can get in this game. But they're not the team that trade rounds. They don't go like you take a round, then I take a round, then adaptation here, comes back. Like, they definitely have like a problem with the gears on their team, because when they stop that coasting from the free run, goes right down.
Which is strange, right? Considering the individual ability of these individuals, right? You'd think if you were going into so many force buys, like what we've had to see them do in the tail end of these games, like those last few rounds there, they had no option. They go into the last round of the game with a bunch of MP9s, right? But the individual skill normally pulls them out of those holes, because someone gets a multi-kill, then someone finds that gap, and then he gets another kill, and even if they trade 2 back, someone's already on the flank, so now the 2v2 is looking great and they can swarm. We're not seeing that at the moment. The cohesion doesn't seem to be there, but also FaZe are playing these situations great. Those last couple of rounds, let's just go hard B, we'll get side control, we'll fake the plant, we'll clear all the rats out first, we'll get them out of here, then we'll plant it, and they're just playing these situations fantastically. So something's clicking very well for FaZe at the moment. Can't say the same thing for Liquid here, because they were struggling as well in terms of opening duels. Normally something you'd expect the likes of you know, you've got Twists holding a line, you've got a Liege holding a line, you're expecting them to find those opening kills, but they're being dictated to a little bit right now.
Okay, now you have Brokey, who's actually stepping up, but what about coldzera? Because, I mean, it feels like this is the kind of Counter-Strike that coldzera would be really good at and be bringing into the team as well. Cool, calm, collected communication, easy strategies that they can build off of, clutch situations going their way. Seems like coldzera could be the one who's also making the difference here for this team, because he never let his foot off the gas, even when he was on SK, MIBR, all that, right? He never let his foot off the gas. He was always the one who was aiming for the trophies. Yeah. Is that something that he's bringing to FaZe here?
If he's carried that work ethic across, right, that's fantastic. That's what you want to see. And of course, that's why he left MIBR. A lot of people think he probably left his Brazilian people in the dust. That's not the reason he did it, right? Look at the prospects for him to go in terms of Brazil. He probably wasn't going to get into that Furia lineup because they were thinking they were pretty hot at the time anyway. So this is a move that he got to make to play with other superstars that he respects. So if he carries that work ethic along, we've known that Olaf's had to have that work ethic to get to the best in the world. Nico's definitely got it. He's got that mentality about it. Bring Cold into the mix. Now you've got the lion's share of the team feeding that way. A new kid like Brokey's going to be hungry. They're all just hungry for this right now, which is definitely helping them from a mental standpoint. But it's their approach to the game, which the way that's changed from last year to now, that's the most impressive part here, right? That has to be looked at as something which is a great step forward, but this still isn't Liquid where we want them, right? They're not winning. They knew what was happening on that pistol round, right? The T-side pistol round from FaZe, where they were going to push through the smokes. They were expecting that round to come on through. We could hear that in the comms. They still lost that round. I heard Stewie saying they're doing it, and they still got caught off guard by it. So even though they were prepped and ready for certain little bits and pieces, still caught with their pants down. So going into map 2, Dust 2, it was a brawl yesterday. You know, I think that it has a chance to deliver again today. But once again, the confidence for Liquid must be shook. You tried Inferno yesterday, historically a good map, blown out of the water. Mirage, 16, not a double-digit scoreline, 16-9. So once again, rough.
In terms of the coldzera rank, I want to come in on that a little bit, actually. Okay. I don't expect him in this team to be like a contender for best player in the world. Sure. I don't think you'll see him topping any player of the year lists, etc. But what he can do in this team is he's the clutch master. If he can just do that, if he can just chill, get his kills on CT side at his spots, play well, do a little bit of the IGL in to help Nico kind of round out his game, win clutches, because he is still one of the absolute best in the world at that. He doesn't have the same structure. He had sort of, I won't say propping him, I say supporting him when he was in MLBR, which I think is what allowed those crazy numbers he had, because he was kind of the central piece of the engine of the team. The guy who should be the superstar actually is still doing it right now, which is Nico. This guy looks absolutely incredible so far. Round. At this tournament, he's killing it every single map. And the cool thing about that is, I thought he was hard done by last year in a lot of those lists. But I get it. His team wasn't in most of the finals. They weren't in most of the semi-finals. The way FaZe is looking right now, put Nico right back in that conversation for who can be the best player of 2020. This guy's unbelievable.
It's still obviously very early stages, right? But if he can continue that kind of form, that's really good stuff. We just saw that Deagle round, right? He was a little bit unlucky because he made that into a 2-on-1 situation. That's where Twist had a clutch. Now, if we're going to build on the storyline that we built before, especially with Dust 2, FaZe, when they won Dust 2, they won 4 out of the 6 1vx situations. Well, here, Liquid won more 1vx situations. They won, it was only 3, so they won 2 to their name. It was 1 over there for that of FaZe Clan.
Odds have definitely shifted here as well. I'm not sure if you saw that.
I missed it.
But the Betway odds, they took a nosedive for the Liquid side of things. Yeah.
Okay.
These are live updated as well. So FaZe started pretty even when we were getting into the match.
They're not the only ones losing hope.
Pardon me?
They're not the only ones losing hope. Betway, me, everybody at home, America,
Listen,
the country.
Say what you like about this game's for seeding and just for prize money, etc. If FaZe Clan can win 4 maps in a row against Team Liquid, and it's not like Team Liquid isn't fragging in a couple of these maps, that is a big statement game.
It's a question of whether or not Team Liquid have their head in the game, if there are any distractions here that they should be worried about, or if they should be just focused right now on getting that W versus FaZe. So
lots of distractions.
Lots of them.
Always.
Lots of them.
It is a busy world out there.
So let's get at it, boys. I think it's time to hand it over to our commentators. No, not quite yet. Not quite yet. We're going to throw it to a commercial break first. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be getting into the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with what will be the second map in the second series between Liquid and FaZe this weekend. But we go from Mirage to somewhere we know. It's Dust 2, Launders. And last time we were here, it didn't turn out too well for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it feels like we've maybe got more of the same today. It's hard to say, you know. You got to give them the benefit of the doubt. It looked like yesterday, like when they were on Mirage or when they're on Inferno, they looked smart, but they still couldn't close out the rounds. On Dust 2, we know they're great on Dust 2 again. It's one of their top picks, one of their most practiced maps, one map they use versus the very best competition, and they win very often. They're going to play against FaZe one more time, a map. In recent times, obviously, Liquid's stats aren't looking so hot, but FaZe have always really liked Dust 2 as well, and yesterday looked fantastic. So it's a tough one to call just because the limited kind of history between the two teams and limited successes between FaZe, but then the very recent outstanding performances from FaZe. But that's it, folks. We are getting into Dust 2 between Team Liquid and FaZe Clan, and what could be the very last map of the week.
Nobody seems excited about that.
Yeah, I don't
they
know.
want more
maybe
CS.
it's just okay. Yeah, I guess if maybe could be the second last map of the week.
Maybe
no
the
one cares about
distance.
that either.
Nope.
No. Okay.
All right. Well, let's see if they care about headshots, okay? Because that's what could be inbound. Top mid is where we'll find the action unfolding. Elige kicking it off with one. Cold answers. And Olaf's got his back. Woo! But Nitro through a smoke. Cold swinging it. So FaZe, oh my God, back and forth we go. Hard to keep track of what's what, who's where. Why is that?
This is all deaths on Cat. They were just trying to get into position. They weren't even executing just yet. Nico, did he slink by? He wasn't spotted top mid, right? Yeah, Nitro doesn't spot him. Bomb's still there with Olaf, though, on the left side of the door. Nitro's got his attention on the cross. So it's not going to be easy for Olaf to change up spots now.
Nope, he's wary of a tunnels push. Stewie, well, he's worried about the exact same thing. So both those players are going to have to go back just to make sure that they keep their opponents in check. But here comes the smoke on cross and a molly to block any remaining vision. Ooh, Nitro. Lucky to be alive, but now they know these T's are split.
Yeah, and they're going up mid.
Nope.
Wow, Olaf is...
Wrong call.
Wow, Olaf's just making his way back through spawn. This puts him back a bit. I don't know if Stewie saw him, but yeah, they seem pretty confident. Right. Olaf, yeah, he's just going to make his way there knowing that he's beating the timing. Nico's waiting, and finally he will get the fight. He'll be able to initiate contact here with the Glock, and oh my goodness, he makes it clap.
There it is. He's sitting. He's waiting. And he splattered the first one. Stewie's going to get gushed. Drop to 12 HP. A couple of USP taps could get it done. He's got it honed in. But tough to win. There's the first. Yeah, chant his name all you want. He's ready. Ooh,
he knows!
He's ready!
He knows!
Team Liquid take first pistol.
Damn, goddamn, Stewie. That was beautiful. And just after Nico showed how precise he was with that Glock, just dirty or clean, whatever you want to call it.
A little bit of both.
Yeah. Boom. First bullet, too.
Nicely done by young Stu. However, FaZe Clan going to be happy with the bomb plant, seeing as it transitions them into the double creek.
Honestly, though, was a really cool round from FaZe.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, very cool, very awkward.
Yeah. Very fresh, very modern.
Yeah.
1 or 2 sausages.
With a bowl of heavy cream. Scout down mid. Not going to find anything. We have Team Liquid just tucked safely into position. Elige already prepared for bed.
Yeah. Maybe as young as he looks, and it's past curfew. Twist had so much trouble yesterday on Dust 2. Playing long, they would avoid him. And rounds that he pushed, they were ready. Olaf knew what he was going to do at every turn.
Yeah, there was a little HLTV article about FaZe Clan where they were talking about the changes here. Firstly, putting Brokey onto that primary op, but then also putting Olaf back into like a lurking role.
Yeah.
And we saw that a lot, whether it be to try and counter Twist at long, whether that be inside of tunnels. I mean, there was even at times where Olaf was kind of getting outclassed inside of tunnels. Alone,
that
constantly.
first half, yeah, he had so much trouble. But you can see, yeah, the role switch, it mattered.
That's why it's going to be fun to draw parallels.
And diagrams and triangles.
Ooh. Gotta be cautious. He's got a player here to help, but they're not exposed to him. In fact, they're prepared for Nafly's peek. Rain deep in pit. Best twists. And all the while, they come barreling up catwalk. Yeah, that's not it, bro.
Between 2 smokes, and Olaf is the first guest.
Yeah. Stewie works the cleavage. Gets it to the 2v3.
Unhooks it with one hand.
But all the while, they've got to give away this round, Launders. That M4 too valuable. Nitro can flirt with the idea of being a hero. Captain America
Captain
at
America,
bat.
after all, yeah.
But he's not going to find anything
Well,
here.
what's
That was
Captain
just
America with MP9, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's better than a shield.
That's true.
It's like the lamest
yeah,
superhero
the worst
weapon
ever, yeah.
Either way.
Whole different conversation.
Hopefully he can hold on to it. FaZe Clan just, I mean, really nice timing on their split. They got up catwalk, they got out long. It looked for a moment like Twist was going to draw the enemies into NAF, but seemed like Nico was a bit too ready.
Yeah, they give it a try. I don't know if they could see the smokes a little bit earlier, that maybe they get like all 3 of them crossing, but that's not it right now. Oh, whoa. Alicia's perched up. No, someone crossing cat. No one's watching that. Don't know how that happened, but obviously it's eco, so it's tough. You're going to be limited on information, limited on players to help support you. And some crazy stuff's going to happen. Putting his stock in faith is Yanko. Don't stop believing, as they say. And that is a round answered back.
Just off the double Krieg. Posturing towards long, smoke gonna fade. Nitro curious with it. He is still relegated to that MP9. Dodging shots in mid. This Krieg hungry for frags, but nope. Nobody's going to overface. Team Liquid doing what they did in the second at first, which is just tuck themselves into safety.
Nap's waiting on the cat. Oh, no, he's up top. Okay, yeah. Just drops down, though. And then, yeah, he's got 2 teammates that can walk back. He's spotting. No one's peeking him just yet. Nitro could flank in this situation. Doesn't know who's holding. Olaf, again, playing that tunnels position, anchoring, trying to catch rotations, but there aren't any that are going to be coming through mid. Probably Stewie's not coming through B either. Here it is. Full-on cap play from FaZe.
Yep. 4 players up already. Olaf left to hold the rear. Nico gets 2. NAF comes in from Goose. He's going to have that shadow advantage, but can't do anything more with it. So a bomb plant after just 1 player going down. That's going to add a round for FaZe. 2-1 already.
Yeah, they steal that back. Actually slipped my mind completely that was an eco back from FaZe. Like, it felt like they had the full advantage. Yeah, it just was. Yeah, so once again, the Stewie will carry this M4 forward, and they'll try again. The Fiery Howl to go with that all red loadout that you pointed out.
That I did, Mo.
Yes, you did.
I'm going to try to find the results of yesterday's game. I was trying to figure out where and when Dust 2 started to slip away from Liquid.
It was they won, weren't they up like early, like 4-1, and then it was just in both halves they struggled, but I guess we'll get confirmation, we'll find out right.
Yeah, again, it was like that classic tale of the tape from Team Liquid. Strong starts to the halves. They had 5 of the first 6 on their CT side. They had 5 of the first 5 on their T side, and that equated to 10 of their 12 rounds.
Yeah.
So
pistols.
Unfortunately for them here, they don't even have that forte going for them because, yeah, they started with the pistol, but instantly snubbed out.
Yeah, and as we look at that, it's obviously not enough to close the map out. Just the USPs, apart from Stewie's M4, which is eliminated first, and it's not within range of anybody who's got an E key ready. They're too far away. Stewie was all alone, no one to trade. We know this round's over. It's just a matter of how fast.
Early Betway odds clearly favoring FaZe. We understand why. Map advantage, round advantage, gun advantage.
Confidence advantage, momentum, all those intangibles.
Speed.
For what they're worth.
And obviously, completely having dispatched of Team Liquid's negligible A setup.
You know, it's a really bad situation when you're more scared of dying than you are of not getting a kill. You know what I mean? Like, they're just trying to hide kill rewards from the other team at the moment. They have no chance to fight, no chance to even.
When we had Twists in the overtime show yesterday as well, he said that like after that first map loss when they lost on Dust 2, they never really kind of came into Inferno with any fire.
Yeah.
They didn't have that pizzazz. And I fear for Team Liquid, maybe going to go through the same issues here again tonight.
Yeah, they could. Again, yeah, it's like, yeah, one day could string into two very easily. They're close together, just like they don't have time to unpack and rethink. But at the same time, Twist played so much better here on Mirage, at least in the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, and it looked like it was going to be a new Liquid.
And to be fair, that could just be his perception.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. It's true. It's hard to say how much it takes to get the whole team down and who is in charge, like leadership-wise, to get them back up. You'd think Nitro, but Nitro's never the vocal one. We know that. That's no secret.
Damn, FaZe. Starting this one off scary.
Yeah, it's a weird buy here, too. Liquid they've got about 4.3K each, so they can half armor buy with a smoke and a flash and an M4, or a full nade with the FAMAS. And it looks like Nafly will be the one to do that. Everybody else will just grab the M4s. Nothing better than that, and not a single kit, right? So, yeah, we saw that cause problems for Liquid earlier today.
Contrast that too. Not only FaZe sitting at 3-1 with an even buy, but they have $30,000 combined in the bank behind them. So Team Liquid's job not going to get any easier, even if they skate away with this one round. They've set themselves up for an early failure of a CT side.
Yeah, FaZe haven't picked a bully out long this so far, and to Twist again. It's like they condition him to be bored, unprepared. They hit it strong one round. I think in general, it's a good idea to avoid Twist right now. He's playing well. Wow, oh, wow, Stewie.
Through smoke,
Bam, down. Yeah, back of the site. That's tough for Liquid. Changes the game. And again, they're low on utility, so they can't even perform any pushes that easily.
Poor Jake can't catch a break. But we talked about this, right? That boredom that starts to sink in for Twists, and you'll see it. Not only does it sink into him, but he slowly sinks further back away from Long and closer towards the site.
Yeah, they've got to make an adjustment here just because, yeah, like now Nitro has to take Stewie's place. They're rearranging on A. They're pushing off for cat control because they need something else. They're also closer for a B rotation.
Yeah.
FaZe have collected enough data here, it looks like, to make a decision, and it seems like the decision will be to head to B. 3 players grouped up in the tunnels, one late lingering behind, that's coldzera,
the closest
and
rotate's
Nico
dead.
to catch the rotate that happens before the execute.
But Elige, he could do it all. He's got a player flying down upon him, and that trade not even needed. The last 2 CTs have to contemplate saving, and even as they go back, well, Nico moves forward. They know they are so stuck in this situation. They'd love to just save, but they know that the odds of that are slim to none. For them to be bottomed out again, to be sitting on such little amounts of money.
No, he's playing Metal Gear Solid right now with all of the players around him. That is super rough, but it is, again, a good decision by FaZe. It's super easy for them, and they had a big advantage coming into the round because Liquid, although they had a buy, they had enough money to buy, they didn't have oh, wow, nice reaction. They did I think Rain was like, could have even shot him earlier.
Yeah.
Just kind of stalking him. But yeah, it sucks. When you have 4.3K on everybody, it's like, how do you not buy? But at the same time, it's not a great buy. Like, if the op counterbalances the fact that you're low on grenades, they couldn't afford an op. They would like to have even 2 maybe. So there's potentially the argument, to half buy there, to save for next on a couple of people, and just get the double op set up with more grenades on everybody and a kit. But yeah, instead they try to just win by outgunning FaZe, but FaZe are making the rounds a little bit too complex to get these free and easy kills.
Yeah, they did such a good job, that computing phase in the mid-round last, where...
What's a FaZe computer sound like?
Something like that, I don't know, man. Oh, but you know what that sounds like?
Death? R2D2 as well? Or
death and desperation. We're going to have Team Liquid trying to scramble back. Ooh, a little bit of a missed grenade, FaZe trying to give Liquid a chance.
Weird clipping.
But they've already got a player up on the site. A Deagle missed initially, but Elige will hit his second chance. We've got Nitro all the way back around T-spawn, so if he can get into position on Long fast enough, maybe they still have something to do here in round 6. But the bomb's planted, and with no kits and low HP, that armor... What armor, Connor? That scout may be worth saving.
Yeah, just a scout. Little consolation deagle.
It's really nothing. I mean, again, just like trying to stay alive more so than doing anything with what's left of their weapons. A couple of players were tagged there. Scout could have done 70 damage to drop bodies, but no. FaZe are going to walk away with 4 surviving again as they extend the lead to 5-1. So Dust 2, completely FaZe clans.
Yeah.
They are on fire.
Yeah, they're on fire.
They are showing no signs of stopping.
A little bit of a duel there. All they want us to focus on is the fact that FaZe are on fire. Their streak continues off of even the pistol round was nice from FaZe. They had a round, they got all the way down to 1v2. Stewie clutches it in the 1v2, but they're playing Liquid in that round as well. It's a sick individual play that get Liquid out of that. And then beyond that, lose every other round, as they probably should have as well. How are Liquid going to do this? Maybe we find out. This is a bit of a better buy than the one we saw a couple of rounds previous.
See, guns should make the difference. If there's anything left of Liquid, it's early days. Oh, they're going to pressure this smoke. Nitro's on the other side of it. Stewie, he could have just been caught in the reload. Luckily, fresh mag's in. Spray's looking good from Nitro, but he's in a tough position, and his teammate's already down. Cole does it all. Drops the 2 players off of the bomb site, sets the remaining members of Liquid scrambling, but they don't sprint, they don't rush this because there's still a minute. Bomb is yet to cross from doors. Gonna lay down that utility, and Nico could cut off everything. He snaps back onto Elige, and the trade frag pushes us into the 2 versus 2. One of these very rare mid-round moments that Liquid still have something to work with, but we saw a miraculous 2 versus 5, I believe. Out of FaZe on Dust 2. Same situation. Cold taking the place of Rain. Looking for heads to pop. Brokey coming in from the back. That's going to confirm to the CTs that they could just go ahead and stick this, but there is no kit. Not on Twist. NaP has to jump on Bomb. And no problem. They'll still save the day. A second round for Team Liquid. But if Brokey's anywhere other than middle, I don't know if that happens.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Things go a little bit stealth before they expected it to. Nice job from Liquid. Wow, I thought after that kill, we're looking at, I think, well, this is Nitro on the hold. That's good, obviously, in his position. But Nico with that flick, that was crazy. It was a Nico, more like Hiko in that moment.
You know what's wild as well is like there's been multiple rounds where we've seen Stewie just kind of get deleted as the first player to die. And yet he still has, you know, as many kills as the other top fraggers, which is just 4. So I mean, what I derive from that is it's just nothing's connecting for Liquid.
Yeah. No, you never want to hear a commentator say that you're top fragging with 4 kills, right? It's never a good situation if that's the case. Whoa, wow, triple grenades. Wait, how could that have been true? No, it wasn't. Okay. No, I'm crazy. Lots of grenades, though. They definitely know. They can count at least 2 based on what they've seen. But it's not the round that FaZe break out long. They don't go out through that. They cause a bit of a distraction to find an opening at mid. I think maybe the information here for FaZe Clan is that, like, yeah, you probably can try to work out mid. Oh my God. You thought that was only possible with the SG. Rain's making a case for it with the AK as well.
Wow. Poor NaP just splattered on the staircase. FaZe Clan playing around with the time that they still have. Over 50 seconds on the clock.
Man, Stu's at least got utility in terms of he can sit on default with the nades that he has, with the smoke that he has, but it looks like he might even throw it to Cat. And then he'll have to push up behind it because Molotovs are going to come his way. So it depends how he wants to play this.
Well, they throw one down first.
Yeah, we'll see what his response is. He knows he's going up against much more utility, so that's what he's got left.
It's not the best smoke in the world. They could still come behind that with clear vision. Rain's going to throw himself down towards CT spawn off of the flashbangs. They start to push out. Luckily, he does have twists on long, so Stewie's got it all to do. And he connects to the head of Rain. Sees players coming out of him. He's going to have to dodge the fire. Ooh. Here's Twists with one. He finds a bit of timing to try and help the site, but it could be good night if he turns his back towards doors. Bomb being planted for short. FaZe had a 2-man disadvantage, but Cole finds timing. And 2 heads turned, snapped, and cracked open. Brokey's on the bomb site, very wary of the catwalk, but his position can't be cleared by this boost, so Liquid have to do more if they are going to unearth these T's who both follow through. An additional kill apiece as FaZe push the issue to 6 rounds over 2.
What a god. Cold Zera, he finds this timing that's just beautiful. Twist looks like he's prepared to kill anybody. The player crossing the default box eliminated immediately. Stewie actually plays this to perfection for how little utility he has as well. Trusts his teammate in Twist to help him out. Plays it just as passively as he needs to. But Cold, once again, his only job is to find that window of timing where he's useful, but one where the pit player is not trying to fight him directly, and he does that.
All right. Well, this one's a bit of a Hail Mary towards the tunnels. Poor Olaf, who hasn't had to do too much, gets gunned down, just completely outnumbered. However, FaZe, they know what's up. So many players over towards the B site, they can easily cheat their way up Cat with Bomb, and they will make mincemeat of the remaining pistols.
Yeah.
Maybe Elige gets to hold on to the Krieg. Maybe Stewie topples one with a crisp scout shot. But no, that's not even gonna happen. In fact, coldzera, he could completely clear the last two players.
Man, I remember looking at like yesterday's map on Dust 2 and thinking one of the only pain points for FaZe was this one cat execute that Liquid were doing where FaZe were giving them a bit too much space. That only netted them 2, maybe 3 rounds in that entire half, and that from the whole game, those were some of the only good things that we could talk about. Here, you know, FaZe are starting off on the T side, showing us so much more already, and they have such a scary second half to look forward to. That is Team Liquid. If we're seeing some of the same stuff as yesterday as well, 2 SGs will be a great thing, a great couple of guns to save. Could potentially make a difference.
Yeah, but we're starting to get to that point where it's like, you know, we can't put much credit into just a couple rifles saved.
My God, yeah.
It's the rounds. The rounds that'll matter.
Nobody,
just a few.
Nobody over 6 kills so far into 10 rounds into the game.
Tough day to be a Liquid fan.
Nobody's really carrying the situation, and that's the tough part.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Stewie. We look at those 6 kills. He's a top fragger right now for Liquid.
2 rounds. 1 in a pistol off of a 1 versus 2 clutch. And a 4v2 retake is how they find themselves here. Mohan, that is all that they have to write home about.
Yeah, I do like to see the double op setup from Liquid. Well, probably one of their better chances of winning, just in general. Like it just, I think the last round that they had the double op setup, Olaf sprayed down Stewie on the back of the site. He might have had an M4 in that situation. Similar position he'd be in with an op, but if they can leave him there, then they might find something interesting to do. It looks like FaZe have their eyes set on Long for now. Twist does not have any help at the moment. He's also used his initial incendiary. They've got a forward aggressive setup on Cat, and he's all alone. Flashed as well, deep in the bit.
Desperate.
Wow.
Like a caged rat.
Great time to attack. We saw last round, Twist had the entourage to deal with a long take. Finally, he's left alone once again. FaZe have figured out the rounds where he's the most vulnerable and have taken advantage of him.
And just, I think that's another round to add to what has been a reoccurring piece of this matchup, which is FaZe just seemed prepared. You know, prepped, good calls coming out of them, isolating a single player in the round that he has no help. And then they just go through the motions towards this A site. Stewie's just so desperate for a jumping op shot. I mean, his teammates are dying around him. Cold just stomps him out like a Goomba. And Elige will be pushed into the 1 versus 4. Sure, he has a Krieg, still has plenty of utility to play, but at half health and being so poorly outnumbered, he's done. This isn't 8s for FaZe. It's just, let's go through the motions.
Yeah.
If nothing changes, this map already feels done.
Yeah, it certainly does. They even pulled the extra player over when they had lost, they had lost the opening kill. They shifted everyone out of B. They were all in on the A side. They didn't have amazing spots to deal with this. You can see Stewie's just like going for jumping op shots. No one to boost him in that situation. No one to cover him as well from behind. Molotov on Cat to ice out his teammate.
It's to me, it feels just like the pace of the game is just getting away from Team Liquid. I mean, not to throw him under the bus, but Stewie, after the first jumping op shot, I get it. You see players are running around on site. Man, if he just scopes and takes a step back, look at coldzera, fully exposed. You're going to go for 3, 4 jumping ops as opposed to just calming down, getting a player off of site. You know, at this point, FaZe Clan, they can do whatever they want. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Especially in those hectic moments. But let's see if this round's any different. Scout M4 between Elige and Nitro. 3 Deagles for the other trio of Team Liquid's players. But Nafly's gotten away with a cheeky position. He's going to start firing off. He's kind of blind. Mag goes dry. but still a 3v3 ensues. They've got a little bit of cat presence, and a smoke grenade that misses the mark could allow for the peek. There's a kill as well, coming off of Nitro. You know, it's a desperate spot. It's not the best place for Liquid to be in, but
yeah, they rearrange a bit. 2 in the CT spawn. Obviously a tough spot to be in. There's no one on Cat from FaZe to look down on them, so this could help out a lot. Rain has a very aggressive and deep angle into CT spawn. Elige will find him, spot him, tag him, but oh my god, Rain turns it into 2. And there are teardrops from Liquid. Brokey trades out Nitro as well. That's round wrapped. Wow, that was a really nice second shot there from Rain.
Yeah. Joey, let's get that one on the replay, please. Yeah, right here. First one sees the shot.
My goodness. Just gonna watch and appreciate. Okay. I'm done backseat driving.
Double up back in. A little bit of damage off of the grenade, but coldzera, like, he's taking frags to the face, and still he bites back. Drops NAF, sees the player fall into pit, suddenly twists, gets desperate.
Yeah, he's got help once again. Elige moves in for the rotation.
But there's smoke, so it's awkward. They're not quite sure how many players are on the other side of this, so if they do to try to force the issue here, if they try and play the trade game, well, they are outnumbered.
Yeah, Elige can molly the door. They can separate this. Oh, no, bad bounce, yeah. I don't know if he was looking for the door, if he was trying to get it back blue or something in the middle, but yeah, he's going to fall back. They don't have cat presence whatsoever.
Nope. The mid player's pressured to give that away, so I mean, it's just going to facilitate FaZe working their way closer to the site, bomb included. Bomb alone for the moment. There's the confirmation. Cold still pinned behind blue. Twists gets back into safety here. And I mean, they have to come to him. If they do it with numbers, he's doomed. But that could also spell disaster. He's lost his teammate on site. He's trying to do something. He's trying to get into the mix, but he's just being teased. He's being taunted. FaZe Clan flaunting. Advantage after advantage. Frag after frag. 10 rounds to 2.
Yeah, just no chance whatsoever. Even Elige just dying like on Cat. You think he's going to die second in that situation. They go for the long control, but he dies on the ramp like trying to take a peek. Nitro's got another thing coming as well, looking to just spawn with his op. Peek out. Take the shot. Wow, that even drops.
8 rounds, the advantage. FaZe on fire. The second time they've had 5 rounds strung together in a row. No sign of life from Team Liquid, unfortunately.
Yeah, no goodbye on their hands. They have the 2 players below, or 3,500 or below, so they can potentially op if they want to. Important to stay hydrated, folks.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna hit that mute button for you. But will they buy is the question.
Will it make a difference is the question.
That's the bigger question. That's probably the more important question.
It's hard, man.
3, 5, 6, 7. Reading off the kills there from Team Liquid. And the kills do paint the picture sometimes. This is probably one of those times.
Narrative starts to change. Like FaZe not just looking better than Liquid, but outclassing them even. Even despite not having a physical boot camp before this event, Yanko was touching on it. They still had good practice. Hot damn, it's that obvious. Nico playing around with utility here on doors. Nafly up close with a dig. The only unarmored CT. But there goes Elige first and foremost. Molotov's gonna force the feed of Twists into the open, so he too dispatched of, and a third. Nico making this look so damn easy, but Nitro, he'll at least respond with a couple of deagle shots.
They'll come back simply to kill him. Oh, but they don't.
A third. And he gets into cover too, so suddenly this looks possible. They've at least gotten their hands onto some better weapons.
Oh.
You know, it was 5 rounds in a row from FaZe before they gave one up.
Oh. They're gonna go
first time.
Clear out the A site, and yeah, they haven't posted up in tunnels. Cold doesn't know about this. Olaf can let him know at least that maybe in the spawn or from within the B site that he's all good when he gets here. If you get the package this far, you're safe. As coldzera plays Death Stranding, makes it look more interesting.
Watching for a door peek. Sees the smoke go down, so that's the confirmation. They're gonna run at this. There are 2 smokes for Liquid to play. They've even got the double flash. Olaf's gonna play tucked behind Car as deep as he can be. Cold's on the edge of the smoke. This does open up window for them to drop into. Last 2 pieces of utility here from Nitro being thrown, trying to set up Stewie on the sidearm. coldzera just gives him a kill. And there's Olaf now. He's got the cover. Stewie's honed in! But Stewie goes down.
Oh boy. Man, what's with all these crazy pre-fire peeks? That's beautiful. I mean, he knows he's coming through the window, obviously, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's just
so nice.
FaZe are looking so good. The individuals are there. They're entering flow state.
Maybe even autopilot.
Maybe.
Just because, yeah, Liquid aren't putting up enough of a fight. Yeah. Simple 1v2.
Oh.
Autos are out. The Dacks.
Have
to catch
no
anybody
shame.
crossing mid. Stewie lucky to not take a hit. Once again, Twist has a bodyguard, or maybe more of a meat shield. Last round, Nafly ended up dying here in front of the door. But he's going to help his friend out and try to peek in here, maybe take out a target. coldzera has really had everyone's number this game.
Yep.
And a lot of control over long just by himself. Feels like Get Right in 2014 with how well he's 13 maybe, with how well he's done at long, controlling the pace for Liquid.
Ooh, Nico, he is hungry for frags. Comes running into elbow. Does help out Rain in the sense that Elige looking the wrong way. Twists with 1 frag in the mix. But at the moment, it's mid under the control of Team Liquid. A 4 versus 3 to play to their favor. Utility to work with 2. Best case scenario is 4 rounds on this CT side. But looking dire as they're rejected off of ramp. Brokey's gonna try to play this post plant, give cover. Stewie's working in on him, and this is the duel that really matters. Team Liquid picking it up. That's gonna put Rain into an awkward spot. Cold trying to cover short. He two-toppled Rain. Oh, another tap. Good night.
Oh my God.
FaZe win another.
Oh my God. We call those raindrops.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pitter patter, the raindrops, the 1 taps.
Oh man.
Eliciting the tears of Liquid. That is just beautiful. Of course, more headshots even beforehand.
1, 2, 3. Wait, that's an ace.
It's spitting, yeah.
Oh. Excuse my manners. He picks up all 5 and makes it look way too easy. 15 and 6 is Rain. Second highest kill count for FaZe. Only coldzera above at 18. And we get into this 15th and final round. Team Liquid limping out of spawn, being kicked in the teeth. Nitro doesn't even get a chance to play the final round. It's like seeing a sick animal.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, well, at least you're still breathing, but oh, should you be?
Suggesting they euthanize them, or?
Maybe not that extreme.
Okay.
But definitely going to be needing some shoulders to cry on after this loss. I think at this point we're allowed to just write off Liquid here in map 2. Being flushed out of every position, being countered every which way. HP gone yet again before they even have a chance to take duels. Twist tries to get himself back into his initial position. Rain only going to get the first one, but the trade so efficient from FaZe. This T side, so efficient. 13 rounds to 2 is what it's looking like. Bomb working up from Catwalk. Naf just juggling guns here. Stewie with an M4, no utility, just popped. Shot after shot from FaZe. Oh, it's embarrassing. Or is it this amazing? FaZe just hitting this new level, unlocking potential we haven't seen. Again, coming into 2020 looking hot. They are about to win 2 series versus 2019 second best team. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after the half with what? We're not quite sure.
All right, it's the final person to take on the AIM Chicken Challenge presented by Betway and hosted by me, Rob4 from Betway. The aim of the game is simple. Each player is going to have 10 darts to throw at different point-scoring chicken targets. The big chickens are worth 5 points, the medium chickens are worth 10 points, and the small chickens are worth 15 points. If you hit the barrels, you lose 5 points. Rez, you're known for your aim in game. You're quite snappy aim. So are you going to be flicking all over the place, or are you going to be, just going for one target like?
I'm going to flick on all of them,
Flick on all of them. I like it. I like it. That's so you actually have 80 to beat, which is from Olaf. But 80 is a hard score to beat.
Yeah. Don't get your hopes up.
I'm not. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Thank you.
I'll put some time on the stopwatch. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, close. Close. Close again.
Avoiding that one as well.
Okay. Close again.
Avoiding that
Had
one.
the wrong sense, man.
Like some sort of matrix chickens.
There we go.
Oh, right in the leg. I'm expecting some headshots here. Do you know your headshot percentage on HLTV?
Tell me.
No, I don't know. It's probably going to be like 49%.
Frick.
So you've got a 15.
I think, yeah, that's the one I think. I'm going to go over there.
Any chance to win or get close, you've got to go for 15.
Oh, what's the official rule?
What are the official rules? Does anybody know? Okay, hold on a sec. That was unlucky. That was unlucky. Go on. We'll let you do it. We did it with Olaf and we did it with Fallen.
Yeah, it's okay. That's fair.
So we'll give it to you. I want to be nice. That was worth it. That was another 10 points. So
nice.
I don't think you won, but we should count them.
Yeah, we should count them. Yeah.
There's no harm in counting them.
No.
There's nothing over this side.
Nothing over there.
You got this one that was 10, and then there was one that fell out of it, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So that would be 20.
I think there was one on this one as well.
Was there? No. That was sneaky. That's sneaky.
All right. Okay.
So there's 2 in here, which is 20, 30, 45 then, and then 1 in here, which makes it 55 points. So that concludes the AIM Chicken Challenge presented by Betway. We have our winner. It is Olaf with a total of 80 points. Thank you. Congratulations.
Legendary performance.
Legendary. And second place.
Once again.
65 points. Me. And then, not doing too badly, third place,
all right, yeah.
55 points. And then, unfortunately, Elige.
The roughest.
You ended up on 30, right?
Yeah.
30. But again, congratulations, Olaf. Your prize is the Betway Esports Office Chicken. So you get to take that back to Sweden with you. Enjoy it, look after him.
I will.
Appreciate that. I want videos every single day.
Yeah, no
Feeding
problem.
him, looking after him, sleeping next to you.
I will take a bath and everything with you, no worries.
Perfect, thank you very much. Thanks for watching.
What?
I don't know.
I don't even
Yeah.
It's better that, oh, they can vote surrender? Let's stay focused, guys. Let's do 13-2.
Damn, dude, toxic. Ooh, that one's gotta hurt. There was a period of 2019 where Astralis were clearly the very best team, and then we had this pack that was behind them, rankings up and down. And then Liquid had that just amazing run. And now, Mohan, we may be beginning 2020 with that exact same situation. I don't think this is the death of Liquid. I think this is the rise of FaZe. looking to get themselves the lion's share of $100,000 here. Week 1 of Blast Spring Series about to conclude. Perhaps a pistol could swing it back. Would have to be miraculous, but there's a chance nonetheless. They've already gotten their way up catwalk. FaZe, who have been on fire for 8 rounds.
Just kind of, yeah, just perpetually.
Just
yeah, they've just got so much gasoline left in the tank. Yeah, they're just dumping it the kerosene. They're just pouring it on.
Oh, nobody's hitting
campfires
shots
going
yet.
all night.
Oh, here comes Rain, who was tucked behind the door. We've got ourselves a little near 5v5 post plant, but Twists is the first casualty. NiP, he's gonna get charged down by 2 CTs. Rain, he's just hopping. As FaZe Clan are shopping for their 14th round. Confident in their retake. Good flashbang's gonna pop above. Brokey rounds the corner first. He's up close and personal, but Nitro trying to respond here, trying to keep Liquid afloat. They are sinking. Elish thinking maybe this clutch is possible, but Nico shuts him down. 14 rounds for FaZe.
Just close too, yeah, but he nails it. If he could have lasted just another second, then maybe, but FaZe continue to be on fire. Oh my God. We wrap this up in 2 rounds. It seems like it's possible.
9 rounds in a row now is what they're playing from.
Yeah, we should. That should be an interesting stat that we should bring up on Blast. Like, who has kept the meter going the longest?
All right, yeah. Let's get our record.
Yeah, because we haven't had any 16-0s, right? That's not a thing.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
Nope. Almost happened.
Yeah, almost happened. Who's got the longest on fire streaks? That's a question maybe for the fans.
Get active. Flashbangs over here towards long. Team Liquid, obviously full buying here to the death. Double Krieg and a scout. This is a similar buy as to what FaZe Clan used to disrupt Liquid's momentum in the first half. Gonna have to make that magic happen.
Like all throwing grenades and stuff. But nobody's actually shooting anyone.
Oh, dancing with death.
It's all a farce. It's actually. Oh, okay. What? But MP. What the hell?
It's gonna have a similar reaction as to what we had in the team speak after the first half.
Oh, Nico. Chips him.
Yep, steals that scout kill from Rain. Rain just peppering them, popping at them.
Jeez.
And they are down. Brokey, gonna upgrade into the Krieg.
Yeah, even the upgrade.
Nitro caught by the peak, 15-2.
Well, they're in the running for sure. What is 11? Will be 11 rounds potentially? We looking at where they've just continued from a streak.
Yep, 11 should shoot it.
Yeah, seems very possible. These rounds at this point potentially for dignity. Look what they get. Wow. And if it wasn't stripped already, Olaf Meister. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's rough, man. Long distance.
Gonna have to shrug that one off. Already coming into the round, Brokey's been tagged, so that's early damage done. Double scout, upgraded pistols. Team Liquid know coming into this T side that they really needed pistol. And because they didn't have it, they never even get a full-fledged gun round. FaZe Clan asserting dominance. And you know what? I'm all for it. Let's shake up the top 5. The level of Counter-Strike just seems to get better and better. They've gotten themselves out mid. There's a T. Still over towards that A site. Here's Brokey looking to lock down the bomb site with their gun, of all things. He gets 2, Rain adds 1. NiP, 1 versus 3, has already put a kill on the tally. Can he keep this rolling, or are FaZe about to dominate Team Liquid here on Dust 2? He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. FaZe taking a second best of 3 over Liquid here. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seeding and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
Yes, gotta feel good to be a FaZe fan. As these two teams fighting for first and second place, so they both make it to the spring final. But yesterday, the FaZe that we saw that took down Liquid in the first place looked amazing. Definitely good to see the FaZe fans on their feet. They should feel good about this one.
Leaving it all out in the server. I mean, I think that Liquid did accomplish what they had to today, and that was best NiP, secure their position at the spring final, not get sent down to the showdown. You know, if anybody was here to challenge Liquid this weekend, I think everybody would have said it should be FaZe, but the form that FaZe came in with is what is most impressive, and that should be the talking point. These guys are top contenders. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna hand this one down to Banks on the stage.
Thank you, guys. I've got the Bosnian badass here who's done it again, and you've done it in style. Not only did you guys have a flawless event, you guys crushed Liquid not once but twice. Now, after that first win yesterday, some of the community was saying could be maybe a bit of a fluke in there. I think you just proved them wrong.
Yeah, we definitely did. Like, the only goal for today was to beat them even harder than yesterday, and I'm happy that we managed to do it. And yeah, we are looking really, really strong right now, and hopefully we're going to keep it up for the next events.
And that's the thing, right? All about keeping up, keeping that momentum going. But what was going on with you guys? Because you guys seem to be having huge confidence, but Liquid's certainly not up to standards.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, everyone's just stepping up individually. Like, as I said, we have put a lot of work in, and like we have finally found a way, like how we want to play it. Like, everyone's on the same page when it comes to like playing the defaults and stuff like that. So everyone knows like what we are doing in like any moment, and that's the result of this, I would say. But yeah, like it's just like when we are playing like really good as a team, and like when all the individuals are stepping up, this is the result which we had on Dust 2.
And I'll be honest, mate, it's been a long time since I've seen you looking this happy again playing the game. It's been a long struggle for you guys to make this work. So what's the feeling?
Yeah, it's been a while that we are being so dominant. Like, even though it's just 3 matches, it just feels good that like we are beating the teams in like dominant fashion, right? Yeah, like even before, like with all lineups, like we still had some wins, like winning like some blast here and stuff, but it never felt like that we have played good CS. That we like it was never consistent. But like right now, we have finally found a way of how we want to play it, and yeah, we're gonna do our best to remain the same level.
Well, congratulations once again. You guys have done it. You are the champions here of the first ever Blast Premier in London. Make some noise for FaZe Clan!
Loud again, of course.
And there we have it.
Nice and quick.
FaZe Clan have taken it nice and quick.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. And while Nico's sounding very confident there, but the game says it all. It really does seem like FaZe are starting to come into their own.
We can get into the whole Liquid thing after this, but just look on the FaZe side of this. 2 best-of-3 wins over one of the best teams in the world, literally the dominant team of last summer. Within that, you've won all the maps. 2 of them were competitive, you still won anyway, and you got all the clutches. The other 2, you absolutely smoked them on it. And I can tell you from the comms, Team Liquid was not enjoying that whatsoever. Like, they knew they were getting dusted off. And it wasn't like they thought they shouldn't be in the game. No, they were literally very frustrated with the way it was going because they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and you look at the way that first map Mirage started, right? It started exactly how they needed it to. They were getting up to that streak. They had the 5 in the row. It should have been a game that they could have been competitive in, but the 16-9 scoreline doesn't attest to that. And then going into Dust 2, yesterday Dust 2 was a close game. Today, it's not even similar to that at all. Like, it's 2 different teams, and I thought that they were going to come in today and actually be able to show us something. But this, once again, you can circle back. You can say, look, starting the year, you need to be starting the year with the wins, right? This year it's going to be more spread out now. It's not chaining tournaments together. Teams can all practice a bit more now. They can study you. It's not just carrying momentum like it was last year throughout periods. You're actually going to have to stop. You have to reevaluate. You have to bring in new things while doing the counter-strike. So Liquid are going to be, I would say, pretty devastated with a loss like this. Let's be honest.
They should be, though. I mean, you saw some of the effort they had there. Listen, it's not that I don't think they weren't trying in the game. Of course they were, but where was the tactical basis? Where was anything to fall back on? You can't only shoot people in the head with a deagle. There's got to be more to your game than that. FaZe themselves found that out the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I have to say, though, one article that now is back on, and it's a sick storyline, is this is why coldzera and Nico wanted to play together. coldzera was stuck in MIBR trying to carry them, couldn't do it. Obviously, he's not a miracle worker. Nico was stuck in FaZe Clan with Carrigan gone. This sucks. Like, I used to be one of the best players in the world. What if we were to play together? It sounds like the beginning of a bad 80s action movie, but it's working.
Or the meme, you know, coming together. I mean, they got the muscles to it for it. But we are actually working right now on getting coldzera here on the desk, so we can maybe hear from him as well, because I think I agree exactly with what you just said, Duncan, in terms of outlining where Cold is on the team. We've actually had the joy of listening to them on the comms as well, and it's looking really clean. But yes, Cold actually has a lot to do with it. Sponge, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the sharing of responsibility is something we touched on a lot, right? So whether it's just a CT side of thing, or, you know, you can have... The issues can be if you start to doubt what the other individual is saying. Calling by committee works when you trust trust the guy next to you. As soon as he maybe makes a bad call, or you think he's dropping off, or your call's better, or they're clashing heads, that's when it can start to fall apart. And there's probably certain teams out there who do call a little bit by committee, and that doesn't work for them, right? Maybe you need a strong leader. But if they can keep this working and they can keep the balance there, and because they're friends, maybe we won't actually see that overlap there, that clash. At the moment, things are looking great. It is just the beginning. We are just starting things off for FaZe. But Liquid need to now go back and put in a lot of hard work. Like I said before, I don't know where their practice schedule is looking or how they're looking at doing it, but I wouldn't be heading back to the States straight away. I'd be staying here for a little while anyway, at least leading into Katowice, because they have a couple of weeks now. They can retool, they can get their individuals back up to where they need to be, work on some of the finer details here, because they got blown out of the water, and that's the fact of the matter.
And I think if you look at Team Liquid when they were amazing, when they were still pretty good, now Dust 2 is the barometer, because it is the fragging map. It is the map you play off each other. Whenever they were really good at Dust, they were the best team in the world. When they were still sort of good, that's when they were in the top 4. They looked terrible so far. They had the one game against FaZe yesterday with, yes, all the 1vx's. But eventually, when a million 1vx's go the other guy's way, you have to say, maybe I'm part of the equation here. It's not a coin flip every time.
They can be good players in the clutch situations, but sometimes you have to be giving them away. That's we saw some of them yesterday. That 1v4 where they gave it to Cold, right? The way that they peeked him in upper dark. That's not the way you play at 1v4, right? Let's talk about it. What do you do?
Oh, I mean, there were predictions as well, guys. Let's not.
But you were right.
Here we go.
The rest of us were wrong. And as you predicted, look who's here.
Yeah. Here we go. Congratulations, man.
Thank you very much.
Good work. All right. So Cold Zera. It really does seem like everything is panning out right now for you guys. Beginning of the year, it's looking fantastic.
Yeah, we had a lot of work on this year, in the beginning of the year. Last year we didn't have too much time to practice, so when I joined the team, it was actually we were playing a lot of tournaments in a row, so we didn't have a long break to really practice and really be structured as well. So in the beginning of the year, we had 1 month to really prepare ourselves for Katowice qualifier and for Blast as well, and I think we did a good job.
So back in the day when you guys won the majors, back in the old Brazilian team, we always heard in interviews they were saying you were getting to contribute as well to the calls. Wasn't just Fallen saying everything. We heard on the comms here you were kind of you had some rounds where you would say a read you'd seen or something you wanted to set up. So is it kind of something that's more of an emphasis for this year? I think yes. Nico and me, we are dividing this game leader role. So sometimes when I have a good ideas, he listens to me and he's calling all the rounds. But when I have good ideas, he always listens to me. And especially on overpass, I structure our overpass from the beginning until the end. And I think we are doing a good job dividing this role.
Yeah. So you guys obviously played fantastically here, and you've stepped up your game a lot from where you left off last year. But do you think that's the Team Liquid you're going to see in a month's time? Do you think they've started the year a bit rough?
I think they start a little bit slow. For this time, they don't have a long practice as well. I think they have 2 weeks of practice. That's normal. It's the beginning of the year. We cannot see from one tournament. They have a lot of job to do as well, and work really hard for the next tournaments. I think they're gonna back stronger for the next one.
So I guess looking at now, your next event is Katowice, right? The next one you've got coming up, that's in 25, 23 days, something along those lines. Going into that, are you guys going to do another boot camp? What's the plan going forward?
So the plan is after here we're gonna go home. Probably we're gonna chill for 2 or 3 days to rest a little bit, and after we're gonna start working for Katowice, create new things, check our mistakes as well, and we're gonna boot camp as well before Katowice.
One of the things that's obviously interesting about your team, if someone's just a general fan of CS, is everyone who's a forum user wants to see the superstar players play together. It's the dream, right? You want to put Simple with, I don't know who, I'd pick a random name, Kenny S or something, but you never think it would really work. Now, when you first joined up with Nico, people probably thought this didn't work. So why do you two want to play together? Why does it work to play in the server together?
I think we talking about this in the past when I was in MIBR as well. When we have good results as well, we always had conversation, and one day we said one day maybe we can play together. And we realized, I think after we have a bad moment in MIBR, we're kind of struggling a little bit. I feel I should have a new road in my life, and I chose join FaZe because as the team they have a lot of talented players, a lot of experience, and I thought when I joined them, I could be a plus for them as well and help them be more structured. And I think when Nico accepted me, was a good idea. We divide this role in game leader, help other players as well to see a different version of CS. And I think we are doing a good job together. Everyone's working really hard for all the tournaments, all the bootcamp. We're putting a lot of hours in CS. We are checking our mistakes every time as well, and it's paying off.
Sweet. Well, gentlemen, I think that's great. Congratulations once again, Cole. There you go. You had some fans at his hero as well. You had some fans as well to start it off. All right. Thanks very much, Cole. All right. So there we have it.
I don't know what they're saying, but they're cheering for him, so it must be something good.
Probably like the only one we like is called if I had to guess.
Well, see, the Brazilians did end up winning the event, right? I guess if you want to look at it that
Roundabout way.
In the most roundabout way.
Extremes, right?
Yeah.
Both ends of the bell curve.
But you got the predictions right today.
I did have the predictions right. That feels good moment there for me. Double green check marks, I'll take it. But someone who didn't really pan out for one of the players, we did manage to actually get an interview with Twists as well. So James was able to have a word with him. Twist from Liquid.
I'm here with Liquid's Twist after another defeat to FaZe Clan here at Blast Premier for the first event of the year. And I guess this is a real tough one for you guys because you felt like things were looking a bit better. The NiP game at the end was maybe more of a struggle. You pick into Mirage first and it still didn't go your way. But from you guys personally and honestly, what do you actually think it is now?
I mean, lately we've been starting off good, like having like 6-0, 7-0 starts. And then, I don't know, we just suck. Out of nowhere, like things just fall apart, mentality goes down. Honestly, when we're winning like 6-1, 6-2, it never feels like we're actually like winning. Like it never feels like we're in the driving seat, even if we're up. So just maybe a new team issue that we haven't seen before, because usually we're down coming from a deficit. And yeah, I mean, our practice was good and everything. I just think we've had a rough event.
Because one of the things I looked at, right, I was thinking back to, okay, the summer break, and we saw you guys have that little drop-off, and then I'm thinking, okay, they learned from that. Things are starting to, like, that's a way you can just kind of come back and say, oh, yeah, we can work this bit out. But this team now, it seems a little bit more about the in-game issues than when it comes down to it. So what's the plan for you guys now afterwards? Is it going to be back to the drawing board, a lot of reviewing?
Well, this time around, we get to actually boot camp. I mean, we could have boot camp before, but we opted not to for a group stage event. And yeah, we set a big boot camp before Katowice, and I mean I feel like what happens there will kind of tell the tale of the year.
And will that boot camp be in Europe?
Of course.
So a boot camp in Europe, which obviously makes a lot more sense for you guys, factored in with the time of practice, so it makes sense along the way. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there, though, because you did have a huge supporting crowd in the Liquid camp.
Yeah, it's really nice to have a lot of fans here. Honestly, surprised. They're respectful, cheerful, and try to keep us up. And I hope that these results aren't too concerning and that we're going to pick it up back up.
Well, thank you very much, Russell. I know these ones are never easy to give, and of course they're respectful. You're in London. We're lovely British people. That's what we do.
I heard the FaZe side.
Oh, you heard the FaZe? What did they say?
Down, they're just singing and stuff.
Okay. I'd say it's respectful. We'll have to wait and see. We'll wait until the next groups go down. But thank you once again, Russ. We'll continue to move on the show, and I look forward to seeing you next time, mate.
What do we make of that?
They were a bit annoying. All right, you meant the
not the fans, the players.
No, I mean, first of all, like obviously in this scenario where you're doing a losers interview, like a lot of what you say is just platitudes and cliches. You can't really give your thoughts on it. You've just played the game and got rocked completely. You can't say the whole team's crap. What have we done with our boot camp? What are we doing? I will say the angle that like he hopes his fans don't mind it. Like you got crushed flat on 2 of the maps, so no one can really ride with that, mate. Like, it's not really that cool, is it?
Yeah, I guess the angle like of the doom and gloom is they've come here and they've achieved the goal of qualifying for the finals.
Could have gone worse, certainly.
Yeah, but the sense is when you see them coming into this year, I wanted them to go up against Astralis again.
Obviously,
I wanted to continue that storyline. Now, them right now, we can't say that. So when we do see them eventually go up against Astralis, this is going to be the only officials we see them in probably before that happens. So this is all we're going to be able to base our analysis off of Liquid. Can they fix these issues that we've just seen here? That's a question, obviously, they were just talking about, and one that they're going to have to ask themselves. So for them, this isn't the ideal start to 2020, but like I said, they're still able to make the Blast Spring Series finals, so they have to be happy with that one right there, considering how yesterday went, today being the blowout. It's not water off a duck's back. There's a lot to look at, but it's easier to get blown out, right, than have really close games and then like have to go back and just dissect it here.
They were losing those as well, though, to be fair.
Yeah, but they can go with this one here, this 16-2. They can just go, yeah, we didn't even show up. There's nothing you need to go and break down little details. Just go, we just weren't here, because when you get blown out in that fashion, you're not in the game.
So disregard, move on, focus on the practice for the next event.
Yeah, highlight the key issues, like the big ones that are going to stand out. Like maybe if communication was a problem, or maybe they didn't feel like they had enough base of strategy going on. Identify the big ones, fix those. But then the way that the mid rounds went, or maybe if you lost the clutches, if it is fundamentals that you lost them on, you can identify that pretty easily. But most of the time, those mistakes are, I shouldn't have overpeaked, or we should have done this together. And they're the easier ones to fix, because in your gut, as soon as you've done that wrong maneuver, that you've messed up. So that kind of stuff Liquid should be able to deal with pretty quickly, and I'm hoping they can bounce back.
So that establishes the first week of the Blast Premier here. The first 2 groups to make it through to the finals will be moving on. That is FaZe and Liquid we just saw. But as far as next week is concerned, yeah, this is going to be the big bracket. Na'Vi and Vitality, and then Astralis versus Complexity.
We're going to get a look at Perfecto in the Na'Vi roster. He's obviously playing in a tournament with them right now, but it's going to be exciting that we get our eyes on them. Vitality is the one that I really want to put under the microscope here, because if this team wants to be considered, a top contender, it's the supporting cast that has to step on up. You can set Zawu up all week long, but you're not going to beat the big boys with just one man. So Vitality are the ones that I'm going to be looking at here.
And by the way, as everyone sort of knows, last year we didn't really get Simple versus Ewu. First of all, they barely ever played each other. They often skipped tournaments that the other one was at. Secondly, by the time Ewu really hit God mode, Simple had moved off the AWP, he'd moved to a different role. He wasn't really Simple, he was a space creator at times. So now, even in the first best of 3, Simple's back on the AWP, mate. And he's ready to start tearing you-know-what. So I want to see the 2 of them go head-to-head, because that, in theory, is going to be the battle again for who's the best player in the world, who is the best player of the year. So let's start it out right.
Yeah, top 2 in our first
and I know,
match,
by the way,
or at least one of the first matches kicking
top
off
3?
next week.
Device is here too.
That's right,
He's in the
Device
same
is here
group,
too.
yeah.
So that's pretty
and
sick.
by the way, I can tell you from talking to him privately, he can say anything he wants and be polite in interviews. Simple definitely doesn't think Zewu's better than him. So let's see it. I'll tell him that. Don't tell me that. Show me the server.
It's going to be sick. All right, well, that's what we have to look forward to next week. Kicking off on Friday. Next week, 3 p.m. GMT, right here on the stream. Be sure to follow on Blast Premier Social. You'll get up to date with everything that's going on throughout the week leading up to the first match. But that's going to be it from us here tonight. Sponge, Thorin, thank you so much for handling the desk with me here. But we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome in to our second episode. We've got a lovely show for you tonight. That's me and Connor. We've got a couple of special guests. Well, one not so special. I'll let you be the judge as to who that is. But first up is Olaf Meister to talk us through a couple of rounds that he played, and then we'll go into a CS Money segment where Connor will rant along about the skins that he loves. And then finally, we'll have Nicholas Estrup to come on and talk about the first week of Blast. Stay tuned to Blast Overtime. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching the games today. Olaf Meister was one of 5 players today who made quick work of the second series, just so that we get home in time to watch the Super Bowl. Isn't that right, Olaf?
Yeah, that's what Janko wants to do, so we have to listen to our coach.
Yeah, he's a big football fan, right, these days. So we have Olaf on today, and also we can't forget about Connor in the Crimson Red, mentioning with my purple outfit. We like to kind of stay in tune style-wise.
You set the bar high. I try to hang on.
Well, thank you so much. I don't know if I deserve that praise, but today we've got a couple of rounds that Olaf played, and what we bring to this show that's a little bit more interesting than just watching a demo is we want to, if Olaf can remember, watch the rounds that Olaf played and have Olaf talk about what went on in that round. We'll start with round 9 on Mirage. It's a round where you guys lose the man advantage early on. Overall, spoilers, they won the series 2-0. But after this round, you actually lose the first kill and then make a rotation over towards B. You're already in the B site and you get a couple of kills. And I was wondering, why is it that you guys realized that you should rotate over? So we're gonna start from the opening kill here just to set the stage. Rain goes down early. What's the communication, if you remember, about why you rotated?
Short, we weren't sure if they could be short, and later on we won't remember if they could go short, so Brookie come and helped, and he's gonna hold short for me if I remember this round correctly. So Nico's always Nico most of the time has short for us, so we don't have to focus on that too much. And when he can't stay in connector anymore, like you see, Brooke is coming back now when Nico rotated away from short when our connector when we don't know they can be there, and we did the right call. And it's also a little bit of Brookie, like what he feels, and now everything is just going perfect.
So it's like basically here I'm going off of Nico's comms there?
Yeah, now me and Brooke are playing really good because I said I had B-ups and then I couldn't have it anymore, so we swapped. Like he was holding short before that, and then we swapped. And Nick was also really good with the comms, saying how many people were up short, so we knew pretty much where everyone was. And it's just when we get confidence, like we've been getting, like after every prac, like 2020 started off really, really good for us in practice. I think we were like 25-0 in something in prac.
Yeah.
And the only one we lost to was Astralis, basically, in like one.
No shame in that, is
there? Yeah, that's what we said.
But but you know what? Like it feels like, who's losing in practice? Because it feels like everybody's having a good boot camp.
Yeah, that's true.
But not everybody's playing well in the matches.
Yeah.
So who are you guys playing?
I mean, everyone plays everyone. There's like some lower tier teams that, me personally, like you don't really care if you win or lose against them. You're just trying out stuff. But some of the other, like when we had a bad patch, we're trying to take practice a little bit more serious. You get back your like comfort zone and confidence and all that stuff. So we're playing everyone. Like we play Astralis, we play NiP, we play Fnatic. Not Fnatic now because I don't think they started yet. Yeah, just all top teams. Basically.
You had a great series today. Okay, that 1v2 had everybody silenced. We actually had the comms from that round as we came back from the break on Dust 2. You popped up, you killed that guy in window. Are you feeling it right now? Like, are you in the flow state? Are you in the zone?
No, not yet because we just changed zones. But I think everyone else in my team, I'm feeling more and more confidence, and I like to be. But I like to be this kind of role more than being the operator, especially on T side, because I feel like I can give more. I can help more to Nico and to the team and say what's happening over the map, and I think I'm pretty good at listening to what's happening all over the map and to take the risk when you need to do it and like fall back when you need to do it.
yesterday there was a few times when you were playing through tunnels. Again, we talked about like playing this lurk role, right? Where
you were getting owned.
You got caught a few times by Liquid's pushes into tunnels. So did you feel a bit more comfortable today coming back into Dust 2?
Yeah, but like one of the times it was like Dust 2 started off. Even though we won it, we weren't happy with how we played it because we were like really chaotic in the start of the game, and that's something we're trying to work on because in practice we're always like a lot more calmer, and we're trying to bring that into official, right? And like being the first like big game for us this year, it became a little bit chaotic. But then, so some of the rounds, like one of the rounds when I'm doing one way, is like a lot of comms going back and forth was happening, and it just went bad in that way, but yeah, just bad timing and stuff like that, so it didn't affect me that much.
I don't know if you remember this, but this was around where like you and Twist were having this battle at Long where you kind of, you're taking on the lurk role, as was mentioned, and you found a good timing to push out of Long doors and you killed Twist at top mid.
Oh, it was NAF, but yeah.
Oh, it was NAF at top?
Yeah, he was holding me all the time. Yeah,
was it just you knew exactly what the timing was, or did he give any clue away as to like why he was there?
No, but like you have to look at the time and all that stuff. Like if I'm gonna push, I had to push then, and I was like, you kind of know when they're like going out A. If they don't have a lurk in lower, for example, the guy is gonna be someone has to hold short, and I have to like decide if I'm gonna fall back or push at that time. And I think I had a good timing, obviously, because he was holding long the whole time, but. A little bit of luck, a little bit of skill.
Yeah, so the role changes are looking great. I actually want to like dive into this a little bit more now that we have you. I want to ask you like a little bit of a deeper question here. What kind of player are you now? In when we talk about Olaf and when people criticize you online, they always bring up the Olaf that was the major winning Olaf, the Olaf that was top fragging, the Olaf that was taking a lead, the Olaf that has every spot on every map named after him. You know what I mean? But you're clearly a different player and person these days, and you're on a team that you clearly trust with a lot more responsibility. How do you define yourself as a player, and how do you feel about the way that people talk about you as that player that you used to be?
I mean, it's fun that people still talk about it, and I think people think that I can get back to what I was, but I don't think that's possible because of the injury I had, and that's something I took me a little bit longer to realize. And then, for me, it's just about winning, and I don't care how I do it or I do it with, or who I do it with. I mean, and then I have to like accept that and look at what I can do best for the team, and what I can do with what I have. Like I don't have the same aim like I had back then and stuff like that. And then I have to realize that and like try to find other ways to help the team and all this stuff. And that's just like find every possible way you can help the team with. And nowadays I'm more like I'm not a support, but I'm trying to be the more support guy in this team.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously still Olaf Meister. Like, let's not get that wrong. And to talk about that, we have actually a really fantastic round from Brokey to look at where he played well. He was in tandem with you on the B site, kind of a good friend to have as a rotator. He made his way over the B site a lot. Here's one round where he was just so quick with it on the op. You remember this?
I fucked up. I fucked cold this round.
Okay.
This flash, I flashed. He gets white by my flash.
Oh, okay.
So if we lost this round, it would have been on me. And then I got put in a bad position, and then Brookie thank you, Brookie, I would say.
Oh my goodness, look how fast this is.
This kid is something special, man.
I wanted to ask about him because, I mean, this is the thing. He is surrounded by legends, right, all around. And so we kind of have this conversation where he just slots in, but it's not often that the new upcoming player is the one that's kind of in the shadows, right? Yeah. So it's hard to talk about him, and we've had some like limited interactions with him, Mohan and I. He seems cold, man, almost like Nafly in that sense where it's just like he's unshakable. So you're talking about how you want to come into officials with like a nice, calm, collected type of attitude. He must add to that.
I mean, Brooke is a really calm guy in general, but it's like his unreal talent, and he's just one of those guys that can do everything, and then whatever you put him in, he will do it correctly. Like if you put him on anchor on a B site on train, he will do everything right. If you put him on op, he's like unreal. It's just about now the only thing we need to learn him, like he just understands the game on another level, and we can't really learn him that much about the game. We can learn him some stuff about team play and all that stuff, but he needs experience. That's what he mostly needs.
Right.
And with that, he will become more calm in game. Sometimes he gets a little bit hyped and like want to do something like really, really fast, and it will take a little bit of time, but that's what he needs. He just needs time, and he will become even better. Already now, he's a star in my eyes, and he will just become better and better with more and more confidence.
Yeah, I can believe that. And you know what? People were saying, like you brought up in the cast, that like maybe you can't look at Brokey as like a player who will be a star player because of the players that's played around him. But if you look at Rain, he came onto your team and became the best player on the team when everybody on the team at the time already was better than him from their previous stats, their previous lineups. When they had come on, like Rain was the star player on LGB a long time ago, much smaller scenes for him, but he showed up and showed everyone who was boss, right? Like, do you believe that Brokey could be that same guy?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now when he like has a bigger role and where he can take more in, I don't know the word in English, like
responsibility.
Yeah, exactly, and then do more stuff that he wants to do, because when he was playing on the side, he was like a little bit too much, not going for it when you needed him to do it, and stuff like that. So now he is going with other guys, and he has more responsibility, and he's thriving. I mean, he does everything right, and he hits some crazy shots. Like some of the runs from Mirage, he just won for us.
Yeah.
Like really important runs. That clutch that he took, and also the B run, which you guys showed, but there was another run on T side on B where he owned like 3 guys. That was really important.
And we could have had his clips, but you're better at speaking, so we wanted to have you on the show.
No.
Well, thank you so much, Olaf, for being on with us.
Cheers to the win.
And we'll make sure to drink. Yesterday, I actually forgot to take a sip. And that'll be the end of this segment. We're going to go and move on to CS Money Shot Style. Once again, thank you so much, Olaf, for being on. We're going to take a look at some fantastic skin loadouts and really let Connor go ham here, because Connor got a very special segment, don't we?
Yeah, I do. So you're free to go, bro. Don't worry about that one. CS Money Shot Style. Mohan, you still have your face on the intro screen.
We should change that.
I'm trying to take that over. You know, we're working on it step by step. But what we wanted to do today was take a look at 2 people's inventories like we did yesterday. So listen, if you're here for the hardcore CS, you take a back seat in this moment. We're talking skins, all right? We know there's people out there that are enthusiastic about it, maybe a little bit too much. But the first inventory we're going to talk about is, I believe, mine. Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't we pull it up, man?
Not
Take
a pro
charge
player.
of the segment.
I want to. I wanted to give you guys a bit of an example of mine here, right? Listen, some pro players, they've got those tournament winnings, they've got their monthly salaries, so they're just going for the max. But this is building while broke, okay? And we talked about the basis. The basis of most skin collections, it's going to start with knives and gloves. And me. Listen, I'm no city slicker like Launders, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not some suburb kid.
Okay.
No. I'm talking rural Canada. So I went with that natural-looking, outdoorsy type
Right,
stuff.
you're blending in outside.
You start with the Forest DD Pat. If they can't see you, they can't kill you, right? That's my mantra. So that's where I start this with. It's all based around the gloves, okay? What I want you guys to take note of, it's the trim. The gold trim on the fingers there, that's where the magic happens. That's what's pulling triggers. So the Huntsman Vanilla Knife, well, it's got that same look. It's not you're not combining colors.
It's very stripped down, Connor.
It
What's
is,
the idea
man.
behind
It's
that?
all you see the combinations of blacks and greens and gold. That's me. That's my color combination. All right, that's what I like to work with. So the Huntsman Vanilla, it's outdoorsy. The Forest DD Pat, you see the connection. Now the key piece is that AK Jaguar, right? I love T-side. That's where I feel like I thrive. Kind of an entry. So you go with the camo and the gloves, the camo and the Jaguar. I actually call mine the AK-47 Predator.
Whoa, we should have had name tags as a part of this segment.
Listen,
maybe.
man, we'll
bring that in for season 2.
We're ramping up the segments as they go, right? Yeah. This is the first weekend of the CS Money Shot Style.
Let me cut you off real quick. What is the pronunciation of this famous?
The Jin. Or Dijin.
Dijin.
Yeah,
Okay,
either way, it's a mystical beast, something along the lines of, say, a genie. Right, is what I believe it is. If you get a zoom up on it, which we won't have, it's got some really cool like creature going right above the magazine. But point being, right, everything here is just about that gold trim. So this is where you can slip in some style without dropping fat stacks for diamonds and rubies and emeralds and sapphires and all those whatever not skins, Mohan. You know, the Desert Eagle Pilot, another prime example. That's from the baggage collection. Did you know the baggage map even had a collection?
I actually did know that. Okay, I know something about skins.
lying.
There's an AK that has all of the passport stamps on it,
the
if
jet
I'm not
set.
mistaken.
The
There we go.
AK-47
You
jet
can test
set.
me, man. Overall,
yeah,
I'm liking the setup
So
quite a
the
bit.
reason I wanted to throw mine up here was for 2 reasons. I wanted to show you guys that you don't need to be dropping fat stacks to make cool collections of skins, right? And secondly, I want to start that narrative towards talent skins, because I know that I'm proud of mine. I know some people are slouching out there. I'm talking about Moses first and foremost, man. He left himself logged in on the caster PC. I was kind of looking through that. Gotta say, if he doesn't step up his game, we're gonna scrutinize him.
Okay.
But there's also guys like James Bardolph, so it's a big spectrum when it comes to talent. And then secondly, we're going to go ahead and throw up another player inventory. And this is, I think, like a stark alternative to what I just showed, which is kind of being cool with subtlety. And that's going to be Twists. Twist is one of these flashy guys. We don't have like the most flashy skins in this collection, because he does have a lot of like Dopplers and
he's saving money here on the Karambit Brightwater.
Yeah.
Isn't that true?
It is, but you see, this is what he does. So the reason I throw 2 sets of gloves up is because he's one of these guys who, first of all, has more than 1 set of gloves.
That's a big move.
So his hand wraps, the overprint, that's what he's going to be playing on T side. Couples very nicely, obviously, with the Aquamarine Revenge. He's got that turquoise blue type going. And the Brightwater is one of his newest knives. He's got like 4 or 5.
Right.
Obviously, again, you see that color palette coming out on the T side. CT side, Sports Glove Arid. Kind of subtle.
Can I ask you a
yellow.
question? Is this a symptom of there not being a better option for the knife to match with the AK and the gloves? That this is the closest that you can get? Or is this the ideal color scheme for this setup?
I mean, I think it's one of them, because again, we talk about either like bejeweled skins, the Dopplers that are made to look like gemstones,
right,
or you get hand painted, right? And the Brightwater has that like matte finish to it. So I think in this case, you could argue better options, but I also like the subtlety of the color matching. Look inside of the Brightwater, look deeper.
Right,
Take
read between
a moment.
the Brightwater.
You know what I'm saying? There's that light little tidbit at the end of it. And he does the same thing with the M4 Howl and the Arid gloves. You got the yellow, the orange of the wolf, matches real nicely with the hands. Look at the heirloom. I do the same thing with my Desert Eagle Pilot. It's that gold trim that you're trying to combine to your glove skin.
Not just a play-by-play caster, but skin enthusiast.
Listen.
I would like you guys to realize that, yes, we are looking at a sponsor segment.
Of course.
You guys are not fools, but he does truly love his skin.
And it's something that I know that there are other people out there, right? Like you can be a big Counter-Strike, like a competitive CS enthusiast, and that's why you tune into games. But I know that some people just love seeing their inventories when it comes to playing Counter-Strike too. So I actually want to take this moment to not only thank CS Money for making this segment possible, but also to say, if anybody out there wants me to take a closer look to any skins, their favorites, if you guys want to shoot me your inventories
and be judged.
Yeah, I'll talk about some combinations. We have 2 more weeks of this segment, so you know where to find me. Twitter.com/ScrawnyCG.
Wow, nice. Got to plug in there.
Slide
as
in
well.
the DMs.
Yes, and we are going to set up our next guest. His name, his bald-headed name is Nicholas Estrup. He knows all the best barbers in London, funnily enough.
Hey,
he
buddy.
is also the director of product and experience at Blast. Did I get that right, Nicholas?
No.
Oh, damn it.
Almost.
Okay.
Will you tell us then?
So that's it. Thanks for now. It was great being.
Oh my goodness.
No, I'm
Don't
not
walk
leaving.
off.
How are you?
I'm good, yeah. Sorry, can we get a correction on the title? I thought I had
It is
nailed
Director of Product and Experience. It's fine.
Oh,
Just
it is?
lying
Okay.
again. No, just
Yeah, that
lying.
works.
It's just, yeah.
Okay.
Leaving mouth to dry.
All right. Well, I appreciate
Sorry,
that,
Moran.
Nicholas. Nicholas, we're wrapping up this first week of Blast.
I know.
Yeah, it was awesome. I think it was well received. It was such a fun thing to be a part of for us casting. People thought that we bought the audience, right? We had people on both sides like buy our casting that were so overly amped. There was just this back and forth between the Team Liquid fans, the FaZe fans each day, and it was such like a nice organic synergistic experience. And we loved it. And the studio for like kind of a league, it seems to be just the best way to do it. Are you are you happy with how things have gone?
I'm super happy.
Yeah?
I'm overwhelmed. Just a comment. We obviously haven't bought anyone.
Yeah.
We even had to.
They paid
Except
you.
us.
What
Yeah.
happens when these games are live is that we always write to each other, production truck, etc., etc. We had to turn down the crowd noise because they were so close to you, so it's too loud. So I think people at home just got crazy with the chanting right in your head. So not bought, all real.
Good.
But no, I'm overwhelmed and happy and tired and 2 more weeks to go, but excited for that as well. I think with all these changes that we've worked on ever since we talked about what we wanted to do end of last year, and actually doing it now and seeing it come to life is just exciting. There was like things that I had only hoped would come at some point, like Taco in the player tunnel, slicing his throat, all these classical things and sport moments that all of a sudden just happened.
Yeah.
Day one.
Right, and this is something that you
okay.
take a lead on, right? And I just wanted to talk about that for a second.
Sure.
Because there's always the conversation in esports. We're talking to an audience that really knows what they're watching, right? These conversations they understand, and basically there's always this discussion between addressing kind of core fans, people who know Counter-Strike, that live and breathe Counter-Strike. People like Sponge, you know what I mean? That's all they think about day in and day out is like what games are happening, what's the analysis of the match. But then there's also the stuff that's below the water in the iceberg, right? Just the general fan that might pop in and want to be entertained. The reason that we have segments like this, like Betway Dart segment that you see in the ads, that's so fun to watch, but not necessarily Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And I know from you that you really appreciate the thought that goes into segments like that. How have you brought that to Blast, and like what's your general take on that with tournaments? Do you think it's like too serious of a vibe sometimes? Is Blast trying to change that a little bit?
I think we might have become that with almost without thinking about it too much. I think when we had our first event back in 2017, that was obviously a chaotic period, getting that over the edge and out into real life. And I think ever since then we walked this like narrow path of, do we go very hard into like the mainstream open doors to everyone, or do we want to like dive back and forth a bit more? And I think we went heavy on the mainstream side, and I think it was necessary in the beginning, probably just to stand out, look different, feel different. But I then think that the realization just came that it's not that easy, right? You can't just lean too much to one or the other directions. It's like a constant balance in a dance, right? And I think it's the same with when you see Duncan's beautiful rant in the message. Stuff like that is so core and so Counter-Strike and so the community that we have. And I think we just need to lean into that more. I think we have a social media team that I'm very, very proud of and think has done phenomenal work all weekend. And I think it's those things like, don't be afraid to lean into the meme trends that are going on. Allow you, the talent, to be able to have a looser setup to work within. And especially for some, Duncan obviously needs a lot of space to be loosened, which is great because then his character is perfect for what we're trying to do. But then do stuff like this where we go both ways, right? It's the mainstream part that makes it look big and fancy, and then we bring all the core in to kind of ground and even it out.
Yeah, it's just like a symbiotic relationship, right? That you're trying to strike a balance with.
Exactly.
You're the guy who a lot of people don't know used to play with Danny, or should I say Zonic? You guys are probably on a first name basis at one point. He was
at one point.
At one point, yeah. Okay, yeah. I know if that's changed actually.
It's too cool now.
He's written a book. Where's your book?
I read his book.
You read his book.
And I was like, can't wait for him to mention me. And like, oh, great, good read.
Listen, I thought your English is pretty good. Where's the translation?
I don't know.
You can make money doing that.
Maybe I should. Maybe I'll read his book and then say where I should have been in it.
I never see you working, so you might have a little extra time.
Shots fired. No, I think Danny is obviously one of my dear friends, and I think his journey has been crazy. So has ours. I come from back in the day where a lot of the inspiration for things we wanted to do here is from that era as well. Give an example of that. But for Danny and the time that we were in, I remember when he got his first salary, like proper salary. I don't know if I can say this, so Danny, I'm sorry if I'm not allowed to say this. But it was something to the lines
I got him
of like,
on the line. He said it's fine. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I think he got something like $1,000 or euros a month. And back then,
that's pretty good.
Well, back then we were like, holy shit, this is like big leagues. You made it, you're set for life, I'm so happy for you. Like all this, everything was great.
Don't touch me.
Sorry.
Howie Mandel over here, but he's the bald one.
Exactly. No, but when that happened, every one of us in this friend group, in that community, were ecstatic. It was like a huge moment. And look at him now. It's bonkers to think about just what happened since. So I think me and my role back then is that I was never as good. Danny was like 10, 15 times, 100 times better than I. And I ended up in this weird, I think there's one of those in all of these like pro level friend groups that not really good, really great friend to have around. And at some point you have to figure out, okay, I'm not gonna play this professionally, what do I do? So I just ended up filming Danny and the other teams as they went to tournaments, and that's how all of this started.
Right, well, tying that into like what you do and things getting a little bit too fun sometimes at Blast, we had a lot of fun colors in the HUD.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, but that's something that's changed a little bit over time as stuff has started to get whittled down a bit.
Yeah.
What can we talk about when it comes to this new HUD in terms of how much easier it is to digest for the viewer?
I think the challenging thing with the HUD is that if you just think of it on like a base level, what is its purpose? It was initially made for you to be able to have a good time with the game, sitting very close to the screen, right? Everything was tailored for the playing person. And I think that is obviously something where now when you want to show it to a lot of people that don't play the game, may have never played the game, or played it and are familiar with it, but you still don't need all that information. So I think it was a matter of figuring out which elements could we break apart. I remember the first session we ever had, it was actually Anders and I. We just took a picture of the CSGO HUD as is, and then we just put post-it notes all around the screen with things that we should think about removing or changing, right? Because I think when you look at...
So you're saying you can do this with very limited technology if you're at home?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Doesn't take much
Just
to come up with some good
anybody
ideas.
can do this.
No. But the beauty of it was that I think when you look at this, it's a good image, right? You want the game to be what takes up the most space. And I think we see that as real estate on the screen. And our biggest challenge is making sure that the real estate of the game itself takes the most space at all times. And then there's obviously times where we want to fit in a sponsor, we want to show some statistics and stuff like that, but that should of course be tailored into the right moments. So I think there's obviously been custom HUDs before, but we wanted to, one, go in another direction. I think with this one we have, the minimap with the heads instead of just the numbers, and I know our observers hated us the first time, I'm sure, and the casters as well.
So did we, yeah. I remember.
Yeah.
It's the thing
Connor
that,
was just going on about how much he hated you. Actually, he wouldn't stop.
Yeah. I think this
has become so tense.
This is one of those. This is one of the aspects I think of Blast. Like, I mean, we've been working with you guys for a while, and you're very active in taking feedback from us as well, actively looking for it. So I think that I think it was after Blast Copenhagen of last year. I must have wrote up like a 3-4 page document with images of like, listen, this needs to go, this needs to change. I love that the gradient's gone. I'm not gonna lie, because like, first of all, there's no denying that the colors are vivid with Blast. And I like that. But I didn't like when it was like too many colors, like each bar being 2. That was gone. That's nice.
It was too much.
The obviously for us casters, we have the in-game PC, so we can still commentate off of the numbered heads on the mini map. So that's nice to have. I think from a viewer's perspective, it's maybe not as important because it's more still of a passive, digesting.
But I think the problem is if we can get it back on the screen, just to help clarify, I think if you look at the minimap, right? It's a 2D representation of a 3D space, right? And that even for us that have played the game, we understand it. Yes, I understand where they are, what they're most likely doing. But even I, as someone who's watched it for many, many years, I don't always look at it. It's not like my go-to thing, right? And I think for a new viewer, figuring out how to make a quick and easy connection of the 2D and the 3D space, I think that's the hardest task we have over everything in the HUD. And that's why we wanted to play around with the heads, because if we can put the heads down in the player-specific bars, put them up in the minimap, then we at least try to do that connection, right? Because I think as a mainstream user, you're not gonna watch, oh great, Colsera 7, let me find 7 up on that map and then I know where he is, then the round is over, right?
So, I mean, we're talking about 2D and 3D, but if we talk about 4D for a second, Nicholas, we are out of time. So that's going to be the end of the show.
Okay.
I want to thank you so much for coming on. Hope
You're
to
welcome.
have you on as a guest in the future. And I just want you to know, I don't care what anyone says about you, Nicholas. I think you're a pretty cool guy. Thank you so much for coming on.
Talk about as if I'm hated. What is this?
It's always a good sign, I think, when we can poke fun at our friends.
It is.
But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Once again, we're open to feedback. Hit us up on all the socials and make sure to roast Nicholas at Nicholas Estrup. That's it from me and Connor. You guys, see you tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. See you next week for the next Blast Overtime.
You're all fired.
We still on for lunch tomorrow?
No.
Okay.